So we back on that train again.
Well, but my question is, amid you saying that you want justice for the Palestinians and you want this, that, and the other, right? This is what you say. This is what you say you want. You're saying that we should support you while you use us to help yourself. That's a problem.
Absolutely, Dr.
That's a
Short.
goddamn problem, and I think it's ridiculous.
Because we don't mind getting bent over, Dr. Short.
No, it's not that we mind being bent over. That's not it. Let me tell you what's going on. Let me tell you what's going on. I went to my mother's church today, and lo and behold, one guy got up, old, broke down person, boomer, and they began to talk about what they were going to do for homeless people. And all these people that he said would be out there handing out food to the homeless people. And then he said who these people were that were organizing all this stuff to help poor people. And he began to name all of the Black Greek letter organizations. And when you don't say them, you say the Masons. The people who have hijacked the leadership of the Black community are Greeks, Masons, or certain types of families, or people who are Democratic Party functionaries, or Black church functionaries, or business associations. But very few of them are grassroots in terms of, I care about you, brother, sister. Let's put something together. That is not what we have going on. That is not what we have going on. And so we don't want to get bent over. Our Black elite bend us over. We trust them, like these people said, oh, let's, let's get, we got to get Trump. Let me quote this broad from my mother's church. We got to get him out of that house. We got to get him out of that house. And the we that they were talking about was the Black Boule. I mean, the Black Greek letter organizations pledged their organizational loyalty to Joe Biden in 2020 for nothing in exchange. I repeat, I used to have it when my phone broke, and it's amazing. They're doing all kinds of stuff these days to make people into liars. So stuff that you have, emails. Have you ever had stuff disappear? You saved it, then it was gone. So the people who speak up and tell the truth, if you make all the information disappear, take it off, then that person's a liar, even if they told the truth, because you can't find the information to defend yourself. They're the biggest liars. So we have a lot of no good, sellout, traitor Black folks who get paid to betray us. They're the same as the African or Caribbean or Latin American dictators who get rich, off of betraying the masses of their own people. They live great as long as they don't do anything for the rest of us. And that's what that nigga Nina Turner's doing. You know that Nina Turner's full of shit when you see her running around looking like a golden marmoset monkey with her hair dyed blonde. You're talking about Black pride, and you got your hair dyed blonde. And in fact, Nina Turner's for abortion. Nina Turner's for the illegals. Nina Turner is for LGBTQ.
Leave the chocolate sister alone.
No, I'm going to give her hell. And in fact, if you want to be a sister, stop looking like Don Cheadle. I mean, be more feminine looking. There's this new thing among a lot of these sisters out here to look as hard and as masculine and as grungy as possible. It's an affront. They don't let white women get far if they look macho. It's not cute. And Nina Turner has, they're not relevant to what's about to happen. Black men like me are absolutely not going to support this scam that they play, this pyramid game,
Mm.
where what they've done is they've erased black men and all these hoes out here. Erasure for them is getting rid of abortion to show you how stupid they are. I feel like I've lost all my rights that you can't kill babies. What about jobs? What about credit? What about health care? What about housing? All you think about is killing a baby. That's the big thing. They're going all over the country. People like Nina Turner, others bitching about baby killing. It's a fucking disgrace. And the black leadership in this country, I think I told you I was at my mom's church. It's a Boule church. I haven't been in there in years. Okay. And like I said, the guy got up and started saying, yes, we're going to have food and we're going to do something for Thanksgiving and we're going to help our poor brothers and sisters. And all of us, we're going to all be there, the Divine Nine, the Alphas, the Omegas, the Kappas. And I'm sitting next to Sister JD, the one that went off on the chairman of the Democratic Party, made his ass run out the room. Yes, I was sitting next to her, and I'm here in church, and I says, "Oh God, all this boule bullshit." Now you see why I don't come up in here. I don't come up in here. I mean, no, I'm a Christian, and it's. Let me just say this to you. I have to get this off my chest because I always talk about being a Christian. One of the biggest problems that we have in this country are pagan, witchcraft, Luciferian, apostate, nigger preachers, pastors, churches, and congregations. They're following the Greek letter organizations. They're following the Masons. They're following witchcraft. They're following pseudo black liberation, which will never occur without God's participation. I don't give two damns who doesn't agree with me. I have never done social media for popularity contests. Okay, for God I live, for God I die. I believe in Christ. These niggas have churches that supposedly represent the teachings of Christ, and it don't have anything to do with Christianity other than they might say Jesus' name if they're doing the old hymnals, because the new ass gospel shit is trashier than the stuff in the club. We've been hijacked. We're under dictatorship of degenerate black traitor elites who have bent us over. A lot of folks go looking up to people. I'm going to tell you something that I've not ever said out loud because, believe it or not, I'm more respectful than what people. In fact, people my generation that are X's, we are way more respectful than these damn millennial niggas or these Z niggas. Okay? Because when we're coming along, you didn't question older people. You just did what you were told. That generation of black folks that you just do what you're told to do by older people, they're still in charge. They haven't died off. Unfortunately, the COVID shot has not kicked in like it should have. We have to wait another year. Maybe next year their asses will all start disappearing so we can get some new blood. But I recall, because I was getting reports about the anarchists and others doing things that could get people killed in Ferguson, Missouri, back, 9 years ago. 9 years ago. And I reached out to someone I looked up to, someone that you can look up as a real person, and I have their numbers and all, cell number and all. I reached out and asked Reverend C.T. Vivian, Reverend Vivian, there could be a massacre of black people. Can't you get Obama, you know him, call him and ask them to put some kind of people on the ground so there's not an unnecessary loss of life of young black people. And Reverend Vivian said, why would I do that? I says, because at least from what I understand, you care about black folks, activism, and so forth, and civil rights, and they have a real issue in Ferguson. And it's not easy down there in Missouri. You're from Missouri, or you've lived in Missouri, you lived near, you lived in Illinois, Missouri, you know the area well. And he said, well, why would you want me to contact Obama? I says, well, yes, it's not for me. It's for the people there. I've asked for nothing. I don't live there. I've never been there. But I'd hate to see a lot of people get killed. I'd hate for there to be a massacre. There are people out there with guns pointed at our young people. That someone could do something that'd be a massacre. Ultimately, he says, so what's your precedent reason for why I should call Obama? What reason would Obama care about Ferguson? This is Reverend C.T. Vivian. I rarely say anything critical of elders. I try very hard. And I says, well, what precedent? Why would he do anything for them? Why do they matter? I says, can you point to anything in history to justify why Obama should do something about Ferguson? I said, sure. He should do it because Eisenhower did it for Central Park High and Little Rock. And he began yelling. You can't compare the two. I says, really? No one died in Central Park. Central Park High. So, I'm sorry, Central High in Arkansas. You can have a lot. People have been shot, beaten. There's a real problem there. And it's international already. That's not enough resources. Well, why? In fact, Obama should go there and hold their hands the same way that Louis Armstrong said that Eisenhower should walk those black kids into Little Rock Central High. This Obama could diffuse this or send someone to stop it. And he says, well, we're not getting involved in that. Now, once Black Lives Matter, which belongs to the Democratic Party, there's nothing independent about those niggas. And I talked to him. He says, yeah, well, we got things under control now. Yeah, we see it's being useful. So in other words, once the Democrats were in control of the protests in Ferguson, that's when they began to do what little they did do. But when it was truly grassroots, they had no interest. And I'm talking about a person that was beaten for democracy, who I loved dearly. Our relationship wasn't quite the same after that because to me, as you know, I'm registered as a Republican. The people that were protesting in Ferguson were more than likely independent or Democrats, you get me, or they didn't vote at all. So I don't operate by party, I operate by people. But people like Nina Turner are party people. I'm a people person. And that's how these people are. They literally wait to see what the party's going to say or do. So, and that's as nicely as I could put that. Our relationship was never quite the same. See, if I were in the position to contact someone to intervene for you or for the larger community, Black, it wouldn't have been an issue. I would have made the call. We have people like Nina Turner who can run behind Bernie Sanders, who's against reparations. And you just tell him politely, well, I support reparations. She's a phony. She's like a lot of these Black women. I've seen a lot of these power bitches out here. 99.9% of power bitches are phony. Why? What women tend to do, all of you ladies, when you get power, y'all tend to think about your relationships and you think about how it's going to look. Relationships, appearance, how I'm going to milk it. I'm not saying men don't do it the same thing, but women do it on a whole different feminine level. There's a person supposedly politically active. I'm not calling the hoe's name. They were going to ask someone a question, but they weren't going to ask the question. The question for me is, did Dwayne Wade allow anyone to touch that boy for him to just be so oriented towards gayness? What happened? What happened? Did he touch him? Did a friend touch him? What happened to this kid? And the person says, well, we're not going to talk about any of that. In other words, it was going to be a damn fluff interview. It was about her expanding, whatever. And that's what ladies do. This is why I have a very different opinion.
And he's even said that the Democratic Party asked him to run.
Yeah. I have a very different opinion of women in political power from experiences that I've had working with women. Not because I'm against women running, it's nothing like that, or women not women can't vote, nothing crazy like that. I'm not stupid. But a lot of the women, in particular if they're feminists, they don't stand for shit. Their posturing, their posts is shallow. A lot of women get stuff just because they're female. The very shit they bitch about, I've been overlooked because I was a woman. No, a lot of times you just get stuff handed to you because you're a woman. And when you get there, you become a placeholder, a cutout. You don't do anything different from any damn man. Say what you want about Marjorie Taylor Greene. That's a gutsy, crazy white woman. I admire her. Shit, she doesn't care. If she believes something, she'll fight you. That's a political wildcat woman. I don't have to agree with her. If there's something she don't like, you know it. If she does stuff proceeds, she will work it. I don't see one black woman equal to Marjorie Taylor Greene. No, not one fucking one.
I'm gonna ask everybody in the chat, where's Aunt Maxine?
Well, Maxine, it's alleged her husband's into all kinds of business stuff. It may be illegal allegations that, he's kind of Epstein Island type. And, they could shut her down. Obama shut her down. And you haven't really heard much from Maxine.
You haven't?
She doesn't want to go to jail. She doesn't want any trouble. These people come here to DC, they get nasty, they get corrupted. And that's one thing I have to say about Shirley Chisolm. She didn't take bribes, and she didn't sell out more than she sold out to all the other stuff. Hold on, I'm gonna take some energy supplements. I'm gonna take some drugs so I can face the public.
I heard that. I heard they was during the protest yesterday. A couple people were desecrating some statues down there.
Well,
how many people was in DC this weekend?
What? At least 300,000.
No ceasefire, no vote.
Well, my thing is, go ahead and do it. Let me share with you why. What most people don't know is a lot of this peace movement. The peace movement is controlled by the Jewish community and whitewash liberals and leftists. Okay, you can't fight for peace or for war unless you deal with the white power contingent. So they can march all they want.
So allegedly, what's happened? They got upset because I think it was Amy Schumer, who was Chuck Schumer's cousin or niece. She must have made reference to Dr. King because she's of that. She must have made reference to Dr. King. So people got upset about she shouldn't be using Dr. King during this time. Dr. King would be protesting with them, and Bernice had to say something.
Well, but you know what? Bernice doesn't say anything about Cop City. Bernice isn't saying anything about the black men dying in the county jail in Fulton County. What use are the King children to black people for the most part? They become a disgrace to the family brand, with the exception of Martin Luther King III, who
he's such a nice guy.
He is a nice guy. That's so I don't want to. It's the same as you talk about Jesse Jackson. Jesse Jackson has some very good children. His daughter is a fine lady, a fine, upstanding lady, Shantita Jackson, a beautiful, decent person. And no ifs, buts, and ands. I may not always agree with some of the people are quite decent, it's not your fault what your parents do, and at the same time, you may not have the same opportunities or the same proclivities to be great like your parents are. But Bernice King, you support a whole bunch of stuff, that Dr. King wouldn't be for. Or you're silent about stuff. What Dr. King says, there comes a time where silence is betrayal. Well, a lot of the King families betrayed everything that Dr. King, or a significant amount of things that Dr. King spoke up for. And I'm not necessarily talking about leading marches, getting thrown in jail. It's beyond that point for them. Why not help develop some real grassroots leadership? Just help Atlanta. Help one community, just one place. There's all kinds of hunger and poverty all around the King Center. I have video and pictures of people living in huts and all. That's land that the King family has some say over, and they don't do shit for people. They don't. It's a disgrace. And Bernice King supporting Reverend Warnock and other things, they've become disgraces. The King children, shoot, they should have saved Dr. King and put one of them up on the balcony. I mean, hell, it's awful what they're doing. It's awful what they're doing to that you're betraying the people and you're getting rich off of it. I don't give a damn if you have a bank. I don't care if you become a trillionaire. In fact, I wish all of the civil rights legacy niggas were trillionaires and would move to a Pacific Island and leave black people the fuck alone. In fact, they say people don't remember who Dr. King is. It's because the family makes it so goddamn expensive to use anything associated with his name until it's prohibitive. You can't really get stuff. It's hard. Remember, you used to hear Dr. King's speech all the time now you don't hear it? That's because you have to pay. You have to pay them to hear it. So people don't know about King because you priced his ass out of their range. You greedy niggas. You greedy niggas who act like this movement is like a family Ponzi scheme. Okay, and you know what? Watch this macho Bernice King come out for Biden.
Still,
watch it. Well, because the Kings get money. Let me tell you, the Kings got money from Trump in the millions. And you dog Trump, but he made it rain on you. Obama didn't make it rain on you like Trump, but you hated Trump. Or you dog Trump. Biden hasn't made it rain on you, and you're gonna run after him. So I'm so ideologically up in the Democratic Party, maybe because it's pro-gay. Okay.
No, that's not it.
Huh? But maybe it is. No, everybody else got basketball players, football players. Everybody's coming out with their sexuality. Why not some of these civil rights legacy family people? Why not? It seems to be a cottage industry, a growth industry. Just say that, maybe you're trans. Maybe you're possessed by your daddy's ghost. Maybe I'm not saying, but damn it. What makes these people so enamored of this Democratic Party? What interests are they representing for you personally? And remember, they're in Atlanta. What is it that makes y'all just so
that's black excellence down there.
Excellence, what, in contracting AIDS?
That's black excellence. That's
Then they have excellence in getting AIDS and making pornos. Atlanta's in ruins where black people live. And you have the suburbs. It's poor. They're going to be run out by the other people pretty soon. It's just a matter of time before white people take the city back over. The poor black folks have been left behind. They're going to stay left behind. And the black folks that are making it will continue to make it until they start getting screwed.
Literally. Yeah, you guys in the chat, as you can see, what we're discussing, you guys in the chat want to add some statements, comments, questions. Dr. Short and myself, when you continuously see over and over benign neglect, and it's really to the point like Dr. Short, when you start questioning, like, is it me? Am I doing something wrong?
No, we know it's not us. we were brought up that you don't question. Critical thought in the black community is sacrilege. Because when you, just take let's go back to Bernice King. You stepped away for a second. Let's just take Bernice King. Let's just talk about Bernice King for a second. If Bernice King were in the market to meet somebody, male. No, let me stay on this. If Bernice King were in the market to meet a man for real, don't you think with that name and that profile that somebody would have been interested? They have to be out. I think they're about 60. Somebody was interested for no other reason to say, I bust a nut in the dreamer's daughter. Somebody male would have been interested.
It snatched up.
At least try it, even if they decide to stay single. Somebody male would have liked. I mean, and for another reason, and they're not so hard looking as to they're not like on the Shirley Caesar. I'm sorry, she's rough sometimes. She's not on the Shirley Chisolm level, so it's not like they're repellent to look at. What could the reason be that in 6 decades, a person that people see all over the world, you travel, money isn't the issue. A lot of folks are single because of finances. Finance ain't your issue. Yeah. Then why aren't you at least moving to zero? And you got to keep company with somebody. Your mama's deceased, so you're not with her. At least I live with my mom. So your mama's gone, your sister's gone. You don't live with either of your brothers, so you live by yourself, which is fine. But you mean you're just always by yourself? Totally? Always? There's no paparazzi? There's nobody that travels with you? You're just it's impossible. There is somebody that you're around.
No male acquaintances
ever. If there was a dude somewhere in the universe that was seen with them the way that people gossip and mind folks' business, their name would have been floated like styrofoam.
Even Oprah got stagnant.
I mean, and even that's fake. But at least there is not. I have never heard of any person, even once, where there's a dude that even had prayer of being on good terms. And I know people that know them male, and their stories are always the same of how mean and cold and harsh Bernice King is. Rude, disrespectful, arrogant, harsh. Proto stud comportment. Why do you have all these gay folks preaching up in Ebenezer Church?
Your brother William asked a question. He said, could they, the King family, Bernice, etc., could they be threatened or held with blackmail for such betrayal?
People don't have to threaten anybody. This is, first and foremost, let me say this. I have love for the King family. It's alleged that the Williams family, the maternal line of the King family, is related to the Robinson family, the Sellers family, the Turner. I'm talking about my relatives. They're in the right. If you learn anything about genealogy, you'd be amazed at who's What to whom? I mean, every so many days something absolute. There
That's what you
is,
said. You found my great grandfather.
yeah.
Or he said,
Wasn't that
he
it
said,
did
let me stop. I'm going down a rabbit hole now. You're in Florida now.
it didn't take me that long, did it?
No.
No, it's not. No, this I'm saying to say to you, there's a town in Greene County, Georgia called Greensboro, Georgia. And the next town over from Greensboro, if I'm correct, is either Lincolnton or Washington, Georgia, right? And all those towns, in all of those towns, I have blood family. You know anything about the South, you don't screw in the town you're from because it's your family. You go to the next town over to meet someone. Okay. And all I'm saying to you is the town's satellite to Greensboro, Georgia, and the next neighboring counties, I got family in all of them, all up around there. I want to say to you that Daddy King more than likely went to divinity school with my cousin in the 1920s. I'm only saying because Morehouse, the divinity school used to be in Augusta, Georgia. It moved to Atlanta. A lot of people don't know that. Augusta is the big regional town in Northeast Georgia, and all the little towns around Augusta, Evans, Mitchell, Martinez. I got cousins in every single solitary damn one. All of that to say, there's an overwhelming possibility that the Williams of Greene County are related to the people in the other counties in which I know I have peoples. And I have them all over the state of Georgia. All of that to say, there's a good damn chance that those fools in Atlanta are distant kinfolk because all of us Negroes are an extended, dysfunctional, self hating black family. And whereas I can't prove it, as Mr. Freelo is asking me about Maxine Waters, as of this week that just passed, there is a Maxine Waters who is my fourth cousin.
Uh-oh.
I
The Maxine Waters.
There's a Maxine Waters. I sent you the clip, did I not, brother?
Yeah.
I sent you the clip. I sent you
And
the picture
I
that
felt
there
bad
is a
for you.
Maxine Waters who has a family tree with 12,000 names on it that's locked. That is my fourth cousin on my father's side.
Dr. Short, who are the people that usually lock that tree up in
People who
ancestry?
lock their trees and ancestry are politicians, famous, and important people. And they didn't put their name out as Maxine Waters. They put their name out as Waters Maxine. So somebody took the time to say this person is important. That means that wig wearing person is more than likely my fourth cousin, meaning that she's my father's third cousin, my grandfather's second cousin, and my great grandfather's first cousin. Um, all you need to do is look up the broad from Black Lives Matter, another person I can't stand.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
And she also the Cullars, Cullars. That family is based in Lincoln County, Georgia. My grandmother was born in Lincolnton, Georgia. My great grandmother's uncle was a man named Kevin Cullars. So when we talk, that's another reason why critical thinking in our community is painful, because if you criticize someone, you're talking about someone that you're connected to. And it's a problem. If my baby brother's selling dope, I don't want to talk about it because that's my baby brother. I don't want him to sell
not the
dope.
fact that he could be selling dope to harm the community.
But he's my baby brother selling dope to harm the community. So my morality changes. Please don't come down on him. He just wants a Bentley that's diamond studded. He always liked cars and diamonds. Don't hate him.
You don't know his situation.
Yeah, well, you're jealous. You hate him. You hate him. Why don't you get a damn Bentley covered in diamonds instead of criticizing how he's trying to get his?
They commit crime too. Other ethnicities commit crime too. Why not? Why you ain't talking about them?
No, they don't say that. They say when white people sell dope, you still buy it. He didn't bring it over here. Y'all don't have to buy it from him. Y'all don't have to buy it from him. They're the ones who brought it over here. They're the ones who brought the gun. We're not making guns. We don't grow poppies. We don't grow coca bushes. We grow weeds sometimes. So our morality. So all of that to say, I do not hate anybody in any of the families. I do not hate the King family. I have great love for the sacrifices of the King family. My other family from Georgia, actually, there are two more. Their last name is Poole. I have great issues with what happened with Mr. Elijah Poole and Mr. Malcolm Little. The Pooles are my cousins from Sandersville, Georgia. The Littles are my cousins from Charleston, South Carolina. And I have family all over Georgia with the last name Little, Little. And I still have issues with people who call themselves Shabazz that may have been Little at one point. If you're not on point, it is not an issue of hatred or threatening people. What we must do is tell the truth and shame the black devil in our midst. I do not hate anybody. I hate coon behavior. I hate being betrayed. I hate being stabbed in the back. I hate our people suffering. I hate hunger. I hate poverty. I hate lack of access to health care. I hate homelessness. I hate illiteracy. I hate disease. Yes, I hate it every single solidarity day, and you should too. In fact, my job doing this is to recruit you to hate ignorance, oppression, and assorted bullshit that confines the human soul to misery. And but back to the Kings. Dr. King was killed 55 years ago. On a certain level, you have to move the hem on. And we don't owe we don't owe people perpetual bullshit, get out of jail free card because someone in your family was killed, because people are dying every single solitary day. People are dying in prison. The same prison that Dr. King was supposed to be put in. And they decided, in fact, when they were going to put Dr. King in the Fulton County jail back in the 60s, it wasn't so bad. That jail was so cool, they wanted to send him to a jail to make certain that he died. Since 1960, the jail that was too good for Dr. King is a jail in which 20 black men have died in an era where the King family has tremendous influence and access. And Bernice King is either an AKA or a Delta. I think she's a Delta because she's husky and chunky. Those Deltas down there, like that bitch Fannie Willis, could do something, and they will not. They are accessories and accomplices to the murder of innocent black men, just as sure as they were lynched or abused on a chain gang or treated horribly under the conditions of Jim Crow. Now you have Negroes hiding behind the mantle of their parents who stood up for civil rights and may have even been murdered through conspiracy or assassination, who don't have a goddamn bit of relevance to our generation today. And they want us to vote for this fuck up predator, pedophile, liar, CCP stooge named Joe Biden. To hell with that. And to hell with all y'all. And yes, a motherfuck Martin Luther King. If our kids, if we have to be under his stupid ass kids, leading us into erasure and genocide, LGBTQ and abortion, a motherfuck Dr. King. I wish he had never walked. He could save us. Florsheim would have gone out of business if Dr. King and them weren't buying shoes, walk around and let white people kick their ass. I would rather them have never existed and us have an option and an opportunity to fight for our existence today than for us to be worshiping him who looks like, what they have the statue of Dr. King downtown here in D.C. that looks like a Fu Manchu with the mini afro wig on. I mean, to hell with that. We don't care about none of it. If we're not going to make it another 20, 30, 40, 50 years, what the hell use is the memory of Dr. King today? Especially if people in his bloodline are contributing to our slow genocide, and they're supposedly a woman of God. And let me say this. And I'm not going to get any pushback from the King family because I live in D.C. And this is just my challenge to Bernice King. Bernice King, I have a friend who's Sudanese from the Nuer tribe that worked in security at the Woodner, the building that you used to live in on 16th Street. And if I did not respect the legacy of Dr. King, Coretta Scott King, who was assassinated, and you haven't said shit about it, the way they mistreated her down in Mexico, you could do more than speak up to little ratchet ass Amy Schumer. Mm-hmm. If I didn't have respect for the King family, I could avail myself to ask, what the hell was going on at the Woodner when Bernice King was there? Who visited her? Were there noise complaints?
Dr. Short out here giving out tea.
Were there ever any male visitors? I mean, no. I dare. Yeah, come. Let's have a. That'll be the last hill your ass come on. If you come, I'm coming for your asses too. What went on in the Woodner? The Woodner's a real fucking place. You think? Take your time. Go look the shit up.
It was the wood going on in the Woodner.
The Woodner
Not the
is
real
the
wood.
Woodner used to be an exclusive apartment building on 16th Street, DC, right up the street, like about 2 to 3 miles, no more than 3 miles from the White House. And Bernice King used to live in the Woodner.
36 16th Street.
I live here. Shit.
Northwest Washington.
I want to fucking have a fight with the Boule. Expose you motherfuckers for the degenerates and sellouts that you are. And call yourselves men and women of God. Look, I'm single. I can keep my damn clothes on. You should be able, and you don't see me up in people's pulpits. And I want to bust a nut for the Lord. And somebody tell me Dr. King had 4 children. Yes, he did. When one day, when Dr. King had gone on to glory, had a daughter, started off looking real pretty, but over time, Heard she went to Spelman. Yes, Lord. Many good girls been turned out in Spelman. Just like Morehouse is a good place. Somebody help me. For you, after you've had your medical examination, go in when you're a young man and they bend you over way down and then look way down into your cheeks to find out if somebody new been digging for gold where the sun, somebody say sun don't shine right on King Jesus. I just want to say this Sunday evening, well, somebody went to Morehouse, lost themselves, woke up, found their roommate, in flagrante delicto. Oh, something's on the tongue, and it's not the word of God. Oh, God, help us. And you know what? You know what? Let me tell you something. What does the stud? What does the stud have in common with the cow? Y'all gonna say, Reverend, we don't know. Can you tell me what does the stud have in common with the cow? Well, my son, you've been in the city, laid out asphalt, concrete, steel. You've forgotten that cows can't eat concrete. Cows can't eat asphalt. Cows can't eat brick and mortar. But cows can eat grass. And the way that cows eat grass is they graze. They munch, munch, munch a little bit over here, let out a few cattle drops out their rear end, and munch, munch, munch some more. Well, did you know that a stud munches over here, munches over there, munches everywhere, munching with your wife when you're at work, munching in the ladies group when you're at work, munching with you and sometimes we weak men think that it's all right. It's just innocent. It's just girl talk, but they're not talking because you got the graze going on as you're munching. And I tell you, one of the greenest pastures for the studs. Oh, it's not Howard University. Oh, no. It's not Hampton University. Oh, no. It's not A&T. It's not Tennessee State. It's not Bethune-Cookman. Oh, my God. It's not. It is not. It's not Bowie State. It's not Morgan State. It's not Benedict College, although dicks get bent at Benedict College. The place, the utopia, the lesbian millennium has already come. It's down at a place called Spelman. It should be called Spell Woman because the spell has been casted where the women lose natural affection. They don't want a real penis, a throbbing, blood-infused gift from God, able to transport semen from a scrotum where you've been eating right and make sperm to, to fertilize an egg in a mature woman. They want a sex toy, a strap-on, a fake one, an idol. Oh, Lord, it says shun idols, but they're surrounded by idols. Somebody tell me, did Dr. King daughter fall when she was in Spelman? Did she graze? Was she munching? Lord help us. What's happened to the dream? Is it moist? Is it crunchy? Is it curvy? It's not a man. Somebody say, help me, help me, help me. Turn the fallen women, make them like men again. God gave us penises to stick them in vaginas, not in a man's rear end. But we need some help. We need your participation in heterosexuality. Whether you went to an HBC school or not, you're still a woman. You still need a baby. Even if you'll get the bag and cheat them out of visitation, get that child support. Get your child support on. Lie. Call the police on his visitation day. But please, spread your legs. Spread them wide. Stretch them wide. Lift them up. Let your feet touch the sky. And be with the man. Hallelujah. Yes, Lord. Oh, I feel someone's going to have a breakthrough. Conjugal relations, man on top of woman, or reverse. In fact, there's equality. It's called female superior. Ride, Sally, ride. Oh my God. Oh, somebody give him the glory. Anyway.
Well, I didn't know that Brother Bag X has a Christian brother, I see.
Well, anyway, my friends, something's rotten in Atlanta. And I'm not saying anything that I didn't send in a personal email to a member of the King family. I sent this in January of 2018, begging people to stand up for Black people, to stop bullshitting us. I said a time would come where people were so desperate that they would turn on the King family, not because we hate Dr. King, Coretta Scott King, Daddy King, Mama King. It's not like that. Or Miss Farrell. We're not mad at A.D. King. We understand that the King family made sacrifices, but we have to live now. Why hasn't Bernice King made a pronouncement for reparations? Is it that Bernice King, who now is co-owner of a bank in Salt Lake City, Utah, where Mr. Burgess, a Black gentleman who is a co-signee to the anti-reparations bill that was entered in June of this year, did you get help from Burgess Owens to acquire the bank Bernice King? This same man that's against Black people getting reparations, you're doing business with him. Is this why a person in the King family, the most vocal of her generation, doesn't have a goddamn word to say about our motherfucking money? And if you are a stud, and it is a way to shame you for not doing the least that you could do, and particular calling yourself a Christian minister, then so be it. I didn't say you were a stud, but when I met you, you were really nasty. And you were walking like Wyatt Earp. And yes, there is someone female that you're with all the time, named Delise. I said that shit too. I had their fucking number. I haven't called it. See, a lot of us, I don't need a relationship with you if you don't want our people to get reparations. I cherish being enemies to anyone that's in the way of us getting our freedom. We need a civil war in our community because these bastards are going to try to roll out this degenerate Chinese Communist Party shill degenerate fraud named Biden who hates our guts and tell us that's the best that can be done. I was talking today at church to a phenomenal Black woman who I happen to adore, named Lily Martin. For 32 years, this Black woman is a beautiful human being. was mayor of a small black city on the east side, just beyond the DC border, called Fairmont Heights. And we were talking about the fact that black people who are disabled and poor have had their SNAP benefits cut down to 12, 24, and $12. These are people disabled. These are veterans who've lost their food benefits, and yet they're giving $800 a month to illegal residents in Washington, D.C. And there are people like that bitch, Nina Turner, I called her a damn bitch, who are not saying anything about how do you have money for illegal entrance into this country and blacks who serve black men, and that's why they don't care. I think Nina Turner's a stud. I'm gonna say that too. I'm sick and tired of traitor black quasi lesbians of the actual carpet munching kind. Because if it were a black dude who was a dick sucking black dude and he visibly betrayed black folks, they would be on his ass. And I blame every black man watching this as long as we make black lesbian traitors superheroes. And yet, if you did have a James Baldwin black dude who says, yeah, I'm gay, but I love black people, black comes first, we would still call him fag, no matter how hard he worked for black freedom. A black woman who sucks pussy and hates men, who spends her life destroying black people, black babies, black women, black families, she's a hero. It's black men are scum. Because remember 2K, remember 2000, 2K, everybody's afraid of 2K. There was a 2K virus. Well, there's a PK virus. That's what black men are afraid of. The P stands for pussy. They're afraid that there's a virus that's going to eliminate pussy if they stand up as men, tell the truth, to do what they're supposed to do. So it's
they're gonna lose access.
Right. So it's Y2K is what they called it, and we would call this NPK, no pussy, never. If they tell the truth, I blame black men. Kevin Samuels, this is one thing he did not do. He did not raise hell about black men having one standard. If I can't screw any dudes, and I don't want to, and yet if I'm just by myself, I'm suspect for being the most egregious fag that ever lived. Just being a black man, you're always wrong. If you're single by yourself, you're suspect. A woman could walk around with shirts on, pronouncing that she's gay, she hates men, and brothers are giving her standing ovation and shit like she's won an Oscar. It's we black men's fault. A lot of y'all asses need passports because we've rewarded people for being against us, for being against the natural order. And a lot of people, white men and others, laugh at black men that we tolerate all of this macho behavior from women. It's unnecessary, it's ugly, it's uncouth, it's degenerate, it's bad. And by the way, men have to be weak, women have to be strong. What's that doing to young black boys? They figure if I want to get ahead, I need to be a female. Because you know what? It's interesting. You've got black male politicians fighting for trans, actually drag queens. Men pretending to be women will get support from black men faster than heterosexual black men trying to stand as men. What is it about black men where we want to castrate and get rid of all the other black men so we can be the only person with a dick, as if we can screw all the women to ourselves? Why are we like this? It's our choice to be traitors to our own survival. Why is that? You know, I'm thinking about a guy I went to school with who the last time I saw him, he was so shitty towards me. I went to junior high school. I guess I looked strange to him or whatever. You know what happened? He married a woman. You're busy wondering what's up with me, right? But you married this woman, and she comes and she tells him, I keep having lesbian fantasies. And she goes, honey, I'm having lesbian fantasies again. So you know what he says? Well, Well, go get yourself some, get it out of your system. So his wife goes and screws another woman, and guess what happens?
She liked it.
She
Left.
liked it. She liked it tremendously. She didn't just like it. She thanked her husband for letting her have some, and she wanted to have some more. And she said she wanted more than just get some more. Can she stay with us? And he's like most black men. And by the way, being a slave to your dick makes you a chump and a simp. It doesn't make you a man. You really can be a man and stand on your principles and also have a woman and get regular sex. Black men don't believe this shit, which is incredibly stupid. Are you that fucking weak that you can't have any personality or dignity or integrity for just your dick? And you wonder why your ass has been washed? You've been washed at the child and family court so much, you should make it into a shower. Take some shower shoes because you're that stupid. Anyway, so he moves in he lets the woman move in, his wife's lover. And I think one time they were screwing and he wanted to watch.
Oh, he was into the special effects.
Well, not so much special effects. Figure, well, damn, it's in my house. Can I see what you guys are doing? It's so fascinating. And apparently that made the other woman uncomfortable.
Oh, so he was the problem now.
Ah. Now, guess what happened?
His wife told him that he had to get out.
Well, no, the stud probably told him he had to get out, and the wife agreed. And guess what happened? They hatched a conspiracy. You know what happened? The lesbian and his wife called the police and had him thrown out of his house, and they took everything he had. And this happens a lot to a lot of dumb fuck black men. You are not straight if you can accept your woman screwing another woman. You're kind of gay yourself. That's my analysis. You have to be kind of gay yourself to let your woman screw other women, because sex is intimate and it's spiritual. Meaning that once your woman screws another woman, when you lay with her, you're doing a threesome with her and that other woman or women. And maybe you think because you're the only cock in the hen house that that's some special privilege. But the black men, when you get destroyed in court, because it's so cool to be a lesbian, the judges and everybody, they're going to always be against you as a man. I know someone. I know someone who's up in New York, whose wife didn't like him and I being friends. I knew him longer than she did. Would imply, since you don't see me with anybody, that I'm trying to screw her husband. I'm thinking, I'm not trying to bother this. If I met this person in 1982, right? And we're friends in 2012, right? Actually, this is 2010. If I hadn't tried to do anything from what's that? That's 82 to 92 is 10, 2002 is 20. In 28 years, I hadn't moved to do anything. Why would you think I'm trying to do it now? You get me? So I had to say to the friend, I hear what your bullshit wife is saying. I wish your wife hadn't said this shit about me. Because now I understand something about her. I don't like what I know. I don't want to know this because it's your wife. I'm not talking about it. I wish she hadn't said this. I wish she hadn't done this to herself. Because now I'll never forget that she did this. Lo and behold, long story short, the wife same one that's accusing, pointing fingers. Her husband, good person, friends, right? They always talk about what I'm doing. I says, look, we may go somewhere, hang out, read books. The same thing I do with books. We go to bookstores. All we do is go and buy books. I got a basement full of books. If I showed you books everywhere, we're book freaks. I mean, you can't sodomize somebody reading a book. You really can't. Maybe you could put a book stand on someone's back and shit. I'm just no, that won't work. Okay. Wife goes on a 10-day supposed work conference. And when I was told this, I says, oh God, I'm so sorry. Look, I've never heard of a 10-day work conference. That's okay. I'm out. I'm out. And this is the other thing I'm going to say to a lot of black men. One of the reasons that black men are so fucking weak, and black men are weak ass fucks. Mexican men, Asian men, Muslim men, all these other men can come together as men and it means something. Black men seem to think that only people with pussies matter, and yet they have the people that have problems with the people that have pussies. No man is important. Well, if no man's important, you wouldn't be here without your father having a dick or your grandfather having a dick. And having a dick shouldn't be a problem as long as you're not trying to eat it or get impaled by it. Be happy someone has a dick. If they're too small, they're going to be problematic. If they're too big, they can't find nobody. Be happy for people with dicks as long as they're not pointing them at you. Now, this wife had a 10-day work conference. Jesus. And every day I prayed, man, saying, God help him. God help him. Damn, why is she going to do this? She's got a good man. Why is she doing this? I know this shit's raw. I know it's awful. I can't prove it. I'm not involved. So I just didn't talk to him because I didn't want to hear anything. Because when you're single, I'm a single man. People presume when you're single, you're trying to screw married people. You're trying to bust up relationships, and you're just so full of sexual lust that you're trying to jump on people and shit like a tick. So they come back 11 days and they call me, and I'm like, I don't want to talk about it because you want to get hurt as a black man? Say something critical of a man's woman, no matter how much you know, no matter how long you know them. And it's interesting, men are more loyal to women when they care than women are to men when they care. Because women will listen to people trash their men, in particular black American women. You are the most disloyal fucks of all the women in the country. I'm just saying it. You just are. So basically, they forced the conversation that their wife was sick. I says, well, send her to a doctor. Says, we went. And I kept trying to deflect because I'm not going to have no conversation. You're not going to come and kill me if your wife is a hoe. You mad that someone said what you already know. That's how black men are. Black men are more like women from a third world country that, you can't say anything about their man. Black men are the Tammy Wynette's of the community. Let me tell you something. This really happened. So he kept forcing the conversation. Says, well, my wife had sores around her mouth. Says, well, I don't know, we'll get some Bindex or something. He says, no. So he says, look, my wife is sick. Something's wrong. I says, okay, brother, I'm praying for you. No. I moved to the couch. To make a long story short, the wife came home with multiple STDs. Tried to get her husband to have sex with her so she could blame him for infecting her. Okay. And then, when he refused to sleep with her, ultimately, I'll just do the small piece. The wife filed for divorce. They left him. She left. And then filed for divorce. And you know what? In spite of the STDs, in spite of the infidelity, all of that, the judge gave almost everything to the woman. I'm for fidelity and for all of that. And I'll just say to you, in other countries, my friends, in particular, Black American men, you're the biggest chumps in the world. That's why we're in the situation we're in. You try that in Africa, you try that in the Muslim world, you try that in Latin America, you try that in Asia, you try it in India. That woman would have been killed. And I'm against any violence against women. And I'm not suggesting that this woman be killed. I'm suggesting that there should have been fairness in court. You know why there's no fairness for black men in court? Because black men don't stick together. It's every dick for itself. And yet women have this fake imagined sisterhood that doesn't really exist. But it seems to come into existence when our asses go into court. That they have family court full of lesbians that hate men, that back the woman no matter what. In fact, this man's wife got a white dude that wanted to destroy a black family, and she got everything. Are you hearing me? And by the way, she didn't just cheat. At her own admission, and I believe she reduced it, she screwed a man and a woman at the same time. The same person that accused me of screwing their husband, which never would happen. Okay, think about it. I knew the husband 28 years, and you accused me in 28 years, nothing. And you met these people in less than a week and you screwed them. But my 28 years of us just being cool is suspect. You're supposed to be forgiven for not being able to be trusted outside of your husband. Let me add one kicker. A fucked up, no good mega church pastor took the side of the whore ass bisexual wife and told the husband he should still have sex with her even though she was infected with STDs. And it's a black male minister because black men are the biggest bitches. We use the word bitch because we know what it means because it's most of us. Any woman that comes and says something about a man to another man, the average black dude will get in that woman's side without any verified information. That's why our women act stupid because we're fucking weak. We don't act like men. We act like girls. Give me just a moment. I got to take a quick break.
Be right back, you guys.
I'm back. Whew. That was something. All right. So we're taking a short break here. How is everybody? Now, let me see who's up in here.
And we're back, you guys. You guys got any questions for Dr. Short?
Yes.
In reference to what we talk about, we just, like I said, we're continuing yesterday's show and discussing this ceasefire.
Okay, well, yeah, let's just do this real fast.
Coons have betrayed us.
Let's get to the bottom of it. Whose life is better off now with this sorry ass predator, Joe Biden, than what you had under Donald Trump? Whose life is better? My gas tank is empty. My refrigerator is fucking empty. My patience is empty since this fucker's been president. Kamala Harris is a disaster. The only way that somebody feels good about Kamala Harris is if they got a blowjob back in the 80s or the 90s. Now you got to get through her damn Secret Service detail to like get yourself a hookup. It's bullshit. We have nothing. We're worse off. Biden is terrible. Biden's a disaster. Donald Trump, I get it. In fact, we're going to do a show. MAGA is the new woke because there won't be a black America. If they put another 6 or 7 million illegals in this country, we're dead. You know why? It's called chain immigration. If that 6.6 million people can bring in 5 or 6 family members, they will have almost as many of these new people. Maybe they bring up 10. If they bring up 7 or 8 family members, they've got a population greater than our population in this country. It will replace us. We're headed towards dead. And Biden and them have a plan. He said, y'all got to get behind the Hispanics. They outnumber you. This is a plan to replace us. They work to replace us. And I want to say something else. Another way they're going to replace us. Let me just say this to you. I want all of you bastards listening to take me seriously and do a Google search. Look up the head of the Pfizer Corporation. Pfizer. If you don't know what it stands for, you're a dumb fuck, don't worry. Any of you that have heard of Pfizer Corporation, look it up and find out who's the CEO. And look up and find out what is his research specialty. I'll tell you what it is. His research specialty is on the testicles of mammals. And things that interact with testicles and mammals. We as human beings are mammals. His expertise is finding ways to chemically castrate mammals. If y'all don't remember what Pfizer is, you dumbasses, I'm not going to get my channel shut down anymore for stupid niggas that don't read or research. For all you smart, bad niggas that can follow Pfizer. A lot of our people don't read. So let me spell this shit out for all the semi-literate people out here.
Don't even do it. Don't even do it, Dr. Short.
Mm-hmm.
Let them do the research. It ain't even worth it.
Look up Pfizer. Look up the head of Pfizer. Look up his research. And do your own research from there. And here's my only question. Why aren't they making everybody that comes to this country get the same medical care that we've been pressured to do? And I want to go one step further. If a person is an expert on chemical castration, and they're in charge of what's being done and made by the company. Could there be some overlap in their product and their agenda? And whose testicles do you think they want to stop? As they replace you with other people whose testicles may not have been impacted by whatever projects did or did not happen. Biden is in on it. You guys need to wake the hell up. Biden is a monster. Biden is an antichrist. Kamala is no damn good. Obama is full of shit. Y'all been lied to. The boule is exterminating us. Biden's mission is to destroy us, and he's doing a great job with ugly people like Nina Turner and Bernice King, her macho ass. And I dare people, let's have a fucking fight and let's talk about this shit. Take me to court so we can subpoena some shit. Watch people stay the hell away from me. Watch folks disappear and shit. Disappear when I start talking, because look, I'm not so big and bad. I'm broke ass nigga in my mama's basement. But I'm telling you the damn truth. These people are committed to the illegals, the LGBTQ, to the Democrats, and to the destruction of the black masses. And you've been slated for destruction, for chemical removal. You have to look it up. Look up the head of Pfizer. Don't believe me. You know what? I talk the way I do because I don't give a shit, because I know I'm telling the truth. The other people don't say stuff because, that's why on the other platforms they're more careful. I'm not afraid. It's the truth. Look this shit up. Remember they took your program down. They had to put it back up. I told you, brother, I didn't lie on anybody. I don't like lies. I like the truth because the truth is a bitch. Tell the truth, make motherfuckers run. They see me come lie. Hate him. They didn't say he's a liar. They just say, hate him. Stop him. Just take his thing off. Don't listen to him. Just, well, he's so difficult. You just don't understand. Don't understand what? You know how you are. How am I? I was at my church, ex-church today, and I told my mother that nigga preacher you have would be stealing. I told my mother in about 11 years, you'll see he's stealing. I can wait. I'll wait. I said, you know what? I'll do the greatest. Whenever I want to just screw over somebody, I don't say shit. I'm going to shut up, fold my arms, and watch it happen. As I said to the lady today, now you guys actually know how I really am. I didn't say anything for 12 years. You should have been afraid when you hear me say anything, nothing, no complaints, nothing. I says, let this shit happen. Church was maybe had 40, 50 people, used to have hundreds, devastated by this crooked bootleg Negro. Says whenever you see him, he'd be afraid I was going to say something to y'all. I said, you know what? I'm going to let him fail on his own. I'm not going to do. No one will say Short is jealous. Short didn't get any money. Short didn't get to do this. Short didn't get to speak. There's a Short saying nothing. Because I'm going to live long enough. 2024, my friends, is a significant year. 2024 will mark 100 years since Hitler walked out of jail. 2024 will mark 100 years since they got rid of the Islamic Caliphate. And this movement that you see all over the world is going to call for a resumption of one unified Islamic movement. And this fucker Biden has unified the entire Muslim world. No shit like this since Muhammad. Believe me, niggas. He is such a fuck up. He's got Muslims that normally used to kill each other that hate Biden. And you know what? Who's going to die in wars for white supremacists who are erasing them? Our stupid Democratic voting asses who tried to withdraw the United States from having to fight in the Middle East. Donald Trump, who kept us out of war in Syria, who kept us out of war in Jordan, who got people out of Afghanistan, who largely withdrew from Iraq, who tried to normalize relations between the Muslim countries and Israel so this shit would stop. Donald Trump, through his Julie Andrews-looking son-in-law, Kushner. Now we've got a world war. A fucking world war in which we'll get destroyed. If they bomb the cities, where do we live? In the cities. They've driven us off the fucking land. And you Negroes with family down south, y'all don't want to farm. This man has literally created a situation where you got people killing each other over religion in the streets of America. You have illegals killing people and the police not filing reports because they want to not be xenophobic. People disappearing in one school. And one of the richest counties outside of D.C., Loudoun County, one school, 9 fentanyl overdoses as all these Latino kids, many of them gangsters, come in and set up drug gangs across the high schools in this country to kill young people. And you got these stupid, dumb fuck, pork chop feminists talking about intersectionality and coalition building. The only coalition you're going to see is with the mortician when your kids die or when they come back in body bags from wars that these fuckers have started. Can't fill your gas tank. Can't fill your refrigerator. All the stores are closing. They're talking about this booming economy. You brought in 7 million people and you only created 2 million jobs. Who the fuck do you think is going to get it? I'm sorry.
I'm laughing at the show because they really like to tout how many jobs that they created. Well, you're not dealing with the pandemic, and you don't want to
7 million people that they're willing to acknowledge. You already had 12 million, so you got 20 million fuckers who don't belong here.
We gotta wake up, y'all.
Come on, give me a fucking break, black people. Give me a motherfucking break. Why would we vote? Donald Trump was saying, let me tell you something. I'll take his Make America Great Again that extended unemployment, that gave everybody SNAP, that extended people. As much as he didn't like Obamacare, it was extended under Trump. He prevented them from throwing people in the streets. And homelessness has exploded under Biden. And who have they thrown out? My favorite nemesis, loudmouth, dumb fuck black women that nobody can tell shit to. In case you don't know, in Latin America and other places, they're not nice to homeless people. They set them on fire and kill them. In New York, an illegal set a homeless person on fire. If you get killed or kidnapped, they catch you. These illegals don't talk to the police because their asses would have to go back to where they came from. So, sorry. And yes, I'm angry with dumbass black women. I'm tired of this dumb shit. And by the way, I'm talking. In other cultures throughout the world, when the women are out of order, they don't talk to them. And I'm not encouraging that we imitate people. I'm saying, be glad someone's still talking to you, because let me tell you, if we get a war, and no one wants to join the army right now, no one. then there's going to be a draft. If they have a draft with the feminists, a whole lot of loudmouth sisters, y'all going to be put wearing green. And it's not going to be for St. Patrick's Day. And it's going to be rough. And all of we patriarchs out here trying to protect y'all, and all we do is get called names. That's the thanks we get for being real black men. Well, punishment is coming. 2024 is also the year that I believe Malcolm X was born. Centenary of Malcolm X. Oh, yes. All kinds of things are going to happen, and the year to come is some major change and transformation. A lot of things are going to be destroyed. The matriarchy will be destroyed this year. 2024 represents the 60th anniversary of the Civil Rights Act. And now we'll recognize it was all a hoax. So it's just incredible. I can't wait for the fucking wheels to fall off this wagon.
I just put a link in the chat for you guys in the chat where NewJersey.com has said that North Residence is the worst place to rent in the country. They're being ran out.
Well, did you hear what happened in D.C.?
This is going on in every city.
In every city, they're running blacks up. But let me tell you, they found here in D.C. that there's some software where all the rental companies have deliberately made the rents almost impossible for people to pay. They've stolen at minimum $1 billion in rents have been taken from residents. They fix it where you can't find everywhere the rent is high everywhere. There's no place where the rent is less. It's uniform across. It's over. No matter where you go, you can't find anywhere inexpensive to live. This is being done systematically. Okay. Now, I want to say something to you, and it's happening in Democratic-run cities with black mayors. Sometimes gay wars.
But it's just for a 2-bedroom, you're paying $1,500 a month.
No,
right?
3,000, 4,000.
Yeah.
I
So
mean,
they're basically telling you, give me 2 months and a month and a half security. That's $10,000.
When the average American family only has $400 for an emergency, that you know why? Because, and let me talk about some people I really don't like. I don't like black Christian ministers, and I studied to be a black Christian minister. The Catholic Church, no matter how many kids they molest in the Catholic Church, you can get the Catholic Church to say something as one voice about poverty and justice. Where the fuck are these nigger preachers that want 10% of your income? These fuck nigger preachers out here talking about handing out turkeys. A turkey's not going to pay my rent. Where are these goddamn people? And that's why a lot of churches are empty. In fact, if there was one career I'd like to see downsized, I'd like to see the Christian ministry among black preachers downsized by, they need to be riffed like 50, 60% of them. All of them get fired and shit, run out of people to grift and use. And let the real people who want to speak up for poor people be the religious leadership in our community. It's the Catholics, no matter, like I said, they can molest kids, but you know what? They'll talk about poverty. They'll talk about housing. Where are these nigger preachers? The bigger the cars, the more jets, the more TV time. They don't do shit for the people. By the way, when I was at church today, I almost got a feel that little pastor probably didn't want to talk to me because I would have gave his ass some real conversation. First time I would have asked him, are you in a Greek letter organization? Because if you're affiliated with something that's Luciferian and you got there and prayed before something other than Jesus Christ, you don't have any moral authority to lead this church. How can I follow you if you bow down to something other than the Most High God? How come you have a dude that's a closet gay dude that's in a long-term same-sex relationship over Christian education? Why isn't my mother there? Watch people get quieter. Well, we had a committee meeting. I says a lot of people have committee meetings in restrooms and in bathhouses. Which one you go to? Mm-hmm. See, we need to go on strike, boycott. I suggested, wow, back in 2011 at Union Baptist Church in Baltimore, that black Christians have a tithe cut. Don't give a fucking cent to any churches that won't fight for reparations, black freedom, and justice. Those niggas, shit. If God wants 10% of my money, come and try to take this shit. If God wants me to give money to one of these little fuck nigga pastors, let him come and try to get this wallet. I mean, I'll go to glory first before I give one of these liar preachers a damn penny of mine. Especially that no good TD Jakes, that greasy, degenerate nigga. There's something morally evil about TD Jakes. I just, you know what? I can't prove it. But TD Jakes has a little bit of a lisp. I don't know what's been on his tongue weighing it down. TD Jakes, I don't trust you, nigga. I don't trust you. I don't trust TD Jakes. He's been big a long time. He's never said a damn thing about us being killed by the police. He's never said a fucking thing about homelessness. Fuck TD Jakes. All the preachers that fuck all of them. None of them is shit. They're all apostates. Hell is too good for them. And I'm saying that.
You said, Dr. Short, are the white supremacists trying to create where the illegals feel entitled to citizenship?
The illegals, they'll give the illegals anything to hurt black people. They hate us so much.
They got whatever they want. They got carte blanche.
Well, and they're going to have sheep.
They have carte blanche.
They're going to have sheep blanche and use them as the muscle to kill us.
If you ever look at any pictures in Bruce, I don't know your political affiliation because it's really unbiased what's going on. When you look at any pictures, any videos, I know Elon Musk actually put someone on X. You look at who's coming in, it's not women and children. These are healthy, middle-aged men, basically a standing army. Now, you can take that for what it's worth and assume what you assume, but these are not people coming over here, like, as they say, asylum, a better
These
situation.
people are here to take over.
Young, well-fit men.
And all I can tell you,
I'm gonna send my family, I'm gonna send my wife and kids, and then I'll come later.
These people need to be sent back. Any black person talking about coalition, and particularly if they're a nigger pastor, and you're not doing anything in the community, you don't deserve to call yourself a Christian minister. So I don't take my ass to too many churches these days. And in fact, I have a church. We're going to start broadcasting. I dislike preachers so much. We're going to start putting my fellowship back up online. I'll do the damn preaching because I'll talk about this shit. Okay.
And even so much, Bruce, to answer your question, Dr. Short made reference earlier during the broadcast of that meeting that Biden had with those black
fake ass boule niggas met with Biden, and he basically cussed them out.
Yeah, he cussed them out and said, "Y'all gonna be replaced by
Hispanics."
Who's being replaced by Hispanics? And guess that's why they're letting them in the country.
They're here to destroy us. And you know what? If you're a black Democrat, you support it. Black Democrats are the Nazis of the black community. The black Democrats are the brown shirts. The Boule and the other people, the Nazi party leaders, including the nigger preachers. They're killing us. We've got to get sick of this shit. And until this changes, our asses are dead.
Donald Trump said, "What do you got to lose?"
We have our homeland to lose. Okay, we have our homeland to lose. This is my damn Africa right here. I don't need to go across the ocean. We have everything to lose. You know, and forgive me, all the little fuck nigger Pan-Africanists can all kiss my collective ass. I'm gonna say this to you. My great grandfather who served all 4 years of the Civil War from the age of 61 to the age of 65, was carrying a 30-pound rifle around to shoot at racists for freedom for black people, for someone to tell me about a fucking pyramid that's not accessible, and yet I shouldn't feel honored that I had a senior citizen grandfather who took up a gun to fight and kill for black freedom in his 60s. His name is Thomas Lancaster, born 1796. He died in 1880. So wait a minute, that's 4. Wait a minute. So 4, and then the Civil War starts. So wait a minute. He fought until he's almost 70 years old in the Army. Now, who couldn't be proud of that? And his sons fought in the Civil War, and his nephews fought in the Civil War, and his grandchildren fought in the Civil War. I had a family full of people from Maryland fighting for black freedom. Why should I throw that legacy away and say, well, I don't have anything here. I need to go back to Africa and start from zero. So my grandfather, born in 1796, so that's 4 years. Then you get to 1800. The Civil War started in 1861. So wait a minute, that's 61 plus 4. So at 65 years old, he registered and fought for the next 4.5, 5 years. He's 69 years old when he was mustered out of the Union Army. He's almost 70 carrying a gun because he hates racism and hates slavery. Isn't that an incredible legacy? I mean, he didn't say, I'm old, y'all young people do that. Give me a gat and I'm going to shoot me some crackers. And served every single, and you know, you only had to serve 1 year. His ass kept re-enlisting until the shit's done. And he lied about his race. Initially fought as he was white. And then when they got the black army, he got in the black army. Shit, I'm going to fight as a nigga now. Now I can really fight. We got some stuff to be proud of in this country, besides hip hop, which I call dick hop because it's all nasty now. Excuse me, y'all. So, you know, Pan-Africanists, please kiss my ass. I think about my great-great-great-grandfather who fought as a black and a white man in the Civil War too, named George Lancaster. And he fought 4 or 5 years in the war, and he was in his 40s. People didn't even live that long back then. Their asses couldn't wait to fight this shit. What a legacy. What integrity. What decency. People in my family that were tired of this Underground Railroad shit. And I had family that was involved in the Underground Railroad from North Carolina all the way up to Pennsylvania. And when they got done helping people run away, and when they could get a gun and shoot at somebody instead of, you know, acting like there's no one under their house, they were like offing people in uniform. I am exceedingly proud. And for the one that could serve in the Navy, I had a great uncle that served in the Navy. And when they were not received because people hated black Civil War veterans, they moved to Baltimore and helped start the first black independent political party. Who couldn't be proud of that? Where are these political parties of these illegals and other people that come over here well educated and everything else as compared to my ancestors? We need to like who and what the hell we are. Same way I told you, Mr. Ford. My relatives from Southern Virginia, from the Petersburg area to be exact, Their name is Ford. Your ancestor, born 1791, is from where? Virginia. Didn't we have that conversation? I think you're from Virginia. I can't prove it, but I'm going to look.
Mm-hmm.
And then we find that they got moved from Virginia to Georgia. Don't think that we get along by accident. We got the same color and shit. We got this reddish, freaky reddish color and shit. It doesn't get too black, no matter how long. I mean, I like black skin. I think Wesley Snipes. There's certain black folks that are shiny and shit in the summertime. I can't get that. I just get this like burgundy type shit. You know, Washington Redskin jersey color. That's about the best I can do. I used to wonder how come I don't get black. I'm black. And I learned, well, sort of. You're also Indian too. This is our fucking country.
Your hands and feet get real light in the winter.
Yeah, well, everything is sort of like this here. It's completely different from the face. That's what I'm embarrassed. You know how people use skin tone stuff to get rid of dark circles and shit? I'm afraid to use it because then I'll look all white and shit. So I've never like had the circles guy. I try not to use anything that will like because I'm afraid shit'll all get light and shit. And we have colorism up here really bad in DC. People used to want to fight you for being lighter. So I would just try to be dark. So just have no problem. Shit, I'm black. I'm black. I have people say, you're a yellow nigga. Let me look in your shirt. No, you wanted them too. He's over here. He's not one of us. I don't know what the hell that shit's about. Anyway. So no, I'm trying to pass as a black American. I am Indian and African, and unfortunately, a little bit of white, but a bunch of these people are Moors. These are black people from Scotland and England that came here, and nothing I could do about it. They had white status. I'm just saying, it's like the Jackie Joyner Kersey. You know that the Joyners come from North Carolina? I have an ancestor born about 1800 who's a Joyner. This stuff gets wild of who's what to whom. We need to come together and be a people. I don't give a damn about the party. I want my damn MFM. Biden is against black reparations. Biden is against the damn crime bill. Black folks are still over half the people that are victims of race-related crimes, and nothing's being done about it. And you're not hearing a fucking thing from that sorry-ass Hakeem Jeffries. The black Democrats are helping to kill us. Most people don't know. Let me just do this real fast because niggas don't know their history. And that's why I'll be talking about Reconstruction and the Angry Black Men's Book Club. Do you know that when the white people, they were called the Redeemers. What they were redeeming people from after the Civil War was redeeming white people from what they called black control. The white Democrats got coon Democrats who helped them destroy everything that the black Republicans had helped build up for black people. This has happened before in our history, where black Democrats were used by white Democrats to destroy black people's rights. History is repeating itself. Black Democrats in the South worked against black people. White people picked black Democrats to destroy black people's rights. This is going on right now. The Angry Black Men's Book Club will be talking about black nationalism, armed black resistance. I'm absolutely hoping, in fact, let me just put in a commercial. I just found out about this book series that has every single solitary document regarding the enslavement of black people. To get the series, the only way to get all of these books, do you know how much it costs? I can't hear you. I can't.
About $1,200.
No, it's a $500 set, 4 books to talk about black slavery. and I gotta have it because it's every document from the 1400s to 1865.
Wow.
And people wonder why we're constantly asking for money. So if someone called me or whatever, so what am I doing? I'm doing research. The reason you can call and ask me, I have the books. If I were to just whatever this is, try to have it. So if someone asks me, I know. I need your support. I need people to follow me on Patreon. There's some books I want to get all together. If I told you now, I found out about this today. It's like God. I need about. I need about. I need about 5K just to clear all my book things out to have the books I need and put in some new shelves so I can put these books. I can have it, and so um, it won't happen all at once.
Somebody want to know the name, Dr. Short.
What's
He ain't
the?
gonna tell y'all the name.
I can tell you the name. The problem is I have
Okay.
it. I have it on. Hold on one second. Let me tell you what the book's name is. It's $495, and the name of the series. This is the book I want. It's called "Documents Illustrative of the History of the Slave Trade to America" by Elizabeth Donner. Donner, Elizabeth. It's a law book, and I want it. I would love to have it. Tried to find the cheap. Typically, I try to find the cheap version. Sometimes, one thing you're gonna learn about Black people's history in our books, it's the most expensive shit online. If it's information about Black people, it's gonna be high. It's never on sale because our information is hold on one second. Our information, my friends, is hidden. Our information is expensive. It's hostage to us. Our folks should our folks should be having clubs and all to publish and put these books out, make these things available, right? But they're not.
You guys in the chat. Yesterday, I asked everybody to put hashtag Dr. Short. If you don't mind, could you do that again?
Yes, hashtag this out. And I want people to join me on Patreon. My Patreon is Dr. Randy Short.
Hashtag Dr. Short. I got something nice I'm
gonna do. And my Cash App is $ Dr. Randy Short. My Vimeo is Dr. Randy Short. Angry Black Men's Book Club. I need you as subscribers. It's on YouTube. And we're going to be pushing this. It's headed towards 12 o'clock. Dr. Randy Short. And if you want to send me a Zelle or a PayPal, drop me at WRandyShort. Email, drop me a donation. I'm using these donations to build up the library because unlike other folks who sit up and tell you a whole bunch of dumb shit, and I'm not trying to tell you about pyramids and stuff. I try to point you to what's going on right here and now because a lot of people need to fill in the gaps. In fact, we need to have a follow-up. We need to talk about what's happening in the Middle East, the developments. We need to talk about politics. Are we going to get together, brother? Can we do that?
Yeah.
And of course, you guys, drop me a piece. It doesn't have to be much. My Patreon is Dr. Randy Short. I have 19 people. I used to just have one. It would be wonderful if I had a few hundred people and they don't have to give that much. Give $2. They don't realize that just allows you to do stuff. For example, when I told you about that book, I didn't know this thing existed. Okay, I got 3 grad degrees, and I never heard of this book series until Brother Paul, sent me the link from Chicago. I immediately said, "Oh my God, I gotta have this!" And I saw the prices. God, $495. Damn, I'd love to have that. How am I going to get that? It's the same way when Dr. Winters wanted something on blacks in the Civil War. I bought the series so I could look up people's Civil War ancestors, right? by their name, but it cost me $210. I don't read the book every day, but if someone asks, hey, look, I had an ancestor fought in the Civil War. Could you go and look for me? I go in and look up for you. If I had that, do you follow what I'm saying? So I would like that. My addiction is books. When you guys patronize the rappers, they're into coke and strippers and drugs and shit. My addiction is books, literature that I can share. And I'm not joking. I need about what? I need about 5K to buy everything that I see that I've wanted about Jews, about slavery, about this, about how they use narcotics to enslave Africans. That book is $150. When I say something, I can back it up. And so, yes, when you see me begging, it's for my book addiction. But the information isn't about me being the smart ass nigga that knows everything. It's about me being able to share it with others. There are other black folks with doctorates and everything else, and they're completely unavailable to their people. It's a shame. It's a crying shame.
Before we take a couple questions, we start,
yeah, we can do questions, right?
I want to show you something to you guys on the screen. Now, this is a giveaway tool. The reason why I said put hashtag Dr. Short is it's going to collect whoever put hashtag Dr. Short. It's going to select one person. I'll show it to you guys. It's going to select one person. This is a giveaway tool. And what it's going to do is it's going to literally collect somebody's name, and it's like a lottery. Hold on. Let's see. Here we go. We got 4 people's names so far. 4 people, so it's hashtag Dr. Short. All right. Freud.
Oh, cool. I know Claude Nobles.
Bruce. Okay, Bruce. This is what I need you to do, Bruce. You won. Bruce, I need you to email me at ltalk5600@gmail.com. And what I'm going to do, Bruce, is one of the books that Dr. Short is doing for the Angry Black Man Book Club is We Will Shoot Back. I'm going to purchase that book for you to be part of the book club. And you read along with Dr. Short. So, Bruce, make sure that you email me at ltalk5600@gmail.com.
You know what? You need to get him that book about Negroes fighting back down south, because that's our next book.
That's the one in Mississippi. Yeah.
Yes,
that's right. Show him, Dr. Short, which book it is.
Where is that book? It's right here, underneath. Hey, y'all. I might do some more reading. Didn't y'all like this book last night? We Will Shoot Back.
Right.
Did y'all like this book? There's another book called Negroes and Guns. It's in my to buy box in Amazon, and I got like oh my god, like I said, in my Amazon account there's about $900 worth of things I want to pull. There's so many. So 5, I want to get 5. It won't all be at one time, but between now, huh?
Excuse me, Dr. I was just telling Bruce to send me his mailing address. Excuse me.
And so, and by the way, y'all, we got to do this. Oh, we're gonna do Shirley Chisler. Oh yes, Shirley Chisler. Oh God, help us.
Cole, you asked me when Dr. Winters will be on the show.
I just need to call him.
Dr. Winters is always an open guest to come on whenever he chooses to come on. But what I realized, Dr. Winters has his course that's going on right now, and I try not to take as much as the elders' time, but he's always available, and he'll be on the show. I just got to reach out to him. He'll come on anytime. By sharing information with us and really coming on and supporting the show. Dr. Winters does his own channel. He has his own channel on YouTube. Make sure you guys check it out. as well as he does stuff with the other brother weekly. So make sure you check Dr. Winters out there as well.
Mm-hmm. And hold on 1 second.
Anybody have any questions for Dr. Short, you guys, before we close out?
Yes, sir. And you need to tell them to come over to the Angry Black Men's Book Club. You know what? These chapters are really nice. And
yeah, make sure you guys go over there. Dr. Short has been doing his Angry Black Men's Book Club.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's 3 broadcasts already, and what he actually has done, he's been doing it since we've been doing this show. He's been on that show, so it's basically a continuation.
Yes,
to what we've been talking about. That he's going to continue.
Then we start doing the books. So we're treating this like a network, like on CNN. Remember when they had Don Woman? Don Woman would have a show, and then Cuomo would have a show, and they would come on each other's shows and keep the audience following. We want to see a day soon where there's a network, where there's a continuous flow of liberational Black information, news, talk, and not just me. That way I could do it like a few times a week. Other people do it, and we just begin to move this on where we get a fixed audience of people. What is this?
Yeah, Claude, the book club is actually, the broadcast is on now.
It's on now. All you have to do is come over to the Angry Black Men's Book Club. It's out here. Y'all need to understand this. YouTube is supposed to give you an acknowledgement once you send your ID for you to send out YouTube announcements. I did that well over a week ago. YouTube has not YouTube has not allowed me to let you know that I'm about to do something. You need to understand what we're doing, even though it seems mundane to you. What we're doing, people do not like. People hate what we're doing. And they're trying to stop it. And I'm not talking about killing anyone. I'm not preaching hatred or violence or sectarianism or any of that. They do not want you thinking. Thinking is the new crime. Thinking is the new weed. It's the new crack. Black people that think are the enemy. Dumbass Black people are the hero. That's why they have that blimp ass Lizzo out there. That's why they have that goofy ass. Smart Black people are trash.
You always hit that notification bell. Like Dr. Short said, even with myself, with this show, I know people that don't get the alert that we want live until tomorrow.
Right. They do not want, and there's certain Black people who are doing things that they don't like, but they like them more than us. You hear about them. Okay. They only want people watching maybe 10 or 12 channels that are manageable. And whenever they want to pull the plug on them, they're gone. Their fear is that there are hundreds of these. That's their fear. So you'll find they shut down independent voices. They don't want us. I'm not mad at people with large platforms. I'm happy for them. I love Professor Black Truth. That's my favorite show. I watch it every time he does. I wake up in the middle of the night. Professor Black Truth saying something, I want to hear it. Every single broadcast he has, I listen to. That's the thing I go to. Y'all want to know what I get off to? Professor Black Truth. I don't listen to my own broadcast. I don't like my own voice. I hate it. I do like Professor Black Truth's voice. Oh no, I like your voice, but I don't like mine. I'm glad I don't have to listen to me. I don't know how y'all do it. I hear my voice. God. Ugh.
Yeah, so what I tried to do, you guys, before with the notification thing, one of the things that I need to set up, and I know it's not hard, is basically setting up an email list. And the email list, what happened is I will send out a mass email to say when we're about to do a show. I want to eventually do that. That's the thing about with the webinar. It's a little different than a live broadcast because the webinar, when they do it, it sends an alert. You'll have to give me your email, so then I'll have a collection of everybody's email and then be able to go from there. But it's just a matter of setting it up, and I apologize that I've been late on it and neglecting it. But we're working, Dr. Short and myself and some other people, we're really trying to work on some things. So
we want an East Coast new black media, not to compete with the West Coast because we love them. Okay, like I said, I'm a freak for Professor Black Truth. You know, other people don't shout other folks out. Okay, so you wonder where I get a lot of news and shit from? Professor Black Truth. Who does Dr. Short follow? Professor Black Truth. I just do. I repeat. See, a lot. Who do I like the most? Professor Black Truth. I was playing Professor Black Truth, and my mother thought it was me. There's no, Mom, that's not me. That's Professor Black Truth.
It has nothing to do with black women. What's going on with YouTube has nothing to do with black women. Because if you know anything about with YouTube, even Vicky Diller, and I hats off to what she does at her platform, her channel, not outside of Black Nubian Queen, her other channel that she has on her own, I don't get alerts for that channel. And I subscribed on that channel with 2 YouTube channels. I don't know that Vicky goes live or does a show unless I happen to see her on Instagram algorithm. So it has nothing to do with content. It's certain people. The way the algorithm pushes certain content is certain people that get pushed further than others. Now we can say what for, what not, but it's not about black women at all. At all. One of the issues is that we, for example, this channel, and I appreciate everybody that watches the broadcast, I get more views than subscribers, which is very, very unique when it comes to YouTube. And the reason why I say that is because most people have more subscribers than they get views for their average show, which isn't good. Because even with the click-through rate, you'll be like, this person has 60,000 subscribers, but then they'll only get views. Each show they might do might get 50,000 views for 15 minutes, on an average of 15 minutes. So that right there is an issue with the YouTube right there, with the algorithm right there. And then it's, like other things, name recognition. If you're into technology, you'll know exactly what the algorithm is. The algorithm is nothing but AI. So everybody talks about, I don't like AI, artificial intelligence going to take over.
It's just already
that's
here.
Really that's really what the algorithm is. So with that, so say you see a person, like I said, you see a person with not that many subscribers, but they get a lot of views, there's a good chance that YouTube may push that person up, or how you do it, whether you liked it, whether you put your comment in, whether you shared it, some of the trolls that be in the comments, or do they got real accounts? Like if you, for example, if I use one of my YouTube accounts and I watch my own video, is that YouTube account that I'm using, is it active? So this is why you'll always hear a person that has a channel saying, like, share, subscribe, make a comment. Keep your channel active, because even though you guys may not use your channel, you literally have a YouTube channel by subscribing to YouTube yourself. So that's that.
So, my brother. Okay, so
appreciate you guys tonight. Make sure you guys hit Dr. Short up. Dr. Short. Hashtag.
Yes.
Not the hashtag because we did the giveaway, but $ Dr. Short. Like he always says, one of the things, and it's funny, usually when I call Dr. Short when I'm at work, he's usually telling me about a book, or he's telling me about an article he read. He'll say, did you get that, what I sent you? So I know what he does with the donations, you guys. A lot of people have donated to myself as well, and I really appreciate it. It helps things go with what the donations do. Like I have I have a StreamYard service.
Me too.
Um,
And it
Dr. Short does too.
costs. It costs. The Vimeo cost. Everything costs. It's not, once you start really trying to do something with people, that's when they come back to you.
Yeah. And I'm reading this right now, you guys. I need to reread this. Dr. Short mentioned him the other day, so I need to reread something on Carter G. Woodson. You know, I'm a reader like Dr. Short.
And we're gonna keep doing this. We're gonna keep pushing. Oh my God! And I'm gonna put this other light on, and I'm tempted. Let me ask y'all a question. I'm gonna try something real fast. Cause hold 1 second.
Yeah, Bruce, you want something of value.
I'm tempted to do some. Hold 1 second. Don't go nowhere.
Guys, make sure you hit the like button. See that connection y'all have made in the chat. Lillian said, I know your people.
Uh oh. Let me see if it's working. Oh yes. How do you like that? Doesn't the lighting look better with the studio light than the fluorescent light?
You know, Dr. Short, the funniest thing right about the lighting, right? I have a light sensitivity. So usually I have one light on. I got one of these lights. I don't even use this. I might send this to you, Dr. Short. I don't even use this bright thing here.
Mm-hmm. Well, I have light sensitivity. The fluorescent light jacks with my eyes. It makes my eyes hurt. I have very good vision, but this fluorescent light bothers my eyes. So I have this other light on that filters, and it's better.
Griff, you're asking a programming question. I'm gonna reach out to Brother Bag X. Brother Bag X is strictly on Patreon.
Yes.
And I'm
we hold on. We will do things through Patreon, and sometimes we will do promos. It's going to be for our United New Black Media, the East Coast answer. The same way there was West Coast rap and East Coast rap, we need an East Coast New Black Media movement to compete with no one, but to bring our people forward. Everything is about bringing us forward. Hold 1 second.
He called me. You guys. Brother Bad X called me, and I told him how disappointed I was with him with the last show. He felt as though I disrespected him. I kept asking him questions like he was being interrogated. So Brother Bag X has decided to come on, like he's exclusively going to be on Patreon, but he said he was going to come on because he's upset with this New York Times put out a poll today that said Donald Trump is leading Biden in 5 major battleground states. So Brother Bag X, as you guys know, is a big Biden supporter.
Yeah, Biden is the man for Brother Bag
He
X.
actually, when I called him today, he actually said, "Did you see the article about my dad?" I didn't know what he was talking about, you guys. And I said, "What are you talking about?" He said, "He's talking about my father, Joe."
Because Brother Bag X grew up watching Different Strokes, wanting to have a white father like Gary Coleman, and so he thinks when you criticize Joe Biden that you don't want him to have a fantasy father and shit. A lot of people grew up watching Family Affair and these other kind of shows and shit with the perfect white father, like the fucking Brady Bunch shit. A lot of people believe that shit's real.
So Brother Bag X said to give him 7 days. He said he might appear. He said you'll know when I'm ready. That I'm gonna come on and tell your audience after I come on the next time that I'm gonna have to double his fee for him to come.
Mm-hmm.
I tell you, he's King Grifter, you guys. He's the biggest grifter ever. He said that Joe Biden is Mr. Drummond from Different Strokes. Y'all remember the song? A man is born, he's a man of.
And I'm gonna do something special for the Angry Black Men's Book Club, y'all. I have one of my favorite books, a book that you're never ever going to see. It's 90 years old. It's called Negro Americans, What Now? By James Weldon Johnson. This book is 90 years old. It's just under, but he did it in 1934, came out in 35, and it's called Negro Americans, What Now?
So you guys go to Angry Black.
I'm going to read this because it's a short. I'm going to read a chapter or so from this because this, when you hear what this man was saying in 1934, 90 years ago, you'll recognize that the Boule and the other people haven't even bothered to do what they knew to do basically 100 years ago. In fact, 1934 came 10 years after 1924. We've been running on a damn treadmill through crooked Boule leadership.
So with that, you guys go over to Angry Black Man's Book Club. We're going to close this broadcast and make sure you check out Angry Black Man's Book Club. And Dr. Shirley's going to give us a special treat on the betrayal when it all started.
And then we're going to go into Shirley Chisler. And maybe I'll do the Blacks with Guns as a short chapter in it. It's more fun to read that than that stud book I'm reading. It's real. I mean, I'm so angry with feminism, it bothers me reading it. Everybody knows that feminism causes me to have like trauma. I'm so anti-feminist, I can't even read the literature. Start making me have slurs in my speech because it's mind control.
Have a great night.
Yes, God bless you. Support us. Come on over to the Angry Black Men's Book Club. I want to shout out MFM, the motherfucking money. Who you gonna call? Coon Busters. Tell everybody that there is a united new black media. I'm not in competition with anyone, just in unison with like-minded people that are tired of the bullshit. So someone asked about Brother Dewan. We are friends. We work together. If Dewan wants something, he can call me 2, 3, 4 in the morning, and he knows that he calls. I answered. I call him back. If Brother Tariq calls me, I call him back. Whenever I see anything, I share it with various people. Chef C, Brother Juan. I don't simply say, oh, well, I'm the baddest nigga. I'm the only one. I'm the biggest dick. Nobody will be equal. If I help Brother Q, he'll have more subscribers than me. Right now, I have 100 followers on the Angry Black Men's Book Club. This brother has 1,000. I don't feel jealous of him. I'm so proud of this brother. In fact, he's got my ass trying to grow a goatee and shit. And I mean, shit, he's got like more hair. Now I'm angry about that shit. Nigga be looking more like a goat than me. I tried, sorry ass jeans I have. I don't often get a beard and shit like that. My shit gets all nappy and get ingrown hair and shit. But anyway, I have helped other people's platforms, and I want to remind people, if you have my email, use it. If you're trying to do a platform, if you want to be a part of the United New Black Media, let me turn my mic up. I don't know why the sound isn't. Let me see what's going on with this mic here. Settings. I have this as loud as I know. I even have an external mic here in case. Now I have another mic. Maybe I have to bring that shit from under my bed. Um, I have another mic. Can you hear me better?
Yeah, I can hear you great.
So someone says, well, I don't know. Maybe Angry Black Man, you've got some bad reception in Baltimore, like the lead in the water. But I have an external mic. I'll get another mic. But when people ask us do this, get that, realize we have to pay for it. I have to try to figure out. And by the way, they can make the sound go down if they don't want you to hear it. And so, by the way, like everybody, love everybody. And by the way, I don't care what anybody thinks. Donald Trump and those folks trying to keep America for the Americans are the best friends we've got. The white folk who don't want this country overrun by foreigners are the best friends I have. These foreigners that come here, they don't like us, they don't want us, they don't think we belong in our own country. We need to work out whatever relationships we can have with whatever other group of Americans that recognize that we have a place here. The Democratic leftist people who have this people of color bullshit, which is a damn lie. We need to remember that there have been white abolitionists and other people who have helped us. And I will say this, and I don't care who doesn't like me. There have been times where I couldn't find anyone black to help me, no matter what. And someone white has helped me to spite black folks trying to stop me. Every white person isn't racist. Every white person doesn't hate you. The same way everyone black doesn't love you. Every African isn't against you. Pick your friends and associates by their principles. Every Muslim isn't a crazy Salafist. And every Christian isn't a sincere follower of Jesus Christ. You really have to look at people's hearts. Be careful. This whole thing that they're doing is to try to make people hate each other. I'm not trying to get you to get a weapon to hurt anyone, but to protect yourself. I'm telling you about medication so you don't get poison. I want to give you guys a health update for me, and then we can get right into business.
We're gonna close out over here, Dr. Short.
Okay, no problem. If the doctors that I had wanted me on about 16 different medications, 16 medications, which probably would jack me up. I want to let you know that as of now, my dear friends, I don't have to take anything but baby aspirin, which is all I ever took. I would be sick as hell with metformin and all this other kind of stuff if I didn't, there's side effects. But I take baby aspirin. I'm not telling you what to take. I'm telling you what's worked for me. We empower each other when we tell each other our stories and our truth, right? And I just try to be honest with people about stuff. I want to tell you that I have a great, great, great grandmother who's a white woman who married my great, 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 great grandfather. And she may be the person that was the piano prodigy. And I think her name is Annie Short. Her father was a white abolitionist, Quaker farmer in North Carolina standing up against slavery as a white man in the 1820s, 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s. and when it was illegal, had his daughter marry a black man. I can't pick my heritage, but it's fascinating that on multiple sides of my family, there were white people that did the right thing when slavery was cool, when abuse of blacks were cool. They didn't want any parts of it, even when money was on it. And with great irony, I have family that was black that could pass for white that decided to own slaves. It just really scared. I was so hurt by that the white people in the Underground Railroad risking everything to help black people out, the black folks enslaving people when they know better. It really is the character of your heart and your soul. It's not your melanin count. And this is where black folks are getting destroyed, is that we're looking only at what people look like instead of what people are about. And this is how the Democrats are enslaving us. To hell with the Democrats. I don't give a damn about the Democrats. I don't care what anybody says. You can't make me like them. Uh, Screw the Democrats. Damn all of them. And I'm not saying worship people because I identify as black. So I had a white grandfather who fought against slavery and a white grandfather that owned 9 of his children as slaves and wouldn't free any of them. It really does depend on the person and their character. I didn't say go around loving everybody. You should love yourself, but you should judge people by their content, by their character. So, my ancestor, Mr. Richard Short of Nash and Edgecombe County, North Carolina, the best thing he could do for my grandfather, his son, is, even with the Civil War going on, will this man in his 50s to his daughter so he could keep working. I mean, usually with the slaves, like die off. Now, my ancestor, Mr. Reddick Short, it's amazing what slavery does to people. My great grandfather, how did he handle stuff? Well, he had a black and a white wife at the same time. I don't know what's going on with this. I don't know why. I was talking to this gentleman who I think is a cousin of mine, and there was a tradition of black men having black and white wives at the same time. Um, Heritage is crazy, but I'm gonna tell you something. I want y'all to be real. I want y'all to be real, right? Please be real. Um, I want everybody to. I want everybody to definitely do what they got to do. So anyway, here we are. MFM to everybody here, to all 22 of you. Thank you for our 4th. Beauty isn't skin deep. We're looking at Anastasia's Kerwood's, Shirley Chisolm, champion of black feminist power politics. But we're going to treat you to some others. One of my favorite books is here, Negro Americans, What Now, by James Weldon Johnson, the co-writer of our Negro National Anthem, Lift Every Voice and Sing. And so again, MFM, or should I say, let's do this right, for all the backward deviant people that need something that's criminal oriented to remember. M stands for mother. F stands for, you know what it stands for, money. M, F, M. That's our gang. We want the money that we're due. For my ancestor, Mr. Riddick Short, born in 1812 and lived into the 1890s, or thereabout. In 1900, he lived a long time, who was a slave for 50 plus years and a skilled slave at that, who never got paid. I would love to have some of the resources. I want to say in my extended family, which includes people. The governor of California is my fourth or fifth cousin, uh, Newsom. The Newsoms are from Carolina. It's the same family. And they're rich. They're connected to the Gettys, which means I'm related to white billionaires. And my ass started off working at McDonald's. We got to change some of this. I mean, I want some of those stocks and bonds, right? And which means Nancy Pelosi's an in-law. And to my regret, Maxine Waters is my cousin. This no good Patrice Coulors is my cousin. Bill Cosby is my cousin. I'm really hoping I did some research and I got very sick. That greasy fat preacher, Reverend William Barber, I can't stand him uh, with this immoral Mondays. I mean, it's immoral to be that fat. I mean, gluttony is a sin, Negro. And he's supposedly a preacher. Mm. But I'll tell you something. God is good. We need our MFM. We need to work with anyone that will work with us, be nice to each other, respect each other, stay out of dumb stuff. Can't keep the Jews and Arabs from fighting. Please don't try. Pray for peace, be at peace, and have peace in your own household, in your own mind. Bother no one and be bothered by no one at the same time. With that having been said, this wonderful book that was being written 90 years ago and was published 89 years ago by James Weldon Johnson, which is a phenomenal, phenomenal man whose family's from Virginia. He's not from the Caribbean. I was deceived. Um, Let me just pull this book up. Wait a minute. James Weldon Johnson. No, I'm confusing him with someone else. His family's not from Virginia. His family is from the Bahamas. Excuse me. I don't want World War III either. Let me see. We're going to read starting in, I'm going to share some of what James Weldon Johnson was saying. Are y'all ready? This is from 90 years ago. Listen to this. The world today is in a state of semi-chaos. We Negro Americans, as part of the world, are affected by that state. We're affected by it still more vitally as a special group. We are not so sanguine about our course and our goals as we are a decade ago. We are floundering. We are casting about for ways of meeting the situations both as Americans and as Negroes. In this casting about, we have discovered and rediscovered a number of ways to which we have given more or less consideration. Let us see if we cannot, by the elimination, reduce the confusion and narrow down the limits of choice to what might be shown to be the sound and wise line to follow. Exodus, for generations, been recurring, suggested as a method for solving the race problem. At the present time, there's been fomented by some persons in Chicago a plan based on the idea of colonization. The plan calls for the setting aside of a state or territory of the United States exclusively for Negro Americans. The idea of physical separation of the races as a solution antedates the Revolutionary War. Thomas Jefferson strongly expressed himself in favor of colonization of the Negroes in some area on the coast of Africa. The first attempt, however, to put colonization into effect was made by Paul Cuffey, a free Negro and ship owner of New Bedford, Massachusetts, who in 1815 transported at his own expense 9 families to Africa. To the first attempt on the grand scale was made in 1820 with the American Colonization Society and the United States government behind it, in an attempt that culminated in the establishment of Liberia. At the outbreak of the Civil War, there was another effort fostered by a group within the race, and some 2,000 colonists sought refuge in Haiti. The latest of the attempts on a large scale was the Garvey movement, All of these efforts practically failed. That is, they had no effect on the problem and in no degree changed the condition of the race in the United States. Pan Africanists be damned. That's my addition. America is our damn country. America is our home. We made America great, and we need to make it great again for us. A century and a quarter ago, deportation of free Negroes might have been feasible. A half century later, that was not a practical undertaking to get today. The deportation or exodus of the Negro American population is an utter impossibility. Not within a bounded period could 12 million people be transported, and before that period was over, the total number would well be above 12 million. Nor is there any place to which to take them. There are no more vacant places on earth, and no government in the world, with the barest possibility of Brazil as the exception, would welcome even 1/12 of the whole number. Liberia would no doubt be as reluctant as any. None of the tribes of colonial Africa would relish sharing their best lands with us merely because we and they are somewhat the same complexion. The United States government might purchase territory somewhere and deport us, but that would involve pretty stiff political job and financial expenditure that would make the figures of the National Recovery Program look small. You're talking about the New Deal. We may cross out Exodus as a possible solution. We and the white people may as well make up our minds definitively that we, the same as they, are in this country to stay. We may be causing white Americans some annoyance, but we ourselves are not passing the time in undisturbed comfort. White America will simply have to sustain a situation that is of its own making, not ours. Our history in the United States records a half dozen major and a score of minor efforts at in insurrecting during the period of slavery. This, if they heard it, would be news to a big majority of people who believe that we have gone through 3 centuries of oppression without once thinking in terms of rebellion or lifting a finger in revolt. Even now, there comes a time when we think in terms of physical force. We must condemn physical force and banish it from our minds, but I do not condemn it on any moral or pacific grounds. The resort to force remains and will doubtless always remain the rightful recourse of oppressed peoples. Our own country was established upon that right. I condemn physical force because I know that in our case it would be futile. We would be justified in taking up arms or anything we could lay our hands on and fighting for the common rights we're entitled to and denied if we had a chance to win. But I know, and we all know, that there is not a chance. It is, I believe, among the certainties of someday, perhaps not very far off, native blacks of Africa will, by physical force, if necessary, compel the whites to yield their extra privileges and immunities. The increasing inability of the great powers to spare the strength and resources necessary for maintaining imperialism will hasten the certainty. The situation of the African natives is, however, on one point at least, the reverse of our own, on the point of comparative numerical strength. Yet, there is a phase of physical force that we in the United States should consider. When we are confronted by the lawless, pitiless, brutish mob, and we know that life is forfeit, we should not give it up. We should, if we can, sell it at the dearest price we are able to put on it. In other words, if someone messes with you, make them pay for it dearly. Communism is come to be regarded as the infallible solution by an increasing number of us. Those who look to the coming revolution and Why they should believe in the coming in the United States, I see no good reason. It is obvious that the United States is going through revolutionary economic and social changes, but the changes do not point to communism. Seem to think that it will work in some instantaneous and magical transformation of our condition. It appears to me that this is the infinite faith in communism indicates extreme naivete. Black Lives Matter and all you other fake socialist coon ass niggas out there. It's bullshit. It's always been bullshit. You're bullshitters. You are liars. Communism is not for us. It will never be for us. We believe in God. We hate atheism. We want private property. We don't want to share our cars, our houses. And why should we? The only people on earth, the minute we talk about having something we've never had, we have to now share it with everybody in the state. And who do you think would run the state if we had communism? Do you think it would be black people? Bullshit. No. It would be another type of slavery. Damn communism. You heard me say it. In fact, fuck communism and fuck communists. Those who hold this faith point to Soviet Russia as a land in which there's absolutely no prejudice against Negroes. When this book was being written, the Soviet Union was in the process of what's called the Holodomor, where Yusuf Dugashvili, who you know as Joseph Stalin, the Man of Steel, had started a program of mass extermination through starvation of Ukrainians, which is why we have a war right now. 90 years ago, the Russians starved anywhere from 7 to 12 million Ukrainians to death. And there were black folks praising communism in the Soviet Union. If you'll kill 7 to 12 million white folk, damn, we'd be a drop in the bucket. They killed as many Ukrainians and others in Russia as there were black people in the United States. And you have idiots like those bastards in Black Lives Matter talking to us about being Marxists. It's a goddamn sellout. No prejudice against Negroes in Tsarist Russia. In fact, one of the black communists that spoke out against racism in Russia was beaten to death, and you don't really hear about him. I'll bring his name up. I'll find him. In fact, let me just stop for 1 second. This book was written in 1933-34. Do you know that the United States recognized the Soviet Union in either 1933 or 1934? Do you know why the United States began recognizing the Soviet Union in 1933, 1934? Well, let me tell you. The communists, exactly 10 years prior, literally about 100 years ago, launched the idea of the Negro nation in America, and they had people thinking that the people in Russia were going to help black folks have their own country in the states of South Carolina, Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, and Louisiana. And they had this thing, it was really about them using us to bring down the United States. It's all a lie. It's all a damn lie. And so this is in the Comintern, which stands for the Communist International. We're going to give black people as a national minority their own country. Now, if you know anything about how the communists treated satellite countries, they screwed over the people. Do you really think they're going to be nice to us? Only liar, fuck nigga, sellout coons think that people from another country, the Russians have prejudice against people from Central Asia. Why do you think the Soviet Union collapsed? Because of ethnic prejudice against the Estonians, the Latvians, the Lithuanians, the Kazakhs, the Azeris, the Armenians, the Uzbeks, the Kalmyks, the Tajiks, and others. And they have racial prejudice all over Russia. Real talk. But silly people that were duped. Our black, crooked, boule elite types because they get treated like rock stars when they travel to Africa, other places. Because of their personal experience, they think that's going to be extended to all of us. They like you for propaganda purposes, not because they give a damn about us. So, about 10 years after they decided to launch the Negro nation in the South, and let me just explain something to you so you can understand this communist shit. And they're trying to do it right now, and they're going to get us hurt. In Marxist philosophy, there's a thing called the Revolutionary Holocaust. The Revolutionary Holocaust is basically a theory that posits that in order for a country to go from capitalism and into communism, you need about 10% of the people to be killed off in order to make the new society. Isn't it interesting that we're just about, they always say we're 10% of the population. So if you're going to create a Negro nation within America, you would incite white people to exterminate black people in order to make America a communist country. And that's what, so the Revolutionary Holocaust is basically use black people as cannon fodder to make white folks mad and use them as a revolutionary group to get us wiped out, to make America a communist country, and therefore they're willing to sacrifice us for communism. That's not racist to get all of our asses killed. You believe that? That's some bullshit. So whenever anyone comes to you about some communist shit, aside from the fact they're atheists and they're going to go to hell in Jesus' name, ask them about this Revolutionary Holocaust. Is your ass going to die for it, or am I supposed to die for it? I want to make this absolutely clear. So, one more piece of history. So, in the early 1930s, as a means to internationalize the Black American struggle within the communist world, they had a thing called the Negro Film Project, where Langston Hughes and other Black communists were all over in Russia being treated well as the Russians were killing millions of Ukrainians and others, starving them to death. This was hidden from our dumbass Black commies. They didn't get to see that. They did not know. You see, when you travel to another country, you don't get to see everything if they don't want you to see it. Sometimes very important people go on what's called a fact-finding mission, and they can tell if they only see everything good that they're being bullshitted by the government that's hiding something. Anyway, for the Negro Film Project that was supposed to expose American racism and American injustice and how Black people were oppressed, when that bigot named Franklin Delano Roosevelt and others found out that the Russians were going to make a movie about American racism, and remember what was going on in 1933, 32. In case you guys forgot, Adolf Hitler came to power 90 years ago. Fascism was everywhere. Mussolini was in power, right? When this book went into its second publication, the Italians were doing genocide on blacks in Ethiopia, with America either doing nothing or saying they were against it and providing them with gasoline and all to kill anywhere. 10% of the population of Ethiopia was exterminated by the Italians with American and Western help. Now, so all this stuff is going on. You've got Hitler that's built up by America and England, and I have a wonderful book. It's on my shelf, and it's called Conjuring Hitler. And I'm going to share with that because we're going to be talking about Nazism. We're going to be talking about Zionism. We're going to talk about Black nationalism. We're going to be talking about all this stuff. And I'll just give you the source so you can see this yourself. I want you to read for yourself. I do not want you to believe me. I want you guys to look. Huh? No. The Great Depression was going on. And so the Negro Film Project threatened to embarrass white America for its extreme racism, lynching, and so forth against black people. In order to protect the image of America internationally, the same American government that had gone to war against the Soviet Union in 1917, from 1917 until the early 1930s, the United States was either at war with the former Soviet Union or in a situation where they did not recognize the existence of the Soviet Union because they were communists. And some people felt all communists were Jews, so there was a whole heavy anti Semitic thing working, although many of the prominent Jews and prominent communists were Jews who it's alleged that Stalin could be, but that's one another issue. But Lenin was Jewish. Kirov was Jewish. Bronstein, aka Trotsky, Jewish. And many, many, many of the head commissars of the Russian Communist Party were Jews. And then the German Communist Party, like uh, uh, Rosa Luxemburg, Karl Liebknecht, German Jews. So there's this whole thing about Jews being communists. I'm not saying that, and there's a lot of prominent communist Jews in America. It just is. Karl Marx's family was Jewish. It converted to Christianity. That's right. There's some connection. I'm not saying all, but my God, it's a lot. But let me get back to my point. My point here is so the so called anti racist communists that were going to help out black people were given a choice. Mr. Joseph Stalin and all you communists, if you want to normalize trade relations with the United States and get grain for your hungry people, and you want us to like stop blocking you internationally from getting money, cut the shit with our niggers. Send our niggers back to us, and we'll receive you. Stop this damn nigger baiting. Cut out this damn Negro Film Project. If you want our white acceptance, cut off niggers. If you want my white love, you have to hate blacks too. Stop loving niggers. Stop it. You're white people. You're Slavs. Second class white people, but you're still white. If you want to, you'll be whiter to us if you reject black people. Understand? If you really want to make it with we Western, Northern, superior whites are not part Asian, stop hugging on blacks. Just cut it out. You're already part Mongol and Turk. Now you're going to be nigger lovers too. You're never going to make it in this evolutionary race that we're in. And so Joseph Stalin, a man um, from Georgia, the capital of which is Tbilisi, and they ended the Negro Film Project. The Negro Film Project was ended. The black people were kicked out of Russia. And out of nowhere, the United States, which had vowed to never acknowledge communism, recognized the former Soviet Union as soon as they dogged black people. Are there other precedents for such things? If you just hate black Americans, we'll forgive everything no matter how bad it is? Well, Dr. Short will say to you, when Ofaga, that no good piece of shit, um, liar, degenerate, traitor, enemy of everything, Antichrist, went to Cuba to normalize relations. You know that Obama, the one thing he asked for was to give them Assata Shakur and the other black people that fled to Cuba to get asylum. Literally, all these years of an embargo and problems and terrorism and assassination attempts against Cuban leaders by the United States, and you're asking for a handful of black Americans. I mean, This big country of 11, 12 million people in Cuba, the United States, 320 million people, and you're obsessing over a black person or two? Is there another precedent for this? I'm glad you asked. Prior, in fact, the United States refused to recognize the CCP government under Mao Zedong from 1949 all the way up to 1972. One of the things that happened, one of the things that was holding up American relations with the Chinese was a black man from Monroe County, North Carolina, by the name of Robert Williams, the host of Radio Free Dixie, broadcast from Cuba, where he fled when they tried to set him up and kill him in North Carolina and he got to Cuba. He had to leave Cuba because they're trying to get him in Cuba. He went to Tanzania. The United States said to people in Africa, don't make us come over here and hurt you. Give us our nigger back. It's really happened. So he had to go from Tanzania to China. China, with 800 to 900 million people and nuclear weapons, was being denied recognition by the United States. One of the stipulating things that the United States insisted on is you have to give us our niggas or we don't know you. Give us Robert Williams. There are 900 million Chinese. The Chinese fought, helped the Vietnamese in Vietnam. They helped the Koreans in Korea, the North Koreans. Bombed Matsoy and Quemoy for Taiwan, an ally of the United States, the Chinese nationalist government. Then under Chiang Kai-shek, he was still alive, said, we won't recognize you until you give us Robert Williams. Damn it, we don't want you. We won't recognize 900 million Chinese just to get back at one black American. Are y'all understanding how much people hate us? That America and China have fought, thousands of Americans died fighting Chinese, and the United States was demanding blacks who had defected to the North Koreans or to the Chinese forces during the Korean War, and in particular, we want Robert Williams. We don't know you until you give us this Negro back. And this kind of fight goes back to the beginning of the Republic. George Washington closed out the American Revolutionary War, trying to get the British to give back to him people taken from his Mount Vernon plantation who had escaped. You fight a Revolutionary War from 1775 to 1783. You're tripping off of a couple of people that ran away when you won the damn war. So what happened subsequently? The United States fought another war with Britain, the War of 1812, over black people. That's how mad this country is with anybody doing anything with us. They'll go, that's how mad, that's because the wealth of America is its ownership of us as property. The South has never recovered from slavery being abolished because 50 to 60% of the wealth in the South, if not more, was what they owned in black people as chattel property. You and I are property upon which capitalism is based. So they harvest organs, test drugs, and do all kinds of stuff to us. And they don't like anybody messing with their black property rights. Communists, capitalists, anarchists. Let me go back to this book. Those that hold this faith point to Soviet Russia as a land in which there's absolutely no prejudice against Negroes. This is an unquestioned fact, but I see no grounds on which to attribute it to communism. There was no prejudice against Negroes in Tsarist Russia. Tsarist Russia was a country that could honor a black Hannibal, the country that could make mulatto Pushkin its national poet, the country in which university students in St. Petersburg could unhitch the horses from the carriage of Ira Aldridge, the black American tragedian, after his performance of Othello, and could themselves draw him back to his hotel. The simple truth is the Russian people have no prejudice against Negroes. That's not true, but anyway, that's another story. In considering communism with respect to the Negro, the question before us, of course, is not how it works in Russia, but how it would probably work in the United States. If the United States goes communistic, there will the communists come. Where will the communists come from? They will certainly not be imported from Russia. They will be made from the Americans here on hand. We might well pause and consider what variations communism and the United States might undergo. I hold no brief against communism as a theory of government. I hope that the Soviet experiment will be completely successful. I know that it is having a strong influence on the principal nations of the world, including our own. I think it is a high sign of the progress the Negro Americans have reached, the point of holding independent opinions on political and social questions. What I'm trying to do is sound a warning against childlike trust and the miraculous efficacy on our racial situation of any economic or social theory of government, communism or socialism or fascism or Nazism or New Deals. He's saying, in so many words, Democrats, dipstick Negroes. The solving of our situation depends principally upon an evolutionary process along two parallel lines: our own development and the bringing about of change in the national attitude towards us. That outcome will require our persevering effort under whatever form of government might take on. It may be argued that although there is not and has not been any anti-Negro feelings in Russia, it is a country in which anti-Semitism was stronger than in any other, and that oppression and the repression of Jews have been greatly abated or entirely wiped out by communism. Such an argument goes to prove the possibility that communism in the United States would wipe out oppression and repression of Negro Americans and give them a status of equality. I grant the possibility, what though it may not be realized miraculously and suddenly. I grant that if America should turn truly communistic, by which I mean if it should adopt the practice of communism without reservation and not adopt it as it had been adopted, democracy, and Christianity, so as to allow every degree of inequality and cruelty to be practiced under them, that if the capitalistic system should be abolished and the dictatorship of the proletariat established, with the Negro in line, as he naturally ought to be with the proletariat, race discrimination would be officially banned, and the reasons for the feelings back of them would finally disappear. But except to a visionary, there is no indications that the present or prospective strength of communism is able or will be able to work such a change either by persuasion or by a military coup. In the situation as it now exists, it would be possibly foolhardy for us as a group to take up the cause of a communistic revolution and thereby bring ourselves all of the antagonisms that are directed against us in addition to those we already have to bear. He's saying, why take on more bullshit, more hate? Look at how much hatred is occurring because of these communists and Black Lives Matter. That bullshit that some people got behind with those studs. When we got behind OJ, our dumbasses. We got behind Obama, who wouldn't do anything to protect us from Nazis in the courts and in the police departments. We've been catching more hell because of Obama. He's become rich, his faggot ass. It seems to me that the wholesale allegiance of the Negro to communistic revolution would be a second in futility only to the individual resort of physical force. I have said that there is no apparent probability that the United States will go over to communism, but the same could not be said about fascism. Most of us, it is true, for years have lived in fascist South. In fact, let me just say this to you. You can look this up. The Bush family and others were part of what was called in 1932, 2 years before this book was written, it was called the Bankers' Coup, 32, 33, where the rich WASP white families wanted to have a Nazi coup through General Smedley Butler, and have a white racist Nazi government in America. It was just averted because Smedley Butler snitched. The wealthiest white families in the country supported Hitler, wanted something like that here. Imagine those same people supported eugenics, the eugenics and the sterilization and even the killing of people who were seen as unfit. Hitler and others copied from America. Imagine if we had gotten a fascist Nazi American style government, what would have happened to us? And there are fascist people. Mhm. Again, most of us, it is true, have for long years lived in the fascist South, so it is hardly possible that we would fare worse under a national fascist government. That may not be true as to other minorities. We should oppose with our utmost strength any encroachment of fascism, for we have both practical and moral obligation to do all we can to defend the rights of other minorities as well as our own. That's some intersectional bullshit, but by this process of elimination, we have reduced our choices of a way out to two. There remains, on the one hand, a continuation of our efforts to achieve integration, and on the other hand, an acknowledgement of our isolation and the determination to accept and make the best of it. Throughout our entire intellectual history, there's been a division of opinion as to which of these two divergent courses the race should follow. From the early times, there have been sincere thinkers among us who were brought to the conclusion that our only salvation lies in making the race into a self contained economic, social, and cultural unit, and a word of building of an imperium and imperio. All along, however, the majority opinion has held that the only salvation worth achieving lies in the making of the race into a component part of the nation, with all the common rights and privileges as well as duties of citizenship. This attitude has been basic in the general policy of the race, so as far as it has had a general policy for generations, a policy of striving zealously to gain full admission to citizenship and guarding jealousy each single advance made. But this question of direction of goals is not a settled one. There is in us a stronger tendency towards isolation than we may be aware of. There come times when the most persistent integrationist becomes an isolationist, when he curses the white world and consigns it to hell. This tendency towards isolation is strong because it springs from a deep-seated natural desire, a desire for respite from the unremitting, ruling struggle for a place in which refuge might be taken. We are again and again confronted by this question. It is ever present, though often dormant. Recently, it was emphatically brought forward by the utterances of so authoritative a voice as that of Dr. Du Bois. The question is not one to be lightly brushed aside. Those who stand for making the race into a self sufficient unit point out that year after years of effort, we are still listen to this, Jim Crowed, discriminated against, segregated, and lynched, that we are still shut out from industry, barred from the main avenues of business, cut off from free participation in national life. They point out that in some sections of the country, we have not secured equal protection of life and property under the laws. They declared that the entrance of the Negro into full citizenship is as distant as it was 70 years ago. And they ask, what is a Negro to do? Give himself over to wishful thinking? Stand shooting at the stars with the pop gun? Is it not rather a duty and a necessity for him to face the facts of his condition and environment, to acknowledge them as facts and make the best use of them that he can? These are questions which make the thinkers of the race should strive to shift clearly. To this writer, it seems that one of the first results of clear thinking is a realization of the truth that making that the making of the race into a self-sustaining unit, the creating of an imperium in imperio, does not offer an easy or more feasible task than does the task of achieving full citizenship. Such an imperium would have to rest upon the basis of a separate group economic independence, and the trend of all present day forces is against building up of any foundation of that sort. I disagree with him. After thoughtful consideration, I cannot see the slightest possibility of our being able to duplicate the economic and social machinery of the country. I do not believe that any other special group could do it. The isolationists declare that because of the imposed segregation that we have, to a large degree, already done it, but the situation they point to is more apparent than real. Our separate schools and some of our other race institutions, many of our race enterprises, the greater part of our employment, and most of our fundamental activities are contingent upon our interrelationship with the country as a whole. Clear thinking reveals that the outcome of voluntary isolation would be a permanent secondary status so acknowledged by the race. Such a status would, it is true, solve some phases of the race question. It would smooth away a good part of the friction and bring about certain protection and security. The status of slavery carried some advantages of that sort, but I do not believe we shall ever be willing to pay such a price for security and peace. Speak for yourself. If Negro Americans could do what reasonably appears to be impossible, and as a separate unit achieve self sufficiency built upon group economic independence, does anyone suppose that that would abolish prejudice against them and allay opposition, or that the struggle to maintain their self sufficiency would be in any degree less bitter than the present struggle to become an integral part of the nation? Taking into account human nature as it is, would not the achievement be more likely to arouse envy and bring even more violent hatreds and persecutions? Let us remind you this is exactly 10 years after they destroyed Black Wall Street that he was writing this. Certainly, the isolationists are stating truth when they contend that we should not, ostrich like, hide our heads in the sand, making believe that prejudice is non existent. But in so doing, they are apostles of the obvious, calling upon the race to realize that prejudice is in actuality is a needless effort. It is placing emphasis on what has never been questioned. The danger for us does not lie in the possible failure to acknowledge prejudice as a reality, but in acknowledging it too fully. We cannot ignore the fact that we are segregated no matter how much we wish to do so. And the smallest amount of the common sense forces us to extract as much good from the situation as there is in it. Any degree of sagacity forces us in the same time to use our powers to abolish imposed segregation, for it is an evil per se and the negation of equality either of opportunity or of awards. We should by all means make our schools and institutions as excellent as we can possibly make them. And by that very act, we reduce the certainty that they will forever remain schools and institutions for Negroes only. We should make our business enterprises and and other strictly group undertakings as successfully as we can make them. We should gather all the strength and experience we can from imposed segregation. But any good we're able to derive from the system, we should consider as a means, but not an end. The strength and experience we gain from it should be applied to the objective of entering into, not staying out of the body politic. Clear thinking shows that, as bad as conditions are, they are not as bad as they are declared to be by the discouraged and pessimistic isolationists. To say that in the past 2 generations or more that Negro Americans have not advanced a single step towards a fuller share in the Commonwealth becomes, in the light of easily ascertainable facts, an absurdity. Only the shortest view of the situation gives color of truth to such a statement. Any reasonable long view proves it to be utterly false. With our choices narrowed down to these 2 courses, wisdom and farsightedness and possibility of achievement demand that we follow the line that leads us to equal rights for us based on common terms and conditions under which they are accorded and guaranteed to other groups that go into making up our national family. It is not necessary for our advancement that such an outcome should suddenly eradicate all prejudices. It would not, of course, have the effect of suddenly doing away with voluntary groupings and religious and secular organizations or abolishing group enterprises, for example. Negro newspapers, in accordance with full civil and political rights, has not in the case of the greater numbers of groups in the nation had that effect. Nevertheless, it would be an immeasurable step forward and would place us where we had a fair start with the other American groups, more than we do not need to ask. I'm going to read one more chapter. How are you guys liking this? You ready? I am. Okay. Hmm. Wow. This is called Forces and Resources, and I've got just a little bit more, and then I'll stop. How about that? Y'all like this? I'm just reading so you can hear and this is from an integrationist perspective. Okay. I've got 21 pages to cover. This is Forces and Resources. And following the line that leads to equal rights, we're advancing to fight, not beating a retreat. So we should take a careful account of our forces and resources. Our numerical strength is at once a force and a resource. Not all the apathy, prejudice, and opposition in the United States would be able to block the forward march of 12 million people if they were formed into an intelligent, courageous, and persistent phalanx. 12 million of us can be made a reservoir from which may be drawn almost all the elements needed in our struggle. We're 70 or 80 million now. We have no excuse. We have none, guys. Before our numerical strength was as great as it is, we had already drawn from the reservoir certain elements and made them into active forces. We must now make those forces more effective, organize and perfect still other forces, and bring about the coordination of all of them for the achievement of our objective. Up till now, we have shown no greater weakness in our inability or unwillingness to coordinate the forces that we have long at hand. We have long had at hand. Aside from the handicapping effects of ignorance and inexperience, we have allowed pettinesses, and jealousies, rivalries, and downright meanness to interfere with and defeat the worthy attempts at cooperation. By this time, we ought to have learned from this lesson. Talking about backstabbing Negroes. The Negro Church is the most powerful and potentially the most effective medium we possess. The whole Christian church stands at this period in need of another reformation, a sloughing off of the outworn creeds and dogmas, and an application of its power to the working out of the present day problems of civilization and social and spiritual life. The Negro Church stands in need of some special reforms. First of all, the church, together with the race as a whole, must do a certain amount of clearing away in the religious field. We must stamp out, as far as we can, the bootleggers of religion, those parasites who, whenever they can get together a sufficient number of poor, hard-working women, will open up a storefront or a basement church and peddle a spurious brand of Christianity at a relatively exorbitant price. Some of these men may be sincere, but the majority of them are ignorant, lazy louts who would be of greater value to themselves and to the race if they were put to manual labor. A more important task is the driving out of those lecherous criminal scoundrels who, as spectacular figures, are a rather recent product. These self anointed bishops, messiahs, and whatnots, whose central idea of a church is a holy harem, a sanctified system of concubinage, arouse only feelings of disgust and rage. They all belong in jail, and each of us who helps land one there does a good service. No one, no matter what may be his attitude on religion, can fail to be interested in the astonishing history of the Negro Church, if he will only become acquainted with it, and once he is familiar with that history, he will be compelled to acknowledge the vital work of the church, the vital work the church has accomplished. Aside from what has been done in religion, education, and in charities, it has been a tremendous social force. When there was no other agency to do it, the church brought about cohesion and stabilization in a bewildered and leaderless mass. But the church cannot sit back on the essential work it accomplished in slavery days and in the post Civil War period. It cannot excuse existing shortcomings by pointing to its worthy record. It must thoroughly make the internal reforms that will better fit it to meet the responsibility for racial advancement that it should shoulder now. The church must, as nearly as it can, abolish hypnotic religion, that religion that excites visions of delights of a life in the world to come, while it gives no insight into the conditions we encounter and the world in which we now live. There's still to be found in the Negro Church, too, much obsolete doctrine. In too many pulpits, there are still to be heard terrific fulminations against dancing, theater going, and card playing from preachers who ignore or know nothing about the fundamental current question of life. This stricture, of course, may also be applied to many white churches. The church is devoting too much energy to raising money to meet mortgage payments on fine edifices. Denominational rivalries and competition. An outward show have forced the church in the position of living above its means and being left with no financial margin after the high cost of worshiping God in a sumptuous temple is met. Such conduct is as reprehensible in the congregation as it is in an individual. As a mere church building, the most affluent Negro congregation in the country requires no more and is warranted in having no more than a modest, adequate meeting house, beautiful because of its simplicity. When we think of a number of congregations made up of a people just this side of the poverty line, struggling to possess and maintain a building entirely beyond their needs and their means, we find it is both tragic and absurd. This common extravagance leaves mighty few Negro congregations with anything like a margin of money that they should have on hand to be devoted to applied Christianity. Needless multiplication of congregations is a definite weakness of a church. It is a process by which its strengths, resources, and effectiveness are dissipated. I was recently in a northern city of 75,000 inhabitants. The Negro population is about 1,000. As in all similar situations, these colored people were disoriented and in an anomalous position. They were too numerous to go unnoticed in the general community life, and not numerous enough to constitute a group unto themselves. Yet, these 1,000 Negroes have 5 churches with a total membership of 204. One church is all they need, all they can support. One church might be made into an agency that would improve their industrial, social, and civic status, as well as their spiritual state. 5 churches do not multiply. They nullify whatever strength and effectiveness that one church might have. Denominational and individual rivalries make this question a difficult one. Some denominations have a degree of authority in the matter, and others have very little or none. Possibly all the denominations might sign a concordance and agree upon a maximum number of congregations for each of so many hundreds of or thousands of Negro inhabitants in a given area, then proceed to carry out a policy of consolidation and, when necessary, abolishment. By such a process, each denomination would find itself the gainer in strength and resources. And almost every community, the Catholic Church serves as a grand example of the conservation of power, an example we might well imitate. The Negro Church, notwithstanding, is the most powerful agency we command for moving forward the race as a mass. It is then not too much to call upon the church to meet the exigency. It is met the situation confronting in slavery days in the post-Civil War period. The present task requires an intelligent, high-minded, upright ministry, and that kind of ministry the church must have. The ignorant preacher of the past performed the work that was before him as best he could. All honor to him for what he accomplished. But the day of the ignorant preacher is gone. Hell no. They're still here. They're more. With the making of these needed internal reforms, the church would again demand the Negro youth in our colleges and universities a consideration of the ministry as a career giving scope for the exercise of their highest and best powers. Thereby, the church would be made a field as attractive for well educated and progressive youth as the fields of medicine, law, dentistry, and social work have become in recent years. In the meantime, earnest, forward looking, spiritual minded young men and women in our colleges should not stand aside waiting for these reforms to be completed. They should go into the church and help bring them about. What it would not mean to have a Negro ministry working for the advancement of the race with the same degree of intelligence, zeal, and singleness of purpose with which the Catholic clergy works for the advancement of those who profess the Catholic faith. The Negro press was, 30 years ago, a feeble, struggling medium. 30 years ago, many colored people who deemed themselves intelligent openly boasted that they never read Negro newspapers. The papers themselves did not differ much. They were, in the main, poorly written, wretchedly printed, and run as personal organs. Today, the Negro press is powerful and, relatively speaking, rich. The leading periodicals are printed on high-speed web perfecting presses. They carry all the modern newspaper features. They're intelligently edited. The Negro press, as a racial agency, is today second only to the Negro church in the number of people reached and influenced. It is needless to say that this new power entails new responsibilities. There's no doubt that the Negro journalists with the social sense recognize that fact. It is probable that they are wrestling with the problem of directing the power of the machine that has been created into the channels of high purpose, a problem that is not simple or easy. Many of the Negro newspapers have become popular, and a popular periodical is an insatiable creature. It must continually be fed on circulation secured at almost any price. So the management of a popular periodical is consistently driven by the necessity of furnishing what it thinks the greatest number of people want. Once on that road, it must keep on an accelerating speed. It cannot turn back, it cannot stop, it cannot even slow down. Give the people what they want is a specious slogan. It implies the people continually demanding other and still other things that the press must supply, and that what the people want is consequently good. Of these two implications, neither is true. The facts are popular periodicals exhaust the ingenuity and supplying things that they hope the people will want, and what the people will want is often as bad or without value. It is the business of a newspaper to give news, is another specious slogan. Editors should regard themselves as intelligent and responsible members of society. Certainly, one of their responsibilities is to judge whether or not the news they disseminate serves any good purpose, whatever, and whether or not it is worth at least the paper in which it is printed. And any person of average intelligence is forced to say that an undue proportion of the news in the American newspapers, from the biggest dailies to the weakest weeklies, is not worth that much. I believe I am right when I say that the Negro press has a particular as well as a general relationship to its clientele, that the Negro editor has a relatively deeper responsibility to its public than a white editor has to his, and the service possible for the Negro press to render the Negro American is more vital than what the white press has to give to white America. I believe that the Negro Americans will understand and accept this statement without discussion. It, when it follows the Negro newspapers, ought to be more than imitation of white newspapers. Without doubt, they should avoid copying the license of the sensational daily newspapers that appeal to morons and the morbidly minded. Of course, we have our share of morons, and they constitute a tempting field for greater circulation. But why not try to gratify their wants in some better way? Our newspaper should avoid following the example of those white publications that make a feature of pornography. An examination of the vast number of salacious white periodicals published in the United States would incline one to think that sex has gone to the white man's head, transferred its seat to the imagination. When sex goes to the head, it loses its lusty, wholesome quality and begins to fester and a becomes maggoty. Sex with us is, in a large measure, still a lusty, wholesome stage. Let's keep it there as long as we possibly can. I do not see how the Negro press can escape the responsibility of facing the question of the net result of the ultimate effect of the work on the race, especially in the younger generation. It is to be satisfied only with the fortuitous benefits that may come with the commercially successful journalism. Or is it to feel that commercial success gives it the resources and facilities for carrying out a definite and far reaching plan? It is though its news policy is to run the risk of making itself an unconscious agent of defeatism, or does it desire to place the stronger emphasis on the notes of courage and confidence and final victory? I am not an impractical visionary. I myself have been a newspaper man. I know that in order for the Negro newspapers to accomplish much good, they must be first good newspapers. I feel, however, that they can be good newspapers and at the same time something beyond merely good newspapers. The pre-Civil War Negro newspapers did a great work. They dedicated themselves to the anti-slavery cause and had a large share in arousing and shaping public opinion. They quickened and inspired their readers and gave them a voice that made itself heard. They played a significant part in creating the forces that led to the destruction of slavery. With this main object accomplished, they passed off the scene. The contemporary Negro newspapers have done a revolutionary thing. They have converted masses of Negro Americans into readers. Hundreds of thousands of hundreds of thousands who formerly regularly read nothing today read the Negro periodicals, and no Negro today would today boast that he never reads the Negro newspaper because they have taught the masses of Negro Americans to read. They have been able, to an extraordinary degree, to keep the race aware and awake. They have likewise had the marked effect upon the consciousness of white America, and a number of crises their work has been invaluable. When the dire anti-lynching bill was being pushed, the Negro newspapers were a great factor in keeping the whole race stirred up and determined on the issue, and copies that reached the desk of congressmen and senators gave those representatives of the people a new light on their fellow Negro Americans. This was a clear instance of the power possible for them to wield. The Negro press has prepared a rich field. What harvest is to be is a question that its owners and editors should seriously consider. Organizations. The organizations among us are without number. There's a popular idea that we do not organize. It is erroneous. The fact is, we tend to over-organize. If all the Negro organizations in the United States marched in procession, they would be a month or more passing at any given point. Most of them, however, are small, separate bodies, and their main purpose is decidedly minor. What we lack is the will and the ability to organize for major purposes. Our principal fraternal organizations are national in scope. They develop rapidly and reach a degree of power and prosperity which now appears to be on the wane. Our big fraternities have filled and are still filling a useful purpose, but the difference between them and the smaller organizations is mainly the difference in size and resources. Their functions and objectives are fundamentally the same. All these organizations function as units for social intercourse and enjoyment. They provide a forum for large politics and arenas in which self-realization and preferment may be achieved. They also have an economic feature. They care for the sick and they bury the dead. In many of them, however, the burying of the dead has called for a financial outlay so far out of proportion to that used in the caring of the living as to make the high cost of dying a live question. One of the big organizations established an educational fund, but speaking generally, the great resources, numerical, social, and financial, of our powerful fraternal organizations have been utilized with hardly a thought given to the fundamental phases of the situation in which Negroes in the United States find themselves. Many thousands of dollars have been wasted on annual conventions, in which the chief business was having a good time, on showy parades and on ostentatious funerals. Hundreds of thousands of dollars have been put into ornate temples, and in many cases, the temples have led to bankruptcy and mortgage foreclosures. Other hundreds of thousands of dollars have become bones of contention and led to dissensions and lawsuits. In too many instances, the heading up of fraternal organizations has been developed into a lucrative business, in plain words, into a racket. Our fraternal organizations have in a number of ways done much good, but considering their strength and their particular opportunities as secret societies for doing vital service, they have had in the larger racial affairs fallen short. They have failed. 90 years ago, the Boule was a failure. They are designed to fail. The two chief organizations that devote their efforts and resources primarily to the questions which affect Negroes as citizens in this country are both interracial. They are the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People and the National Urban League. There's between these two organizations an understanding which makes for a rough division of the work into two fields, economic and civil. The Urban League has given its efforts to housing, health, and employment. The National Association has given its efforts to civil, legal, and constitutional rights. There has been, of course, some overlapping. The rights of the Negro in industry naturally involve his rights as a citizen. Taking into account all their shortcomings and all the mistakes and failures they may have made, the overwhelming fact remains that both of these organizations have done excellent and essential work. He was an NAACP member, y'all. Essential work, and neither of them has given its support it deserves. There are also the Southern Commission on Interracial Cooperation, which was accomplished certain delicate and important things that could have not been accomplished through any other medium, and the Interracial Commission of the Federal Council of the Churches of Christ in America, which has been a strong factor among religious bodies. The correlation of all forces, his suggestion is the creation of a superpower. Now, these principal forces and resources that we have enumerated are far from negligible. Even at their weakest, they are assets. Their actual strength is great. Their potential powers have not been estimated. It is the potential power of these elements that I shall discuss at this point. They are the powers above and beyond those needed and employed in the normal functioning of these elements. And they are the powers before which the obstacles between us and our major goals would be compelled to yield. How we may call these powers that will prove effective into being, the simplicity of the process will probably throw doubt on the magnitude of the feat. It may be done to the complete correlation of existing forces. The result will not merely be increased efficiency and the various units and the total greater strength. It will be the creation of an entirely new power, a superpower, a power that will be a fusion of all of our energies. If we create this power and center of its force upon the walls that stand between us and the common rights, guarantees, and privileges of citizenship, we can be confident of battering them down. The practical method I suggest for the creation and utilization of this power is to channel our forces so that they will function through a central machine. I believe that we have that machine at hand, the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People. I believe that we could get the desired results by making that organization the nucleus, the synthesis, the clearinghouse of our forces. It already has the expertise, the skill, and a good part of the machinery. It has proved itself honest, sincere, intelligent, and capable for the purpose of achieving, maintaining, and safeguarding our citizenship rights. No other organization can be compared with it. Its policies and techniques have proven to be most advantageous and effective that have thus far been able to devise. I know this is not a wholly unanimous opinion. The statement I have made has been frequent and put in the form of a question. I believe, however, that a study of the history and the work of the association for the past 25 years and of the concurrent history of the Negro Americans will furnish sufficient evidence to prove that the race has made positive gains through the efforts of the NAACP. Its successful efforts to hold segregation within the limits of custom and prevent it from being put over into the realm of law, its citizenship fight against lynching, and keeping of crime and other racial injustice before the conscience of Americans, the American people, and a half dozen signal legal victories involving our constitutional rights, example and point. But there's another way of evaluating the work of the organization. When the NAACP was founded, the great danger facing us is that we would lose the vestiges of our rights by default. The organization checked that danger. It acted as a watchman on the wall, sounding the alarms that called us to defense. Its work would be of value, if only for the reason that without it, our status would be worse than it is. And cities where our numbers are large, we are still grouped together in one or more Negro sections. Although here in Nashville, where I'm writing, white and colored people live together rather indiscriminately in many of its sections. But there's hardly a doubt in which such cities, Negro Americans by this time would all have been sentenced to law to live in black ghettos if the NAACP had not won the Louisville segregation case, in which the Supreme Court declared residential segregation on the grounds of race to be unconstitutional. I'm taking it for granted that no one will be so shallow as to ask if there's any difference between segregation by social convention and segregation by legal enactment. I believe the National Association laid the foundation for the restoration of the ballot of the Negro Americans in the South through its victory in the Texas primary cases. The Negro lost his right to vote conferred on him by the 14th and 15th Amendments because the Supreme Court, through hair-splitting sophistry and astute evasion, emasculated both the amendments to the point of nullification. The signs are now that the right to vote will be reestablished through the decision of the same court. There's a school that holds that these legal victories are empty. They are not. At the very least, they provide the grounds upon which they may make a stand for our rights. In the North, we have a fair degree of civil rights, and in the South, we have the right to battle for those rights because the 14th and 15th Amendments are in the Constitution. Let's suppose they were not there, and we reach a quick realization of the material importance of legal enactments, or note the effect of adverse laws. If we correlate our numerical strength, the strength of our religious and fraternal organizations, such political and economic power as we have, the power of our press, and a way to make the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People the spearhead of our forces, and a way that will enable it to shift the emphasis more and more from protest to action and more fully into translating declarations into deeds and to widen its field to include all fundamental phases of life that affect us as citizens. There are no Negro Americans that are born who will live to see race accorded the common rights of citizenship on the same terms upon which they are accorded to other groups in the nation. The suggestion that I make the NAACP, the central machine, has, and I hope is not necessary for me to state this, no relation to the fact for a number of years I was a member of the executive staff of the association and am still officially connected with the organization. I make it on what appears to me to be the undeniable facts of the situation. If plans for a more adequate and more effective central machine are suggested, I would readily subscribe to them. Do y'all want me to read some more? Can I go to Shirley Chisolm? Or do you want me to talk about Negroes and guns? I'm gonna split this up. We're gonna do this another thing. I'll add this the next time I do it. I want to say to you here before I go to Shirley Chisler that 10 years after he wrote this book, you had the thing established called the National Negro Congress, and it basically didn't last long. It broke up. There was a fight between the communists and the NAACP and others. And the year the year before this book, while this book was being written, they had the Amenia conferences where the NAACP leadership was against Black people developing their own economy, their own businesses, and using business. Notice he didn't talk as much about business or economic power. My favorite social critic, Harold Cruz, called it eleemosynary liberalism. Basically, no money shit liberalism. In other words, you're not getting some MFM. We'll give you some rights and you get this. And in reality, I'll just say to you, you need money. We've got to have cash. I want to say to you that the NAACP did not support reparations of Callie House. And it's interesting that Booker T. Washington and the NAACP did not support reparations. Did not support reparations. So somebody wants Negroes with guns. Okay, y'all want me to do a chapter on Negroes and guns? Y'all love guns. Y'all are violent fuckers. I'm a nonviolent Christian fundamentalist. I don't want anybody fighting. I'm not saying a whole lot about what's happening in Gaza, but I think it's terrible. I don't like folk dying in Congo. I'm tired of it. I'm tired of people killing. I want a nonviolent world. I give a damn about people. Can't do much for myself. I need to do something for my mama. But y'all want me to do something for my book on guns? Y'all want me to do a nigga and guns book? Y'all listen to too much hip hop. I hate hip hop. Okay, so I'm gonna make this the final act. We're gonna at least do one chapter on Shirley Chisler. Since you asked for the Negroes with guns, I'm just gonna bring it. I'm gonna read some more of this shit. Y'all gonna understand why I'm mad at this ugly woman. It's not because she's a feminist. Yeah, we need to get rid of the boule. Now, y'all want me to do the gun book. And I don't want them to take my channel away that I'm trying to encourage violence. Y'all never heard me say hurt nobody. I've never talked like that, even when I'm mad at the boule. Y'all want me to talk about guns? Who wants to hear about some guns? Y'all want to hear about some guns? You just heard that integrationist shit. I think y'all need some guns. Y'all want to hear some guns? Guns. Guns or the pork chop feminists? The tether pork chop feminists. Guns or the pork chop feminists? Let me ask y'all what y'all want. Guns or the pork chop feminists? Come on, I need some response in the room. Pork chop feminists or the guns? Come on, y'all. Who wants pork chop feminists or guns? Someone said pork chop. I see one pork chop. So y'all want me to do the pork chop? Should I give them a pork chop? Y'all want a pork chop, y'all? Should I give them some? Should I give them some pork chop? Okay, well, I think y'all want me to. Y'all tired of looking at her ugly face. So y'all want me to just go ahead and see that I'm wrong now. I say she's ugly. Ooh, don't say she's ugly. Then they laugh. Okay, so Diggs says guns. I say, oh my God, that's sexist, Diggs. So the man says guns, and other people say pork chop. Okay, y'all. I need to see some people other than Diggs. So I got 2 guns and 1 pork chop. I got 13 people watching over here, 2 over here. I got 15 people watching. I should at least get 10 of y'all to say something, whether it's guns or pork chops. Guns or pork chops. And I got 2 guns and 1 pork chop. Because I'm still going to do some pork chop. Guns or pork chops. So right now it's 2 guns and 1 pork chop. Come on, y'all. Chop, chop, chop. Well, that's some cool thing. Okay, so blood sports. So there's 2 pork chops, 2 guns, and they're 2 either or. No, I'm going to do both and. Do y'all want me to do the guns first or the pork chop first? Okay, you know what? I knew one thing about black people. We don't respect democracy. You know what? Screw Negroes. I'm going to do guns. I'll show you. Since people want to simp out in here, I'm going to just do guns. I'm going to do guns. I don't care. Okay. I'm in chapter 2. How y'all like this? We will shoot back. We're going to do chapter 2. Chapter 2, we will shoot back. We will shoot back. This is the Angry Black Men's Book Club, and we're now doing our 2nd book, We Will Shoot Back. I want to remind everyone to subscribe to the Angry Black Men's Book Club YouTube channel. Angry Black Men's Book Club YouTube channel. There's also Angry Black Men's Book Club website. Reach out to us there. I want to let you know that this is being shown on Facebook and other places. I also want to remind you, I absolutely love all the donations. My Patreon is Dr. Randy Short. I have 19 people. I'd love to have 25. Doesn't take much. And I'm going to start working on this Patreon thing. So I'm going to start doing stuff for just the Patreon people. So these freebies, I'm sort of like a drug dealer. I'm going to give y'all some free shit. Then it's going to be the stuff that's just going to be on Patreon. I've got to develop that. And that's going to be fun. Now, so my Patreon is Dr. Randy Short. The Cash App is $, Dr. Randy Short. If you don't use those and use PayPal or Zelle, and it doesn't really matter. I'm not tripping off of what people do, but they should do something. My email, in particular, if you have questions, if I don't answer it during the show, you can always email me. I will answer it. wrandyshort@gmail.com is my personal email, my cell, my PayPal. And I try to also give people book recommendations and other things. So without further ado, and let me just do this. He's one of these Pan-Africanist niggas. Akinyele Omowale Umoja. His name's probably Leroy James, but these people, and you're talking about Congo, he ain't moved to no damn Congo. Again, I thank you. What time is it? Yo, I don't even see what time it is. Um, the Angry Black Man's Book Club thanks you. Here we go. This is chapter 2. I'm here, not backing up. The emergence of grassroots militancy and armed self defense in the 1950s. Bad Negroes spoke loudly and defiantly in Mound Bayou at a massive camp meeting in April of 1955. The accommodationist Booker T. Washington had dedicated this town 50 years previously, but resistance, not accommodation, was preached at the gathering. 13,000 black people from the Delta assembled to participate in the mass rally. This massive camp meeting was organized by Dr. Theodore Roosevelt M. Howard and the Regional Council for Negro Leadership, the RCNL. Advocating voting, civil, and other human rights, the rally also encouraged blacks to persevere and overcome fear and intimidation. The spirit exhibited by the RCNL mass meeting was truly a break with the strategy of accommodation. The defiant tone of the rally represented what Ebony magazine described as, quote, the new fighting South, close quote. Quote, today in Dixie, there is emerging a new militant Negro. He is a fearless fighting man who openly campaigns for his civil rights, who refuses to migrate to the North in search of justice and dignity, and is determined to stay in his own backyard and fight. Something new was happening in Mississippi. Although white terror was still formidable, black people were willing to rally in the thousands for their freedom and human rights. Accommodationist black leadership still had significant control over black institutions, but they were being challenged by new, assertive activists who attracted and articulated the aspirations of a growing constituency. Black leaders emerged to demand the rights of citizenship and to express the grievances of the black masses. What was occurring in Mississippi was connected to the struggles of people of color throughout the world. I want to emphasize this, I'm going to keep reading. There was a civil war among black people. This thing in the 50s had occurred exactly 30 years before in the 20s. There was a civil war between the sellout older people and the new people that were tired of kissing ass. There was a revolution against the older boomers of their era in the 1920s. I am here to encourage you to rebel against the boomer dictatorship that is strangling us to death. We black people need a civil war against coons. They must be driven, they must be blasted from positions of power and authority in our race. The reason that we got progress is they rebelled against older people. We have a culture that demands blind respect for elders. As I was describing, Reverend Vivian chided me for thinking that the people in Ferguson should have federal protection from this National Guard of the state of Missouri that was pointing automatic weapons at armed black women and babies. No matter how much I criticized pork chops, I felt very angry when pointing a gun at a black woman. That set me off. And I don't like that. You can't point weapons and shit at black women and kids. We got to stop this shit. And we have the capacity to stop it. Even the integrationists, and I read this passage from James Weldon Johnson, even him saying 90 years ago, we need to make it expensive for people to F with us. There was a rebellion against the older generation. This generation that pushed these damn jabs, that told us Obama was the savior and he was Jesus. And they told us Biden was the second coming, he was Jesus. And they told us Clinton was Jesus. And they told us abortion was going to make our life better. And they told us hooking up with the illegals and the gays and the feminists. We've been betrayed. I'm tired of the betrayal. I'm an old ass nigga that just dyed my hair. Shit didn't work too well, but it's darker. I'm gonna have to try some, just for men shit. But it's not as white. It kind of worked out. Yeah, I had to dye my hair because it looked too old. And but it worked out here. That's kind of nice. Um, I'm old. I'm tired of this shit. For all of you that are younger than me, don't wait your turn. These old niggas are never gonna let you do anything. Rebel against their asses now. Kick their asses out now. Even in the mafia, they get rid of the capo sometimes. The young lieutenants can't wait. We can't wait another 5 years with these Jesse Jackson era people. They're killing us. We won't make it. We're dead if we don't have a revolution against these no good, sellout older Negroes who are they're just scum. I mean that. I want the jab and shit to kick in, sudden death for all their asses so we can move forward. What's being done, the way they're bringing these millions of people, there will be no opportunity for young black people. We're finished. And some of the exes my age, that are the ones like me who aren't coons, we've been frozen out by boomers. I never got to be in a position to be in a place to do for younger blacks that I'm open to because of them. And I'm telling you, they're still in charge. They'll die in their chairs. They'll die in their pastorates. They'll die. They're never, these people born in the 30s, 40s, 50s have to be shoved aside if they're not for the program. I don't give a damn how gray the hair is on their scrotums or on the groin plate pits. We need to be free of these old Negroes who've been bending us over. I'm going to tell you one coon story, painful coon story. Then I'm going to keep reading. And I won't give the whole story, but I'll tell you my dad cooned. We had a racist white neighbor that hated black people. And my dad whipped me to please his white neighbor. This is a thing I would never ever do to any black person, is beat them to satisfy someone white just because. My dad cooned on that, and my dad had some cooning, and my dad's a boomer. The same way I was bent over and whipped because someone white said, that's how they are, and they bent us over. And my father and I didn't always get along. Because you know what? I'm not for that shit, and I'm never going to be. My dad, like these other boomers, they want to go along and get along. And I'm glad nobody broke me. I still can't stand the white dude that lived next door, and I'll never apologize. So glad when they moved. My father made the mistake of dying and never apologizing for having done that. We've been bent over and beaten by the older blacks. And this was a tradition back in slavery that they would break the spirit of the younger blacks to get them to accept white subjugation over their lives. Good black parenting for many people has meant teaching your kids to just accept getting fucked over by white people. It's the way life is. Instead of saying, I hate it too, son or daughter, I don't know exactly how to change this, but I'm not going to punish you if you hate this. Let me think about what I can do to help you fight what I wasn't able to beat. That has to be the attitude of the older black people. When I talk to a younger black person, I don't tell them not to fight. I try to tell them how they can fight to make it to the next day. And if they do something that's courageous and tell, great job. But if I see something dangerous, warn them, hey, look, coast isn't so clear. Be careful how you proceed. But I love your courage. I love your desire to fight. I love your passion for justice. Not do what my dad did, is beat me to please the white dude. I mean, that was so fucked up. And so, we have cooning in families. We have family members that are coons that teach us to suck white shit.
suck multiracial, suck feminist shit, suck gay shit. Just don't just go along and get along. You can't go along and get along when they're taking you to a gas chamber, when they're erasing you. My call to all you younger black people: rebel, rebel, and keep on rebelling. And I want to beg you to do this one thing: make certain that when you're against the older generation, that it's not everybody. Gray hair isn't a sufficient criterion, because some older people are angrier than you've ever been. I'm pissed. I was pissed when I was a kid when the white dude was so mad my dad whipped me. So the white dude, this grown white dude's mad at me as 5-year old. Couldn't give a fuck about him. And my dad, to make peace, that white dude couldn't deal with me at my age. I said, fuck him. Okay. What's that? 1970. Right? Now, all I'm saying to you is everybody old isn't an enemy. Don't do the generational thing across the board. Check out whether they're coon or not. They're old fighters and they're coon non-fighters. So just two types: coons and non-coons. Young coons are the same as old coons. They have more testosterone, use more drugs, smoke more weed, probably able to have more sex, but they're still coons. All right. Are y'all following me? MFM, everybody. High 17 of y'all. Let me go back. I'm not going to interrupt this that much. The decade following World War II represented a crisis for Western imperialism. Combined with the realignment of the international balance of power, new social forces among colonized and subject people asserted themselves. Internationally militant voices emerged from the intellectual and professional sectors of oppressed nations. The end of World War II ushered in an upsurge in nationalistic movements among oppressed people across the globe, particularly in Africa and Asia. The Black freedom struggle in Mississippi and the rest of the South was part of the international movement to dismantle racialism, colonial rule, and apartheid, as well as achieve democracy for oppressed people. Like anti-colonial movements in Africa and Asia, African descendants in the United States emerged and demanded human rights for their communities under apartheid. The rise of the activist leadership from the Mississippi Black professional class is a consequence of the segregated economy. In the 1950s, Black professionals, including doctors, members of the clergy, and entrepreneurs, serving an almost exclusively Black clientele, became the movement's spokespersons and organizers. Like colonized troops returning to subject African and Asian nations following World War II, U.S. soldiers of color returned to U.S. apartheid from Europe and Asia. Later, they would return from the Korean conflict. Mississippi activist Amsi Moore was a World War II Army veteran when the United States forces were still segregated. Moore stated the U.S. Black soldiers involved in the conflict wondered, why are we fighting? Why were we there? If we are fighting for our four freedoms that Roosevelt and Churchill talked about, Moore returned to the Mississippi Delta, where some whites had mobilized to protect their communities from Black GIs. Human rights activists in Mississippi did not miss the opportunity to point out the contradiction of U.S. Black troops fighting for freedom abroad when they had their communities here remained oppressed in the southern apartheid states. Mississippi activist T.R.M. Howard asserted that Black soldiers from Mississippi are fighting and dying for a democracy that they don't know a single thing about back home on the plantations of the Mississippi Delta. Another fact in the global politics contributed to the challenging of the apartheid system in Mississippi and the South, the accelerating conflict and competition between the United States and other Western capitalist regimes and the Soviet Union, as well as other socialist countries, affected U.S. domestic politics. Quick to expose the contradictions of its adversaries, the Cold War utilized propaganda to achieve an advantage in the global chess game between capitalism and communism. In this context, racial opposition was an obvious liability to the United States, gaining leverage in the propaganda war Historian Mary Duriak argued at the time the United States hoped to reshape the post-war world in its own image, international attention was given to racial segregation was troublesome and embarrassing. The need to address international criticism gave the federal government an incentive to promote social change at home. In other words, the civil rights movement had less to do with us being nonviolent than capitalism, and white folks were embarrassed that the rest of the people in the world recognized that America wasn't shit when it comes to black people and our rights. Real talk. The necessity of achieving an advantage over socialist competitors and reinforce its image as a democratic state motivated the United States to pay attention to the civil rights of the oppressed black population in the South. In concert with the international situation, changes in the domestic political environment signaled new possibility for black Mississippians and encouraged a new assertiveness in the face of white terror and domination. After decades of virtually ignoring racial oppression in the South, the federal government began to initiate a gradual policy shift. Federal courts began to challenge the elements of white domination in the South. In 1944, the United States Supreme Court outlawed the Mississippi white primary in the case of Smith v. Allwright. The white-only primary was the key pillar of white political power and an important way of denying the franchise to black Mississippians. The court's decision in Smith v. Allwright set the stage for challenges to racial voting restrictions in the state. White resistance mounted as white supremacists would not acquiesce to the gradual desegregation by federal officials. And in the 1946 election, the first statewide poll since Smith v. Allwright, white supremacists, including U.S. Senator Theodore Bilbo, a mulatto, by the way, mobilized to prevent black political participation. Law enforcement officials and vigilantes physically attacked blacks attempting to register, as well as a small number of registered blacks who attempted to vote in the 1946 election. Nearly 200 blacks testified at a United States Senate committee hearing about white supremacists' reign of terror during the 1946 election. The internal social development of local black communities, combined with the changes in international domestic political environments, allowed for a visible black freedom struggle in the state. The development of institutions, organizations, and resources in black communities were significant factors in supporting the emergence of an insurgent movement. The NAACP activity in the state was affected by the political environment that existed in the decade of the 1940s. The organization possessed only 100 members in 1940. By 1949, the NAACP membership had decreased to 1,000. Black voter registration also increased from 2,000 to 20,000 between 1940 and 49. However, the number of black voter registrants must be put in context. A 500,000 potential black voters reside in the state of Mississippi. Although white domination and racial violence was still commonplace, black efficiency increased. The Development Council, the Regional Council of Negro Leadership in the Mississippi Delta, was the cornerstone of the surfacing of the black freedom struggle in the early 1950s. The appearance of a militant public leadership of the Mississippi freedom movement meant that it was necessary to protect the organizers and spokespersons of the movement if it were to survive. I want to add and show you how critical this meeting was. This meeting that they talked about in 1955 is the same year of the Emmett Till slaying. You need to know that Rosa Parks heard this T.R.M. Howard speak at Ebenezer Church in Montgomery. Or not Ebenezer Church, Dexter Street Church in Montgomery. And one of the reasons that Rosa Parks did not give up her seat was T.R.M. Howard had said, when are we going to stop them from killing our children? My question to black folks is, how does the killing of black babies via abortion, Why is that the main thing that the Democrats are offering us? How do you not see the insanity of that, those of you listening? Rosa Parks, that you all honor, was listening to TRM Howard, and this Regional Council of Negro Leadership was the most important black organization in the country, grassroots. The SCLC is Dr. King's copy. Just saying. Dr. T.R.M. Howard was a charismatic leader of the RCNL. A native Kentuckian, a black physician, moved to the black town of Mount Bayou in 1942. Mount Bayou was founded in 1887 by Isaiah Montgomery, the accommodationist black leader. Howard came to the Delta to serve as a surgeon for the Taborian Hospital, a medical institution founded by a black mutual aid and secret society, the Knights and Daughters of Tabor. The Taborian Hospital served the black Delta population. It is an example by black secret orders to use cooperative economics to develop viable financial, economic, and social institutions for black communities and the apartheid Southern United States. It's a goddamn disgrace that in the United States right now, there are only 2 black hospitals. There are just 2 black hospitals in the whole of the United States. 100 years ago, there were over 200 black hospitals. Disintegration is genocide. The Boule has brought us to the brink of being destroyed. If with white terror and bombings they can have a hospital, we don't have a goddamn excuse for the health problems that we have in our community, other than the black people that we trust, that we follow, has set us up to be wiped out because they're running, trying to eat the feces out of the rectums of people who hit our guts. They're traitors, and in every other community, we're going to be talking about traitors. Other people that get their freedom are merciless towards traitors. They don't have holidays and celebrate and honor people no matter how old they are or how long they've been dead or whether they're living. We're the only people that worship those who hate us. Celebrities, athletes, sellout politicians aligned with every other community but ours. We're our own worst enemy. We're our own scum to accept this. If someone smeared shit on your face, that is a problem. You're the problem if you let the shit stay on your face. And that is what we do. Look, they put shit on our face. If you couldn't stop them from doing that, at least you could get the shit off. We're guilty of letting the shit stay or pretending it's not there. Dr. Howard became one of the wealthiest blacks in Mississippi. Across the highway from the Taborian Hospital, Howard established his own clinic. The Mount Bayou physician owned a construction firm, a farm, and an insurance company in addition to his medical practice. A raceman and an advocate of black self-help and economic development, Howard built a park, a zoo, and the first swimming pool for black Mississippians. Howard's efforts certainly contributed to the vision and hope of black Mississippians by developing a black oasis in the Delta. For many moderate whites, Howard and the self-help efforts of Mount Bayou represented racial progress. Southern liberal journalist Harding Carter described Howard's endeavors as a one-man upward movement in the 1946 article, He's Doing Something About the Race Problem. Howard's demeanor in the article does not suggest a posture of a confrontational activist agitator, but rather a racial pragmatist. In the Carter article, Howard stated, I don't spend much time worrying about racial problems or tensions because I'm too busy trying to do something about them. Not much speech making, but doing things. Jesse. I think the Negro who is fortunate enough to be able to do something about animosity should do it instead of putting all the blame on white men. Say so, brother. Carter's portrayal of Howard acknowledges the black physician's desire to bring progress for his followers of black descent. However, according to Carter's portrayal, Howard did not believe in a militant challenge to Mississippi's version of apartheid. Howard and Perry Smith, the leader of the Knights of Tabor, became embroiled in a factional dispute inside the society in 1946. Howard was charged with being power hungry and attempting to enrich himself at the expense of his patients. Smith was accused of being autocratic and elitist and engaging in nepotism. After a contentious election, Smith regained control of the organization, and Howard, his allies, and his supporters founded a new fraternal organization, the United Order of Friendship, in 1947. The UOF opened a friendship clinic in Mount Bayou in 1948. As of 1951, the UOF convention, the Regional Council of Negro Leadership, was founded. The initial political posture of the RCNL was neither radical nor confrontational. During the founding of the RCNL, Howard remained consistent with his seemingly accommodationist public image. He called for cooperation with the white power structure, not confrontation or resistance to it. In the public perspectives of the organization, Howard stated, "All I ask is that we be consulted on matters that affect members of our race. We are not organized to work against our white citizens, but to work with them." The RCNL's accommodationist posture, public stance would soon fade as the organization began to organize voter registration campaigns, call for equity in black public educational resources, challenge police brutality, boycott gas stations that did not provide restrooms to blacks, the "Don't Buy Gas Where You Can't Use the Restroom" campaign demanded not integration but the use of facilities, if separate, by black patrons. The RCNL began to attract brilliant young black professionals. Many of them were NAACP members from the Delta, propelled into leadership and activism. Clarksdale pharmacist Aaron Henry. By the way, he was gay, but he was black first. Aaron Henry, Cleveland entrepreneur and postal worker Amzie Moore, Belzoni minister and businessman George Lee. He was friends to my auntie Denise LaSalle, Reverend George Lee. And Medgar Evers, college educated insurance agent, all became officers in the new organization. Most of the RCNL and the new NAACP leaders were professionals and entrepreneurs serving black people in the segregated economy. Activist Charles Evers stated that the RCNL and state and local NAACP leadership were mostly independent people who had their own businesses, who couldn't afford to work for white folks. They'd fire us. Those dependent on whites for employment could not represent or be associated with the RCNL or the NAACP without fearing reprisal. Henry Moore and both Everses were also World War II veterans. After fighting for democracy abroad, they were determined to have it in Mississippi. The new militancy and optimism invigorated the black freedom struggle, with independent farmers, professionals, entrepreneurs, and World War II veterans taking the lead. The RCNL and the NAACP began to function openly and to coordinate statewide efforts for voting rights and desegregation. The popularity of the RCNL swelled among Delta blacks. The primary evidence of the RCNL's popularity was the organization's annual tent meeting and rally at Mound Bayou. The first RCNL rally took place in 1952, with United States Representative Willie Dawson of Chicago as the keynote speaker and an appearance by gospel singer Mahalia Jackson. Back when black celebrities used to be available to black people. All of these fuckers I don't buy nobody's shit now. None of them. We should boycott. If you don't show your ass up to help us fight this stuff, you don't deserve our support. These people should starve for what they've done to us. As all of these celebrities out there, none of them should have our support. Mahalia Jackson was big stuff. More than 7,000 black Deltans, Mississippi Deltas, arrived at Mount Bayou to participate in the event. A similar number attended the next year to hear Black Chicago jurist and politician Archibald Carey at the 1953 rally. In 1954, 10,000 Black Mississippians came to hear NAACP attorney Thurgood Marshall. 13,000 assembled at Mound Bayou to hear U.S. Congressman Charles Diggs from Detroit. The annual RCNL tent meeting was a combination of political rally and cultural festival. One Black journalist described the RCNL rally as a show all by itself, with the barbecue and soda pop and high school and college courses and bands and the speeches. The RCNL also utilized large gatherings to raise funds. The organization reportedly raised $3,000 in the 1955 mass meeting. The Pittsburgh Courier reported that concessions at the event sold 300 tons of barbecue. 300 tons of barbecue, hundreds of chickens, 500 cases of soft drinks, 800 gallons of ice cream. Howard also served free barbecue ribs and chicken to hundreds of Delta blacks who attended the event. In addition to the growth of the crowds, the militant posture of the RCNL also increased over the years, which was evidenced by the 1955 Mound Bayou rally. One speaker, the Reverend militant minister George W. Lee from the Delta town of Belzoni, told the audience, "Pray not for your mom and pop. They've gone to heaven. Pray that you can make it through this hell." The RCNL encouraged the desires of Mississippi blacks to achieve political franchise and ultimately political power and participation. 6 decades since the state's blacks have been successfully disfranchised, with the endorsement of the founder of Mound Bayou, Lee challenged the audience to visualize black elected representation. Reverend Lee exhorted, quote, "Do you believe you can elect a Negro?" Close quote. Recognizing black voting potential in Mississippi Delta, Lee predicted that someday the Delta would send a Negro to Congress. The RCNL invited U.S. Representative Charles Diggs of Detroit to address the rally. A state with dozens of black majority counties had not produced a black representative to the United States Congress since John Lynch in 1883. Diggs spoke militantly to the forces of white domination, stating, "Time is running out in Mississippi. It is 2 minutes to midnight." When Amzie Moore passed out instructions for voting, he was mobbed by dozens of audience desiring the material. T.R.M. Howard's demeanor at the rally could be interpreted as significantly different from his accommodation statement at the 1946 Saturday Evening Post article. Howard's powerful and charismatic oratory could not be confused as conciliatory. Howard jokingly told the rally that the deceased segregationist, Senator Theodore Bilbo, is now in hell, and he had sent a direct message to the capital of Jackson asking them to stop treating Negroes so badly in Mississippi and to give them a break because they have the Negro firemen down there keeping that fire mighty hot. White supremacists intensified their economic harassment of black activists in response to the increased black activism and the 1954 Supreme Court decision in the case of the Brown versus Board of Education. The White Citizens Council was founded in 1954 to coordinate economic harassment. The RCNL and the NAACP, however, would not be intimidated by the economic pressure placed upon them by the state's white power structure. In response to the white supremacist financial campaign, a national effort was initiated to establish a fund to support targeted black activists. Dr. Howard bragged, "We are definitely whipping the economic freeze." At the same time, the black leader warned, when it develops as a real flop, the next round will be violence. Howard's warning was not without precedent. Dr. Emmett Stringer, president of the State Conference of branch of the NAACP, who by this time, a target of economic intimidation, experienced escalating threats of violence after the U.S. Supreme Court decision in Brown. Stringer, who had practiced dentistry in the East Mississippi city of Columbus, was the focus of pressure applied by state and white racists coordinated through a white citizens council. Stringer's spouse, Flora, a teacher in the Columbus Public School, was fired. The Stringers also experienced physical threats as well as threatening phone calls and letters. In response, Stringer began carrying a weapon in his daily travel and was armed at home as well as his office. A list of 9 NAACP, RCNL, and other Mississippi activists was published in a full-page ad in the Delta newspaper. The list was distributed at the Citizens Council meetings and throughout the state. The list included Stringer, George Lee, T.R.M. Howard, and Medgar Evers. The Citizens Council coordinated the financial harassment of those on the list, which included denying credit and mortgage renewals and demanding that debt from an existing loan be immediately paid. Violent terror, including assassination, led forces of the Black freedom struggle to believe that the Citizens Council list was a white terrorist death list. Let me just say to you that in Mississippi, they published a list of 12 blacks that needed to be killed, and they killed them one after the other. When you say we need to get reparations, we should. We should get it for every leader killed. And they should go after the people who are in these organizations. They have the list, and they have a thing called the Sovereignty Commission in Mississippi. Every white person that was connected to that should be forced to pay compensation. Oh, yes, they should, because it's murder, and there should be no statute of limitation. And see, part of what happens is people are afraid because the same murderous spirit, the same hate, the same racism, the same nastiness is still here. We got to stand up. All right. The RCNL Vice President and local NAACP leader, Reverend George Lee, was ambushed and murdered in the streets of Belzoni on May 7, 1955, 2 weeks after Howard's warning at the 1955 RCNL mass rally. Acknowledged as the most militant Negro minister in Mississippi, Lee was the first black to qualify to vote since Reconstruction. Belzoni was the seat of the black majority Humphreys County. The Belzoni clergyman was planning to vote in the upcoming Democratic primary. Lee received threats from local whites after he refused to persuade 30 recently registered Humphrey County blacks to remove their names from the voter registration rolls. 2,000 mourners attended the 3.5-hour funeral for Lee at Belzoni's Green Grove Church. At the funeral, Howard declared, "We're not afraid, we're not fearful. Some of the rest of us here may join him, but we will join him as courageous warriors and not as cringing cowards." You need to know, in the case of Reverend George Lee, a white man shot him in the face with a shotgun. The state coroner said that he wasn't shot in the face with the shotgun and that the metal that was found in his face were from the fillings in his teeth. When we black folks run for politics, they need to not only go after the prosecutors, they need to control the coroners who always rule murders and lynchings of black folks with suicide. Nothing's changed in this. We're so busy running for the biggest offices. We need to have everything. Down the dog catch you too. U.S. Representative Charles Diggs, the leading national leadership of the NAACP and the American Civil Liberties Union, all demanded federal investigation into the murder of Lee. Humphreys County Sheriff Ike Shelton proclaimed that Lee's killing was a freak accident. Movement activists and Lee's family felt the U.S. Department of Justice and local authorities never really attempted to find the assassins of the charismatic minister. Another Belzoni activist who would be attacked by white supremacists months later, Belzoni NAACP leader, entrepreneur, and grocer Gus Courts, was warned after the murder of Lee that he would be next on the list to go. Courts was distinguished from his peers by organizing a contingent of Humphrey blacks to pay their poll taxes and register to vote in 1953. After being harassed by Humphrey County Citizens Council, Court appealed to the appealed to the state government for protection. Instead of receiving protection, Courts was confronted in his store by the local citizen council members who possessed a copy of his letter appealing for protection. After the November 1955 elections, Court was shot in his store. Friends took the wounded Court 2 counties away to the hospital in Mount Bayou due to concerns about the care that Lee received at the Belzoni Hospital after his assault. Courts recovered from the attack in Mount Bayou. Following advice from Edgar Evers, Courts decided to leave the state. Escorted by armed Evers, Court fled to the Delta to Jackson. After stints in Texas and California, Court and his family would eventually move to Chicago. An FBI investigation of the Court shooting ended with no arrest. In Chicago, Court was clearly a political exile of Mississippi apartheid. During a 1968 interview, Court reflected, "I had to leave my $15,000 a year grocery business, my trucking business, and my home and everything. My wife and I, thousands of us Mississippians, had to run away. We had to flee in the night. We are American refugees from the terror in the South, all because we wanted to vote." The inability or unwillingness of the federal and state governments to find the terrorists who murdered Lee or shot Courts demonstrated that the Mississippi freedom fighters would have to rely on their own resources for protection. Notwithstanding the executive and judicial efforts towards gradual desegregation, some realized that the federal government could not depend on the federal government for the survival of the Mississippi Black freedom struggle. Howard had previously instituted precautions due to the increased level of violence. As his profile and militant activism increased, so did his willingness to practice armed self-defense. Howard's friends and associates knew that he was willing to protect himself. Howard was known to have a cache of rifles and pistols at his home, which included a Thompson submachine gun. One visitor to Howard's residence had difficulty bringing a suitcase into the room due to the small arsenal blocking the door. The Mount Bayou doctor wore a pistol strapped to his waist. Howard's associate and journalist, Robert Radcliffe, said he was looking for gunmen to fire into his home when they came. He once said, "I'll be ready for them." In addition to having guns protect his home, Howard traveled the highways of Mississippi armed. One could only carry handguns with a highway special permit, which blacks were generally denied. Charles Evers described the policy as gun control only for blacks. Blacks were randomly stopped and searched in Mississippi highways by state patrolmen. Howard was often searched but had a secret hiding place for his handgun and was never caught. Howard commonly rode with his handgun cocked on his lap. It is common for rural Mississippians to travel with rifles in public view in their vehicles. Howard was not the exception to this custom. Memphis activist and attorney Ben Hooks remembered many times we had high-powered rifles in his car. 3, 4, 5 huge, big rifles. In addition to concealing handguns, Howard would use deception and other ways to protect himself on the highways. He would often travel to his destination via circuitous routes, including traveling through Louisiana from Mount Bayou to get to another Mississippi location. I believe traveling out of state was less dangerous than traveling in Mississippi. On one occasion, Howard rode in a hearse to conceal himself from potential attackers. Howard also hired bodyguards to protect himself and his family. He had round-the-clock armed protection of his home, an armed chauffeur, and security at his clinic. Even blacks who approached the activist doctor were often searched by his security people for weapons. Journalist Simeon Booker, I knew Mr. Booker, nice man, described Howard's security as a model of dispatch and efficiency. The RCNL, by the way, Simeon Booker was with Ebony Magazine, Ebony Jet. Good man. The RCNL members and supporters were also willing to participate in the protection of Howard. On one occasion, when he was warned the white mob was preparing to attack his home, Howard received a call from the Mound Bayou black farmer. "Don't worry about a thing, Doc. Me and a gang of fellows will surround your house tonight, and we will all have guns." A rumor that white terrorists had assaulted Howard's wife, Helen, resulted in a rapid response of 15 vehicles filled with armed blacks. The Emmett Till case created an increased need for protection in the black freedom struggle. Emmett Till was a 14-year-old black Chicago resident visiting family, mine, the battle's cousin, in Mississippi the summer of 1955. On August 28th, by the way, just 8 years before the March on Washington, on the same day, at approximately 12:30 a.m., two Delta white men, Roy Bryant, husband to this Carolyn Bryant, and J.W. Millam, kidnapped Till for the purpose of punishing the young man for allegedly whistling at Bryant's wife. Till's body, he had been lynched, was found in the Tallahatchie River 3 days after being taken from his uncle's home. After Till's body was found, the NAACP Regional Director Ruby Hurley, Medgar Evers, and Amzie Moore combed the Delta as part of an investigation. The three activists disguised themselves as sharecroppers, all wearing overalls and beat-up shoes, with Hurley wearing a red bandana. Moore borrowed a car with registration license plates from a Delta town. Armed security was organized to protect the three activists. "Protection was there for me all the way," Hurley stated. "There were men around with shotguns standing in various spots to be sure that I got where I was going and got back," she added. TRM Howard also participated in an effort to find evidence and witnesses in the Till case. Delta Blacks, contacted Howard with information concerning the lynching of Till. Howard utilized his resources to locate and provide refuge and protection for witnesses in the hostile environment. Howard also played a role in the case by providing logistical support, security, and housing people connected with the case, including Till's mother, Mamie Till Mobley, traveling to the Delta to attend the trial. Mobley received support from a clandestine network of the freedom struggle. She was escorted to a series of safe houses rather than taken directly from Memphis to Mound Bayou. She flew from Chicago to Memphis, where she was housed by a local black doctor. From Memphis, she was transported to Clarksdale, Mississippi, and Clarksdale, Bishop Lewis Henry Ford, a black clergyman. And by the way, the Fords are my cousins. And Bishop Ford is from the Church of God in Christ. He is related to Robert Michael Franklin, a professor at Emory University. I just want to say that so you know. I think that's his father. Bishop Lewis Henry Ford, a Chicago clergyman with Mississippi Delta roots, facilitated shelter and protection for Mobley from Clarksdale till Mobley was taken to Howard's residence in Mound Bayou. Howard's home was described as a black command center and haven during the travel. The prosperous black activists offered protection, shelter, and hospitality for Mobley, as well as black dignitaries and journalists attending the trial, including Congressman Charles Diggs. Legal and political strategy sessions took place each evening during the trial, included Mobley, Diggs, and Ruby Hurley, as well as Mississippi activists Howard, Medgar Evers, Amzie Moore, and Aaron Henry. Special security measures were taken to protect Howard's guests. Appearing at the Howard residence, one figure noted that you had to go through a checkpoint to go to Howard. The Delta Movement supporters And the RCNL leaders hired bodyguards who provided security for Howard, his family, and his guests. Mobley observed, the people in Mount Bayou didn't tolerate any invasion of any kind. If you were there, you had to state your business. If you did not agree with your reasons for being there, you were asked to leave, and that would be enforced. Mobley wished to attend the trial in Sumner, Mississippi, riding in Howard's convertible Cadillac for her safety. She was instructed to travel in another car, which Howard told her was bulletproof and not identifiable as his Cadillac. Flowers were placed in the back of the vehicle, escorting Mobley and others who required special security so observers would not see who was riding in the car. Hold on 1 second. I gotta put my cushion in my butt. It's beginning to hurt. Oh, this thing hurts. The cushion now. Gotta respect the booty. I can't have booty ache. The effort of Mobley, the RCNL, the NAACP, and other activists supporters to achieve justice through the convictions of the murderers of Till were not successful. The trial lasted 5 days from September 19th to the 23rd. An all-white jury acquitted Milam and Bryant after 67 deliberation. The acquittals were considered a victory for white supremacists, but evoked cries of outrage throughout the United States and internationally. Howard continued to campaign for justice through the national speaking tour, highlighting Till's case and other examples of white terror. Howard decided to move his family out of Mississippi in December of 1955. Escalating harassment and threats of violence against the RCNL leader motivated that move. Despite his being well armed and protected, tension living in such a hostile environment became too much for his family. One reporter suggested that Howard's household was paying an emotional price for its participation. Visiting the Howard home during the Till trial, Robert Ratcliffe of the Pittsburgh Courier observed, Mrs. Howard was worried. Fear was etched all over her pretty face. It's awful down here, she said. I don't know what's going to happen. One could see Mrs. Howard, a native of California, was concerned about her 2 children, her husband, and herself. Howard continued to aid the Mississippi movement from exile in Chicago. He returned to the South in 1958 to assist in the escape of the militant journalist Arrington High from the state mental hospital. According to High, Howard initiated plans with leaders of the Negro Underground who facilitated High's escape. He also criticized the FBI for its failure to properly investigate white supremacist violence in Mississippi. During his national speaking tour, Howard pressed for federal intervention to prevent the escalation of violence in Mississippi. On a national speaking tour in October of 1955, Howard told a Pittsburgh audience, "It is practically impossible for the Negro to get justice where races are involved. Unless the federal government can be made to realize how extremely serious the situation is in Mississippi, with tension mounting by the moment in the hearts of both Negroes and whites, there's going to be an outbreak of violence in Mississippi, which will shock the imagination of the American people and the entire civilized world." Howard warned, the Negro fear in my state today is a rather dangerous fear complex because he feels now there's absolutely no justice he can expect at the hands of whites. He's going to have to be the one to see that he gets justice. After the exile of T.R.M. Howard, Medgar Evers emerged as the most visible freedom activist in the state. Evers was born in Decatur, Mississippi in 1925. And World War II began during his sophomore year at the Newton County High School. The next year, he decided to leave high school at the age of 17 and enlist in the U.S. Army, along with his older brother Charles. The Evers brothers fought in Europe during World War II and were discharged in 1945. Medgar returned to Decatur and found employment. The year following his discharge, an incident revealed his future as a freedom fighter. With the 1944 Supreme Court decision undermining all-white primary, Medgar and Charles decided to register to vote in Decatur. The brothers organized 4 other black World War II veterans from Decatur to vote in the 1946 primary. Word traveled throughout Decatur that the men planned to register and vote. White supremacists threatened the 6 blacks. On the day of the primary, the black veterans were met at the courthouse by a group of some 15 or 20 armed white men who prevented them from entering the building. The white supremacist group grew in number to a mob of 200. Black veterans retreated to their homes to arm themselves and returned to the courthouse with their guns in their vehicles. The veterans again attempted to enter the courthouse and were prevented by the mob. To prevent a bloodbath, the veterans decided not to pursue registering on that day. The mob followed the men, but according to one account, Charles Evers brandished his weapons to slow the whites' pursuit. That evening, Medgar and Charles stood guard at their parents' home while waiting for night riders who never came. These people are bullies. If you don't make the taking of black life expensive, expect people to continue to kill and hurt people. We are guilty of making black life cheap. It's our fault. It's our choice. After the incident at the Newton County Courthouse, Evers decided to finish high school at an experimental secondary program at Alcorn A&M, a state-funded historically black college where his brother Charles was enrolled. After he completed the Alcorn secondary program, Evers enrolled at the undergraduate school in 1948. At Alcorn A&M, he met Merle Beasley, whom he married in December 1951. After graduating from Alcorn in 1952, Medgar and Merle moved to an all-black Delta town of Mound Bayou. In Mound Bayou, Evers became an RCNL and NAACP activist. The college-educated Medgar and Merle Evers became employees of T.R.M. Howard's Magnolia Mutual Insurance Company. His work as an insurance agent and salesman prepared Evers for grassroots organizing he was to do when building NAACP chapters throughout the state. Traveling throughout the Delta, Evers witnessed and studied black life in the Delta. The poverty, hunger, hopelessness, and squalor horrified Evers. Through his employment with Magnolia Mutual, Evers began to blend selling insurance with recruiting members and organizing chapters for the NAACP. Evers became the principal organizer for the RCNL's Don't Buy Gas Where You Can't Use the Restroom campaign. Evers even received statewide and national attention when he applied to the University of Mississippi Law School in 1954 as part of the NAACP legal challenge of segregated education. His decision was motivated by a passionate speech by NAACP state leader Dr. Emmett Stringer. Evers also believed that the civil rights movement needed more black attorneys committed to justice. Hell, we need these now. Most black lawyers are sorry as shit. They just want to wear expensive suits and overcharge people. They never fight anymore. We don't have many black folks who are professional that are forced. It's a disgrace, guys. It's a total disgrace. NAACP attorney Thurgood Marshall also encouraged Evers to apply. Evers became the target of threats of violence and harassment due to his decision to apply to Ole Miss. The university denied his application, claiming his recommendation came from Bolivar County as opposed to the county of his birth, Newton. This denial led Evers to becoming the principal plaintiff in litigation to desegregate Ole Miss Law School. Ultimately, the NAACP decided not to pursue the suit because they had another task that would occupy a great amount of his time. A primary focus was the development of the Citizens Council, and white supremacist violence of 1954-55 was to undermine the momentum created by the RCNL and NAACP in Mississippi. The economic harassment and terror was directed at the emerging movement to force it underground or out of existence. In October 1954, the NAACP national leadership made an assessment of the development of its organization in the state. Quote, the leadership in the state conference is aggressive and intelligent. The leadership on the local level, however, is typical of NAACP leadership in small towns and cities. In addition, faces the problem of threats of violence, which have made it difficult for the association to function without continued direction and supervision. Close quote. The organization decided to make maintaining and building its presence in Mississippi a priority. This would mean committing resources to employ staff members in the state and maintaining a visible presence in spite of its economic harassment and intimidation by the White Citizens Council and the violent terror of white supremacists. In December 1954, the NAACP Director of Branches announced the hiring of a field secretary and the establishment of a full-time office. The motivation for the commitment of these resources is as follows. With the threatened violence, acts of intimidation, economic boycotts, and other activities on the part of those who oppose the desegregation program, it is essential that the association, through its office, convey to Mississippians that we are prepared to conduct a high-level program which will enable us to direct and coordinate various phases of our work, including education and legal action. On December 15, 1954, Medgar Evers assumed the position of field secretary. Evers became the official NAACP spokesperson and organizer in the state. He and his family, which now included 2 children, moved to Jackson, the state capital. Merle Evers took the job of secretary of the Mississippi Field Office in Jackson. The NAACP national leadership also supported the proposal of T.R.M. Howard to establish a fund in the Memphis Black-owned bank to support those targeted by the Citizens Council's economic intimidation campaign. The decision to hire Evers as an organizer to make Mississippi a national priority was a smart one. He had previously proven himself as a good recruiter and a chapter builder in his work in the Mississippi Delta. The NAACP membership increased in the state during the early days of his employment as field secretary after the Brown decision. All Deep South states experienced a significant decline in NAACP membership with the exception of Georgia and Mississippi. This was the result of escalating campaigns of repression, harassment, intimidation, and violence by white supremacists. An NAACP memorandum disclosed between January 1954 and April 1955, Mississippi's NAACP membership increased from 874 to 1,481. The organizational membership declined in Louisiana by 1,347, and South Carolina by 171, Florida by 369, Alabama by 587. Being an NAACP leader in appointed Mississippi was a hazardous venture. With Howard leaving Mississippi, the NAACP became the central human rights organization in the state. Before the post-World War II movement upsurge, the organization operated in a virtually clandestine way in most places in the state. Evers' new visibility made him the primary target of white supremacist terrorists. In this bastion of racial violence, his survival was a tenuous position. During Medgar Evers' years at Mound Bayou, he began to follow African independence movements, particularly the nationalist struggle in Kenya. Prior to assuming the position of the NAACP field secretary, Evers envisioned the development of guerrilla warfare. He dreamed of forming a clandestine black commando unit based on the Kikuyu Land and Freedom Army, popularly known as the Mau Mau. The Mau Mau was an underground peasant-based resistance movement that was led Hello, everybody. Where did you last hear me? It always happens. We're having a great time together, aren't we? I'm still on with you, but they cut me off in StreamYard over here. Okay, guys, where did you last hear me? Can y'all hear me? Are y'all with me? Can anybody hear me? I need to know. Can you hear me? Come on, somebody. Hold on. Let me come out of banners. Let me. Okay. Can y'all hear me? Okay. So, Miriam, what was the last thing that I was reading? Because I didn't notice it cut off. It just shut down. We're having so much fun. Did anybody hear anything about Mau Mau? I'm trying to find out where it cut off. I don't want you to miss anything. Okay. On the pains of repeating myself, which I don't want to do because it'll be bad for the recording, I got just a little bit more of this Negroes and Gun thing. Believe it or not, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I have 7 pages left. Did anyone hear what I was saying? Now, y'all over here heard about Mau Mau. Okay. Well, let me do this. Y'all not talking to me. Y'all not talking to me. Okay, let me do this. I'm gonna take exactly um okay. 2 World War II veterans from 46. Wow, that was someplace back. You're talking about I have to go all the way back and do all of that. Okay, so this cut off at Medgar Evers, World War II veteran. So let me see, how far did I cut off? Um, okay, so this is gonna make me have to go back 3 feet. That's okay. Let me take my break. This broke at Medgar Evers. Give me exactly 2 seconds. I'll be right back. And we'll get to this. We'll get to this chapter and we'll go to Shirley Chisler. They don't like for you to talk about black folk defending themselves. Understand there's a conspiracy against us standing up. It happens across all the technology things, but it's really nice to hear today in the news that Zuckerberg's ass got hurt. Give me 2 minutes. I'll be right back. I won't forget you. All right. Okay, guys. Okay. Whew. All right. You said two brothers. All right. So this, forgive me for all y'all I have to repeat this for. After the exile of T.R.M. Howard, Medgar Evers emerged as the most viable freedom activist in the state. Evers was born in Decatur, Mississippi in 1925. World War II began during his sophomore year at the Newton County High School. The next year, he decided to leave high school at the age 17 and enlist in the United States Army, along with his older brother Charles. The Evers brothers fought in Europe during World War II and were discharged in 1945. Medgar returned to Decatur and found employment. The year following his discharge, an incident revealed his future as a freedom fighter. With the 1944 United States Supreme Court decision undermining all-white primary, Medgar and Charles decided to register to vote in Decatur. The Evers brothers organized 4 other Black World War II veterans from Decatur to vote during the 1946 primary. Word traveled throughout Decatur that the men planned to register to vote. The white supremacists threatened the 6 blacks. On the day of the primary, the 6 black veterans were met at the courthouse by a group of some 15 to 20 armed white men who prevented them from entering the building. The white supremacist group grew in number to a mob of 200. The black veterans retreated to their homes to arm themselves and return to the courthouse with their guns in their vehicles. The veterans again attempted to enter the courthouse and were prevented by the mob. To prevent a bloodbath, the veterans decided not to pursue registering on that day. The mob followed the men, but according to one account, Charles Evers brandished his weapon to slow the whites' pursuit. That evening, Medgar and Charles Evers stood guard at their parents' home, waiting for the night riders that never came. Folks are bullies. Bullies. After the incident at Newton County, Evers decided to finish high school at an experimental secondary program at Alcorn A&M, a state-funded historically black college where his brother Charles was enrolled. After he completed Alcorn's secondary program, Evers enrolled in the undergraduate school in 1948 at Alcorn A&M. He met Merle Beasley, whom he married in December 1951. After graduating from Alcorn in 1952, Medgar and Merle moved to the all-black Delta town of Mound Bayou. In Mound Bayou, Evers became the RCNL NAACP activist. The college-educated Medgar and Merle Evers became employees of T.R.M. Howard's Magnolia Insurance Company. His work as an insurance agent and salesman prepared Evers for the grassroots organizing he was to do when building the NAACP chapters throughout the state. Traveling throughout the Delta, Evers witnessed and studied Black life in the Delta. The poverty, hunger, hopelessness, and squalor horrified Evers. Through his employment with Magnolia Mutual, Evers began to blend selling insurance with recruiting members and organizing chapters for the NAACP. Evers became the principal organizer of the RCNL's Don't Buy Where You Can't Buy Gas Where You Can't Use the Restroom campaign. Evers first received statewide national attention when he applied to the University of Mississippi's Ole Miss Law School in 1954 as part of the NAACP legal challenge to segregated education. His decision was motivated by a passionate speech by NAACP state leader Dr. Emmett Stringer. Evers also believed that the civil rights movement needed more black attorneys committed to justice. NAACP attorney Thurgood Marshall also encouraged Evers to apply. Evers became the target of threats of violence and harassment due to this decision to apply to Ole Miss. The university denied his application, claiming his recommendation came from Bolivar County as opposed to the county of his birth, Newton. This denial led Evers to becoming the principal plaintiff in litigation to desegregate Ole Miss Law School. Ultimately, the NAACP decided not to pursue its suit because they had another task that would occupy a great amount of his time. A primary focus in the development of the Citizens Council and white supremacist violence in 1954-55 was to undermine the momentum created by the RCNL and NAACP in Mississippi. The economic harassment and terror was directed at the emerging movement to force it underground or out of existence. In October 1954, the NAACP national leadership made an assessment of the development of its organization in the state. The leadership in the state conference is aggressive and intelligent. The leadership at the local level, however, is typical of NAACP leadership in small towns and cities. In addition, it faces the problem of threats of violence, which has made it difficult for the association to function without continued direction and supervision. The organization decided to make maintaining and building its presence in Mississippi a priority. This would mean committing resources to employ staff members in the state and maintaining a visible presence in spite of its economic harassment and intimidation by the White Citizens Council and the violent terror of white supremacists. In December of 1954, the NAACP director and its branches announced the hiring of a field secretary and the establishment of a full-time office. The motivation for committing these resources was as follows. With threatened violence and acts of intimidation, economic boycotts, and other activities of those who oppose the desegregation program, it is essential that the association through its office convey to Mississippians that we're prepared to conduct a high-level program which will enable us to direct and coordinate various phases of our work, including education and legal action. On December 15, 1954, Medgar Evers assumed the position as field secretary. Evers became the official NAACP spokesperson and organizer in the state. He and his family, which now included 2 children, moved to Jackson, the state capital. Merle Evers took the job as secretary of the Mississippi Field Office in Jackson. The NAACP national leadership supported the proposal by T.R.M. Howard to establish a fund in the Memphis Black-owned bank to support those targeted by the Citizens Council's economic intimidation campaign. The decision to hire Evers as an organizer and to make Mississippi a national priority was a smart one. He had previously proven himself as a good recruiter and chapter builder in his work in the Mississippi Delta. The NAACP membership increased in the state during the early days of his employment as field secretary. After the Brown decision, all Deep South states experienced a significant decline in NAACP membership with the exceptions of Georgia and Mississippi. This was a result of escalating campaigns of repression, harassment, intimidation, and violence by white supremacists. An NAACP memorandum disclosed that between January 1954 and April 1955, Mississippi's NAACP membership increased from 874 to 1,481. The organization membership declined in Louisiana by 1,347, South Carolina by 171, Florida by 369, and Alabama by 587. Being an NAACP leader in Mississippi was a hazardous venture. With Howard leaving Mississippi, the NAACP became the central human rights organization in the state. Before the post-World War II movement upsurged, the organization operated virtually in a clandestine way in most places in the state. Evers' new visibility made him a primary target of white supremacist terrorists. In the bastion of racist violence, his survival was a tenuous question. During Evers' years in Mount Bayou, he began to follow the African independence movements, particularly the national struggle in Kenya. Prior to assuming the position as NAACP field secretary, Evers envisioned the development of guerrilla warfare. He dreamed of forming a clandestine black commando unit based on the Kikuyu Land and Freedom Army, popularly known as the Mau Mau. The Mau Mau was an underground peasant-based resistance movement led by an popular uprising between 1953 and 56 in British colonial Kenya. Although the Mau Mau was defeated militarily, their revolt was credited with the breaking of the British resolve to directly colonize Kenya. After the outbreak of the revolt, Evers closely followed the Mau Mau uprising in the press and greatly admired Kenyan nationalist and suspected Mau Mau leader Jomo Kenyatta. Evers shared his plan to establish a Mississippi Mau Mau with close friends, family, and NAACP officials. Mississippi Mau Mau would retaliate against perpetrators of racial violence on blacks. Evers' strategy was to use guerrilla warfare to bring national and international attention to the freedom struggle and the horrors of segregation, not to defeat white supremacy in Mississippi militarily. Evers did not win much support for his idea and focused his energies on the traditional NAACP methods, exposing violations of white supremacy in the media and promoting legislation. As NAACP field secretary, Evers would come to distance himself from his ideas about retaliatory violence. John Salter, Jackson activist and advisor to the NAACP Youth Council, described Evers as being the middle. He was between local activists who want to engage in civil disobedience and the conservative national NAACP. The strategy of the national NAACP leadership was to rely on legislation and efforts to influence public opinion, which would ultimately affect politicians, particularly on the federal level and commercial community. Their positions often subordinated and discouraged the tactics of initiative of local activists, but controlled campaigns coordinated on a national level by utilizing lobbying, media campaigns, and litigation. Local militants were more inclined to utilize disruptive tactics, including civil disobedience and boycotts, in order to pressure local white power structures. The conciliatory posture of the NAACP national leadership created tensions with local militants. Evers often identified and sympathized with local leadership, but due to his organizational position, he was compelled to publicly articulate the perspective of the NAACP national leadership. Likewise, Evers' position constrained his public posture on armed resistance. The NAACP had historically supported the right of black people to self-defense. Certainly, the national leadership in New York knew and supported Evers and other Southern NAACP functionaries employing methods of armed self-defense as a means of survival in a hostile environment. In 1957, the NAACP paid for armed security for one of its local leaders, Daisy Bates, of course. She's in Little Rock, Arkansas, during the school desegregation campaign, which drew national attention. On the other hand, the national leadership of the organization was careful not to be identified with insurgent politics and militant armed resistance. The posture of the national leadership concerning armed resistance, advocate Robert Williams is an example of its caution on the issue of retaliatory and insurgent violence. In 1959, the NAACP leadership suspended Williams for 6 months for telling the press that black activists should meet violence with violence. Williams' suspension became the focus of a debate at the 1959 NAACP National Convention. The NAACP Council even visited FBI offices in New York to encourage the Bureau to investigate Williams. Get that. The NAACP says to the FBI, we have a bad nigga, please investigate him. He's not with us. Let me repeat. The NAACP Council even visited FBI offices in New York to encourage the Bureau to investigate Williams. In 1961, Williams was forced into exile after charges of kidnapping. A national manhunt was initiated against him, although never speaking publicly on the issue. Evers expressed sympathy for the exile advocate of armed resistance. Consistent with his silence of Robert Williams, Evers was publicly deceptive about his previous plans for Mississippi Mau Mau. In a 1958 interview in Ebony magazine, Evers is quoted as stated he studied the Mau Mau and Kenyatta when he was in the United States Army. However, Evers was enlisted in the United States military between 1941 and 45, whereas the Mau Mau uprising didn't begin until 1953, only 5 years prior to Ebony's interview. Evers said the interview and the Bible convinced him that two wrongs would not make a right situation any different, and I couldn't hate the white man at the same time hope to convert him. Due to his role as official voice of the NAACP in Mississippi, Evers was required to distance himself from advocating armed resistance. The emerging popularity and influence of nonviolence advocate Martin Luther King Jr. and the conciliatory posture of the national NAACP leadership made articulating armed insurgents a marginal position in mainstream black politics. Suckers. Nevertheless, Evers' pro-Mau Mau position was known among some national NAACP leaders. According to Southern Regional Director Ruby Hurley, talk about nonviolent. He was anything but nonviolent, anything but. He always wanted to go at it in a Mau Mau fashion. It is certain that the NAACP national leadership discouraged Evers from articulating retaliatory violence and convinced him that conciliatory approach was the best for advancing the freedom movement. Evers was also conscious of public relations and image. He understood to win federal and northern liberal support, it was not good public relations to publicly demonstrate anger towards races. I believe it was necessary to publicize Mississippi's crimes against black people, to win support outside the state, to pressure the white power structure to eliminate segregation. Evers wanted to project the image of the Mississippi blacks as victims of white terrorist violence. Like Howard, Evers played a significant role in bringing national and international attention to the Emmett Till case. He would investigate and publicize many other offenses against Mississippi blacks, including the 1959 lynching of Mac Parker and the small Mississippi town of Poplarville. He also played a leading role in assisting individuals and communities uh, to take action in order to gain access to educational institutions that have been designated as white only, including the successful effort to admit James Meredith to the University of Mississippi in 1962. Movement leaders believed that retaliatory violence could jeopardize white liberal support for the civil rights movement and inspire increased reactionary violence from white supremacists. Evers and the NAACP State Conference condemned black retaliatory violence in the northern Mississippi towns of Tupelo and New Albany in November 1958. On Halloween that year, 8 white teenagers armed with shotguns murdered one black youth and wounded another. It was suspected that a series of stabbings of whites, which occurred on November 15th and 16th in Tupelo, were responses to the Halloween shootings. On November 17th, 3 black youths, T.L. Carruthers, J.B. Little, and Otto Jones, were arrested for the stabbings. The youth were reportedly members of a youth organization called the Jayhawkers, the name for the pre-Civil War anti-slavery movement in Kansas and Missouri. Around the same time in New Albany, it was reported that black youth were throwing rocks at a young white female. The Mississippi chapter of the NAACP responded on the day of the arrest of Carruthers, Little, and Jones. Evers and his colleagues stated, "We deployed the violence in Tupelo and New Albany, allegedly by Negroes, as we do violence in Corinth, Poplarville, and Money by whites." The NAACP was also concerned with the mobilization of white civilians in response to black retaliatory violence. "We also deplore the use of private white citizens armed to carry out functions of duly elected and appointed law enforcement officers and solving the incidents in Tupelo and New Albany." Evers himself understood the anger of blacks in response to white terrorist violence. After the lynching of Mac Parker, Evers told his wife Merle, "I'd like to get a gun and just start shooting." On the other hand, Evers' perspectives and actions were restrained due to his accountability to the NAACP national leadership and his understanding that spontaneous and reactive violence could retard the movement. Oh yeah, I'm closing in on. Oh wow, I love this. Although Evers abandoned his plans to build a secret black commando unit, he continued to practice armed self-defense in his organizing. Like T.R.M. Howard, Evers and other NAACP activists realized they had to rely on their own resources to protect themselves. Evers was known and a targeted activist throughout the state. His fieldwork had him driving all over the state. In urban and rural places, he facilitated the building of new chapters and strengthening existing ones, as well as investigating atrocities by white supremacists. Wherever Evers went, he was armed. He commonly rode with a .45 automatic handgun. Ruby Hurley spent many days with Evers driving Mississippi roads, investigating violations of civil and human rights. Many times when Evers and I would drive together, Medgar would tell me about carrying his gun. He used to sit on it under his pillow. The NAACP Southeast Regional Director was uncomfortable with Evers' routine possession of firearms. Evers not only needed security in the field, but his Jackson family home required protection. A security network was formed in the state capitol to protect Evers and local NAACP leaders, including Sam Bailey and Robert T. Smith. Carolyn Tyler was Smith's secretary and the Jackson NAACP's chair of voter registration for women. Tyler stated that Evers, Bailey, and Smith were routinely assigned armed security. She remembers that they were never supposed to go anywhere alone. There was always someone with them. She described the security team as big, burly guys provided for by the NAACP. According to Bailey, Evers' detail was composed of 3 to 4 men to secure his home and travel with them. A veteran of the NAACP since the 1940s, Sam Bailey described the home protection. Bailey explained that the security was placed on alert after information was received that an attack was imminent. Armed guards protected the homes of targeted individuals during the evenings. Bailey believed that white terrorist night riders raided in the evening because they were not coming in the daytime. The visible presence of whites would naturally draw attention in a segregated environment, particularly when racial tensions were high. The security team would place armed guards in automobiles across the street from the home they were protecting. Other defensive guards, sat on the porch of the house. The armed guards would look for stray cars coming down the street. The visibility of security would deter invading terrorists who noticed the presence of armed guards. That white man wasn't going to get no blood if he could help it because he know we would shoot, reminisced Bailey over 30 years later. Armed security also was organized to protect special guests of the NAACP leaders, such as Roy Wilkins, NAACP president, Gloucester current president, Branch's attorney Thurgood Marshall, and Lena Horne, entertainer and friend of the civil rights movement. Besides personal security protection, was also organized for the Jackson NAACP mass meetings. These entrances were secured and sentries posted near the podium between the audience and the leadership, who generally sat facing members and supporters in the audience. In addition to the assistance from the local NAACP members and supporters, Evers, who owned several guns, was prepared to defend his family and home from violent racists. NAACP activists who were on alert at the time due to white supremacist violent response erupted at the University of Mississippi due to the admission of James Meredith to the university. John Salter remembered coming to the Evers home in 1962. Evers greeted Salter at the door with the weapon, stating, "We were expecting the wrong type of people." Upon entering the house, Salter half a dozen guns in the kitchen and living room. Furniture was stacked behind each window in the house. The Evers household also had windows with bulletproof blinds. Murray and the three Evers children were instructed immediately to fall to the floor if they heard the screech of car brakes outside the home. The Evers also purchased a German Shepherd for protection. A week before his fatal shooting, the Evers household was once again on alert. Evers would instinctively vault from the bed, armed with one of his many rifles, when awakened by the bark of his dog. Murray also slept with a small revolver on the nightstand of her bed. The Everses had every good reason to believe their family was in danger. They received threatening phone calls and mail, and a firebomb was tossed at their home in the spring of 1963. Unfortunately, their precautions and defenses practiced by the Evers, his family, and his comrades could not save him from the bullet of his assassin, Byron Della Beckwith. Witnesses observed that Della Beckwith at the Jackson NAACP mass meeting and June 11th, 1963, the white supremacists had attended NAACP mass meetings before sitting with the media. Around midnight that evening, Evers returned home by himself after a Jackson NAACP mass meeting. Murray and the Evers' children were at home waiting up for him. Unfortunately, Evers had no personal security trailing him. The Jackson police, who would often follow him home, were nowhere to be found. Evers was shot by a high-powered rifle immediately after leaving his car. His neighbor, Houston Wells, after hearing the shot and screams of Murray Evers, went to his bedroom window to see Evers lying on the ground bleeding. Wells got his handgun and fired a shot in the air for the purpose of frightening away the sniper. Evers somehow was able to stagger to his kitchen door, where he collapsed by the steps. Wells and other neighbors, after covering Evers with a blanket and placing him in a station wagon, transported him to the hospital. Evers died shortly after arriving at the hospital. It is possible that having security that evening might have prevented Beckwith's assassination plans. It is unclear why he was not accompanied by bodyguards. Sam Bailey lamented, Evers was supposed to have a bodyguard carry him home. I don't know what happened to him. I guess we got careless. Got just a little bit more, and we're going to stop this. Chicago based journalist Simeon Booker visited Mississippi to observe the RCNL rallies and the Emmett Till trials. From Booker's perspective, Howard and Evers' armed preparedness with weapons and security posture were not exceptions to the Mississippi Black freedom struggle. Firearms protection and security are ingredients to a successful civil rights program in Mississippi, wrote the Black journalist. Booker's observation recognized the role of armed resistance to the survival of the struggle. The journalist reflected, the Negro social reformer must defend himself because he's going to have no protection from the police, sheriffs, or state troopers. He must be ready to die at any moment. The reason that many more Negro civil rights are not killed is because they are armed to defend themselves and their families. Booker's observation revealed that armed self-defense was a common practice for Southern Black activists. The practices of Howard and Evers demonstrate that Robert Williams' incorporation of armed resistance in North Carolina was not exceptional in the Southern Black freedom struggle. Evers, like Williams, had views that were potentially radical and less optimistic about the possibility of peaceful integration. Both Evers and Williams believed in the possibility of a race war and were prepared for it. The escalation of violent hostility by white supremacists led by Evers and Williams to question the possibility of a peaceful transition to human rights and dismantling of apartheid. Years before Williams, Evers considered the possibility of an independent Black state in the Southern Black Belt to prevent genocide. Evers said of her husband, considered, quote, if white structural racism was relatively permanent, what practical options or alternatives did Black Americans have? Perhaps Blacks should consider demanding a separate, all-Black state of their own based on territorial separation between the races. Medgar believed you must always be prepared for whatever comes your way. And we were talking about guns, the arms, and collectively what we needed to fight if by chance we ended up in a race war, which he felt could possibly happen. He was thinking about building a nation of Black people. Evers' perspective was obviously private, given his position with the NAACP. More autonomous from the national leadership, Williams openly advocated for armed self-defense and retaliatory violence, issuing statements from exile in Cuba, China, and Tanzania. Williams would echo Evers' private thoughts and called for armed guerrilla warfare to protect Black people from white supremacist genocidal pogroms. Williams would embrace and demand of the nationalist Republic of New Africa to establish independent nation state in the Deep South. Evers became the symbolic martyr of the Mississippi movement. His was a complex personality, a public persona contrasting with his private comments and practices concerning armed resistance. The image-conscious leader created a public portrait of himself as a tireless soldier who did not hate his enemy, although his image is not inconsistent with armed self-defense. He realized the majority of white American public, whether North or South, was threatened by the image of Negroes with guns. An image of Evers as an armed militant was inconsistent with the strategy and objectives of the national NAACP leadership. The perception of Negroes with guns would not win white, liberal, or federal support. It is necessary for Evers to have an image of one who was willing to sit down and resolve problems with segregationists to bring racial harmony. To white supremacists, Howard and Evers were bad Negroes who had to be killed or exiled, although they certainly lived as a bad Negro in defiance of white domination. Evers was also a trickster. He concealed his belief in practice in armed resistance, as well as his dissatisfaction with nonviolence. Although Evers realized the image of armed Blacks was not good public relations, he possessed weapons as a matter of survival. How y'all like that guns piece? Okay. It is 3:30 in the morning, and there are just 11 of you. Uh, Let me ask you this, because I can pick up Shirley Chisler later. Should we stop now? I don't mind stopping. Any questions? Because we can come back and do Shirley Chisler. Questions, concerns, comments, thoughts? I agree with you, Sister Miriam. That looks like a KKK setup for Medgar Evers. And in fact, how does this white racist dude get to come into their meetings? And they don't notice. I mean, you saw him there. He's stalking. He was stalking. They knew he was stalking. So there are 13 of y'all. Do y'all want me to do some more, or are y'all done? Because I don't mind stopping. Y'all want to hear some Shirley Chisler? Y'all at least want me to do a little bit, or we can always come back to her. I should do some Shirley Chisler. Can I do some Shirley Chisler? There are 13 of you. Y'all want me to do some Shirley Chisler? Should I? I said I was going to do some pork chop. I got to put some pork chop in here. Do I think James Weldon Johnson? I think a lot of people get killed, and a lot of times people just it just becomes messy. Understand, if somebody could if they can kill Kennedy, they can kill anybody. Okay. Therefore, there's really sometimes not much people think they can do. And as a result, I asked the wife of Dr. King's brother, A.D. King, why they weren't doing anything about her husband's assassination. And a lot of people would just, they feel worn out. They feel overwhelmed by what they're facing from white supremacy. Oh, God, this chapter is short. Oh, I love that. Yeah, I can do 2 chapters of Shirley Chisler. I think I could do a couple of these. Let me see, I'm on 216. Can I do? I think I can do that. These don't look that deep. I think I can do 2 chapters. Y'all want me to do some Chisler? I think I can do these 2 chapters. I would love to do this, Shirley Chisler. I think I can do this one. I can at least. Ooh, that's a bad. That's an ugly picture. Ooh, I almost want to shut the book. I think I can do this. Okay, guys. I want to do some pork chop. Y'all want pork chop? I do too. Okay. For station identification, this is the Angry Black Men's Book Club, and it's almost an all-night thing. And I'm thinking we should try to go until at least 4:30. So let's see if we can take an hour and run this through. Y'all want to go? Okay, so let me see. There are 14 people. At least let me do one. At least I should do, but this is so short. This goes from 216 to 229. Well, let me just try it for a second. Now, y'all bear with me. The challenges of coalitions on the Chisolm Trail. Now, you already get what this is. It's saying that Shirley Chisolm, all this hooking up with other people, and they don't want to be hooked up with you. Chisholm's strategy to bring delegates to the Democratic National Convention depended on the creation of a broad electoral coalition. The coalition, wait a minute, did I read this the other day? Oh, wait. I think I read this the other day. Wait. Hold on. Make sure I don't want to repeat anything. No, I didn't do this one. Oh, we picked up somebody. Okay. Chisholm's strategy to bring delegates to the National Democratic National Convention depended on the creation of a broad electoral coalition. The coalition would represent those who are usually unrepresented. In numbers, she hoped for people from those populations, black, brown, poor, young, and female, could bring some power to bear on the Democratic Party candidate platform in 1972. She theorized that if we all bind together, we don't necessarily have to agree with every little point on the agenda, but if we bind together, numbers are important. We'll become a force to be reckoned with all the contention. She would require the nominee to promise a black vice presidential nominee, a woman as Secretary of Health, Education and Welfare, and an American Indian to be Secretary of the Interior. She enjoyed strong support from people in each element of the coalition, with many enthusiastic volunteers. Rondell himself, a coalition politician, explained why he thought her approach was the best option. At the end of the day, I believe coalition politics is the most difficult, but simultaneously the most sophisticated form of politics in this country. In this country that is racially diverse, ethnically diverse, etc., coalitions force you to think about common interests. What have what we have to always remember is that people move with their reasons and not ours. And so it's finding people's self-interest that's important to bringing people together so that their common interest brings together a force capable of achieving the objective you want to achieve for people in the minority in terms of numbers or ideas in order to expand your numbers or to expand your power of the idea of forces you reach out beyond your environment, beyond your smaller group, in order to bring that broad range of people. So coalition politics are important politics and ultimately the only real politics that makes sense. Chisholm's black feminist power vision necessitated the intersectional coalition explicitly included people who are black, brown, female, or poor, who oftentimes held more than one of those positions. As Chisholm's experience shows, the difficulty of the coalition was in maintaining it long enough to accomplish change. To creating and sustaining a national coalition rather than a locally focused one was much more difficult. Chisholm's vision was expansive, not exclusive, but some in constituent movements had separatist leanings. Whether acknowledged or not, tensions existed between the women's liberation and the black political activists, even though both groups had common roots in the black freedom struggle in the late 1960s. They had different theories on the root of oppression. Again, black folks are talking about racism, and these women are saying patriarchy, meaning that black men are part of the oppression. Black activists were a mix of black power proponents focused on poverty and police violence in cities and establishment politicians. Meanwhile, the women's movement had emerged from a multi-generational activist network, some of whom were focused on equal access to middle class opportunities, while others took cues from the black power and demanded human rights and necessities for survival. Chisholm observed that the women's movement has been a white middle class phenomenon, while black men and women were concerned with survival, meaning access to basic resources. As a black feminist, Chisholm wanted to bridge the perceived gap between black men and white women's political priorities via electoral politics. And the heavens, my supporters fought, she would recall later. They fought like cats and dogs because I ran into opposition and fear between black people and the white women. Why is that, Shirley Chisholm? because white women are white. In particular, black men and white women just could not come together. Why should they, idiot? And in doing so, they destroyed themselves in the process. Bob Gottlieb put it more bluntly: everybody hated everybody in the campaign. They hated them before the campaign. He spent much of his time smoothing over conflict in their New York office. They all spoke the lingo, they all talked the talk, he would recall, but everybody was in it for themselves, which is why we need to be B1 and FBA and about our stuff. And I'm not mad at anyone else, but we got to get ours. While Chisolm gravitated towards thinking intersectionally, not all of her supporters did. Both feminists and black would-be coalition members created obstacles to coming together. Black folks were seeing her as part of the women's movement campaign, and the women's groups were seeing her as more a black candidate, racist white broads. As one campaign aide explained, Chisolm herself recalled, "If I was a black man that was running, I think it would be different. If I was a white woman running, I think it would be different. But here, a woman and a black person running, it just couldn't come together." She worried so much about the failure of this coalition that she lost weight during the campaign. It took her several months afterwards to recover. It was a hell of a position to be in, really, she admitted. In addition to the internal rifts within the Chisolm supporters, she experienced pushback from both black politicians and women's movement leaders. Because of her ideological and personal location at the intersection of race and gender, her resistance to representing any one group in favor of such an intersectional approach, she had multiple sources of power. This disturbed black leaders who questioned her loyalty to them, going as far to say that she had contempt for black male colleagues. Black politicians complained that she hadn't taken any of us into her confidence and never discussed her plans for seeking the highest office. She had jumped the gun and didn't give us a chance to put our strategy together. Julian Bond remarked that hers was a unilateral candidacy. A great many black politicians resented it. She went off entirely by herself. They argued that Chisolm had become captive to the women's liberation movement. Carlos Russell, the dean of contemporary studies at Brooklyn College and member of the New Amsterdam News editorial board, complained that for Chisolm, almost every issue is reduced to male versus female. National politics, so to speak. She was all talk and no action, he said, and took the black vote for granted. An anonymous black leader complained, "She's a militant feminist and she rubs us the wrong way." Chisholm believed that such remarks were sexist, plain and simple. Deep down in their hearts, she theorized, many of the blacks had fear about women being in politics. Such allegations carried additional weight because of recent humiliation of the Moynihan Report and increased criticism of male behavior by women's activists. Not all black male politicians withheld their support. In addition to Ron Dellums, Perrin Mitchell supported Chisholm's challenge to George Wallace in the Maryland primary. And the joint press conference in Washington, Mitchell declared that Chisolm might be the miracle we need to demonstrate that Wallace is antithetical to everything that is good and constructive. Her former state assembly colleague, Sir Percy Sutton, convened an advisory board on her behalf in February after weeks of secret and complex negotiations. Jesse Jackson and Richard Hatcher, mayor of Gary, Indiana, signed on. Sutton explained Shirley was out there and we had to make a decision. She put a number of us on the spot. I found that I could not run around the country committed to the black run around the country committed to a black presidential candidate concept and not supporting Shirley. Then I decided if I join her, she's accountable to me. Sutton, Jackson, and Hatcher visit the Congressional Black Caucus members in Washington to try to convince them to support Chisolm. There had been some deal making. Chisolm would not agree to run in D.C., where Walter Fauntroy was the favorite son candidate. In Ohio, where the current CBC chair, Louis Stokes' brother Carl, was mayor of Cleveland, the Stokes brothers wanted the option to keep black Ohio delegates uncommitted until the national convention. As of February 1972, Charlie Rangel approved the efforts John Conyers working out some final negotiations before making an official statement of support. He would eventually decide to support Chisolm in states where she had entered the primaries and McGovern elsewhere. Sutton thought that Clay was leaning towards supporting Chisolm. He would eventually oppose her. However, the alliance was fragile because of the lingering bad feelings over Chisholm's perceived unilateral decision and concerns that she was too loyal to the white women's movement. It would not hold together in the March National Black Political Convention in Hatcher's hometown of Gary. Black voters at large overwhelmingly supported Humphrey in the primaries, another reflection of the fact that many younger black voters sat out of the primary election. The older ones who did vote remembered Humphrey's early civil rights stance and might have regarded Chisholm's candidacy as symbolic. Constantly refuting accusations took a toll. Both Conrad and Mac Holder were concerned of the amount of energy she expended in educating people on her stance on women's liberation. While she made an effort to conceal the emotional impact of black leaders' rejections, she did show her anger sometimes. One of her campaign workers in California recalled an occasion when Jackson preceded Chisolm on stage. When Chisolm walked off, there was Jackson, kneeling and mock worshiping and declaring his affection for her. Rather than feeling honored, however, Chisolm seemed to bristle. She felt that Jackson and others didn't truly take her seriously and commented at times they were jiving her. Bob Gottlieb heard her comment more than once that they were going to kill me, meaning the negative forces coming from black politicians threatened to exhaust and demoralize her. Chisholm's announcement disrupted calls for black solidarity by other politicians. Many leaders saw that keeping black voters unified in the bloc would be a powerful force within the Democratic Party, but they were far from unified on how to make that happen. Georgia state legislator Julian Bond floated the idea of forming a black party. The black arts movement poet Amari Baraka wanted to create an African People's Party. A group of activists and black business people were already negotiating with the DNC and had among their demands a 20% black staffers and committee membership. Julian Bond said he was inclined to support Chisolm, but did not want to be tied down with one particular candidate. He would, in a curious development since Julian Bond was one of the earliest and most vocal supporters of the concept of the black candidate and black strategy to support McGovern. The most visible break between Chisolm and the other black politicians was she did not go to the National Black Political Convention in Gary, Indiana. She didn't show up for black folks, guys. The second weekend in March, the convention seated 4,000 delegates from 50 states. Its leaders included her CBC colleagues in the House, Charlie Diggs and Walter Fauntroy, plus Jackson and Baraka were somewhat divided between nationalist and integrationist goals and between endorsing presidential candidate or not. Just a few days before the Gary convention opened, Chisolm publicly announced that she would be campaigning in Florida instead. She implied that it was because she had already planned her campaign schedule before the Gary schedule was ready. But there were more complicated reasons. Chisolm was still not garnering concerted support from black political leaders. She felt that she had little to gain and much to lose from attending. Chisolm saw little possibility of a coalition between those who advocated separatism and integrationists like herself, who hoped to demand racial and economic justice from within the political system. Worse, however, were rumors that she had heard of questionable alliances between the black convention participants with white politicians promising votes for favors. She thought that the convention's organizers were disingenuous, while thousands of black delegates willingly spent their savings to travel to Gary for a meeting to decide on a black strategy. She believed that some of the conveners were already privately pledged to a candidate. This drastically reduced the leverage for bargaining with candidates. Then there was sexism. Women were noticeably absent or few among the organizers and speakers. She recalled later that she heard some organizers of the convention had wanted a black male candidate to run and intended to discredit her. To me, the Gary Convention was called primarily to oust Shirley Chisolm, she concluded. She took a calculated risk to travel to Florida instead of Indiana because she thought she would lose publicly if she went to Gary. Observers wonder if it was sexism that kept the convention from endorsing Chisholm, or whether it was Chisholm who was foolish as the only announced black presidential candidate to stay away from a gathering in the face of an implied repudiation. New York Amsterdam News political reporter Chuck Andrews seemed to think that given the lack of consensus among those headed to Gary about endorsing her, she was well advised not to go. The Amsterdam News' executive editor, Bryant Rollins, corroborated that there was a risk to Chisholm by reporting that the New York delegation had decided not to endorse their native daughter. Chisholm's candidacy was a major fault line at the convention. Jesse Jackson was still backing her, as was her old ally Percy Sutton, but there was plenty of criticism. She was a woman. She had decided unilaterally to run. She had envisioned an integrated coalition instead of advocating for black Americans only, because she's a tether. The convention did not decline to endorse her or create a new political party for that matter. Carl Stokes, mayor of Cleveland, um, uh, and his brother to Chisholm's CBC colleague Louis Stokes. Stokes was a Humphrey supporter and one of the forces behind the decision not to endorse Chisholm. Admittedly, he said the decision not to endorse was to stop them from joining Congresswoman Shirley Chisholm on her ego trip in the presidential primaries. Given its seemingly unbridgeable divides, the convention's main outcome was a National Black Assembly that agreed to meet it next in Philadelphia in 1976. Most of Chisholm's black colleagues and the Gary Convention were focused on forming a black bloc of delegates at the convention and voters at the ballot box. The coalition across racial lines was not a major consideration. Therefore, Chisholm's cooperation with feminists and anti-war activists ran counter to the loudest voices within black politics were saying. Chisholm's relationship with the women's movement leaders was similarly fraught. In 1972, the first presidential election year in which a broad-based women's movement received attention from most of the candidates, Chisholm was explicitly pro-feminist, but in a marked change from the 1968, every other candidate made an effort to signal his friendliness to women's concerns too. The Democratic candidates took pains to add and women to every mention of the word men. And McGovern had pledged to appoint women to his cabinet. Even Nixon had appointed a woman to his committee for the reelection of the president, and the Republican Party had produced a brochure full of tips on how to properly behave towards women. The National Women's Political Caucus named as its top priority the equal representation of men and women and political party conventions in 1972. This recommendation had been issued by the McGovern Commission reforms, and the National Women's Political Caucus needled the Democratic and Republican leadership to follow through. They were excited because this is the first major party run by a woman that campaigned in many states, a fact that Chisholm herself was proud of. But I need to say the white women were also ambivalent, especially feminist leaders. Bella Abzug, who's Jewish, and Betty Friedan, who were Jewish, publicly praised Chisholm but stopped short of fully adopting her as the National Women's Political Caucus candidate because they also did not think she would win. Chisholm was deeply disappointed in her former collaborator, Abzug, who turned out to be a kind of traitor of the cause, after indicating she would endorse Chisholm but never doing so. When Friedan introduced Chisholm to the National Organization for Women's regional meeting in New York City as the first woman president of the United States, she hastily added that vice president was also acceptable. Chisholm immediately reminded the audience that she was indeed running for the top office. Chisholm laughed about the NWPC infighting with reporters, but she really thought that the fear of the women's movement to stand wholeheartedly behind her was racism. Now, it's racism only when the white women do it to you, but it's not racism when it happens all the time. She suspected the movement's leaders assumed a white woman candidate would be more competitive. Carolyn Smith thought that Chisholm's iconoclasm, iconoclasm and resistance to being directed by the movement's leaders was part of the problem. She and Betty Friedan, they used to fuss back and forth on the phone, you know. Friedan and Steinem wanted Chisholm to be a spokesperson for them. They mean white women. Smith thought their vision of their movement. Her one-time biographer, Brownlow, was seen unaware of Chisholm's coalition and delegate pressure strategy, saying, I'm sure that many women in the Chisholm campaign shared Chisholm's delusion that she had a chance, calling Chisholm supporters rank-and-file women. She implied that they were not savvy enough to understand how politics really worked. White feminists offended black activists at times. Sometimes white women would point out their financial contributions should let them have a greater voice in the campaign. Worse, some white feminist intersections with black activists and voters were appalling or downright offensive. Betty Friedan was excited about Chisholm's campaign and determined to be involved, but some of her interventions were tone deaf and did not make a good impression on Chisholm's supporters. One observer said that she ranted in a breathless manner that folks in Brooklyn wanted to know who that woman was and why Shirley let her speak. Friedan had hired a public relations firm and threw a fundraising party for herself as a Chisholm delegate without sharing the money with the Chisholm campaign, which created more tensions. Then disaster struck. Friedan decided to campaign for Chisholm on the Saturday before the New York primary with a traveling watermelon feast, a plan to distribute watermelon to Harlemites from a flatbed truck carrying a van. Chisholm delegate candidates were horrified. The New York Amsterdam News put it bluntly. Yes, Betty Friedan is coming to Harlem, band and all, to distribute watermelons to the natives. The campaign hurriedly canceled the event, but not before Friedan's plan had managed to offend political allies. Within the National Organization for Women's Leadership, Wilma Scott Heidi and Muriel Fox publicly encouraged donations to Chisholm's campaign. Steinem was Chisholm's staunchest supporter during the white movement leaders, meeting with Chisholm and holding on the longest. Steinem had recently tapped Chisholm to serve on the board of her Women's Action Alliance advocacy organization, although she qualified her support for Chisholm by naming her alongside Bella Abzug as the best woman candidate. But Steinem had already had a close working relationship with McGovern dating back to 1968. When it came to the convention, many feminist leaders would support McGovern, including Steinem. Author Kate Millett, this is a super radical lesbian, Kate Millett, explained in an interview, Chisholm was far and away the best candidate, but Steinem was pragmatic and trying to see a white male candidate represents women's interests. This pragmatic approach that white women could take white men was not possible for black women and was the source of a significant fissure in the U.S. women's movement in the 1970s. In contrast, black women were some of Chisholm's most reliable advocates, and Chisholm, for her part, had a strong desire to impart confidence to future black women in politics. Lawyer and black feminist radical Flo Kennedy became an unfailing supporter. Kennedy and Chisholm had both joined the New York chapter of the National Organization of Women in 1967. Kennedy was a leader and an organizer, and Chisholm was an advocate in the state legislature and ceremonial vice president. They had worked together on changing the New York state abortion laws, and Chisolm had written a foreword to Kennedy's Abortion Rap, a book that included selected testimonies from the Abramovitz versus Lefkowitz class action abortion rights suit Kennedy had prosecuted in 1970. The two had also cooperated on the public campaign to free Angela Davis. Chisholm and Kennedy's ideas on the necessity of coalition mirrored each other. Like Chisholm, Kennedy believed the coalition of other groups with black freedom struggle were necessary to create real change. It never occurred to Kennedy that a women's movement would not also fight against racism and imperialism. When Chisholm announced her campaign, therefore, Kennedy was a ready ally. Kennedy immediately saw the coalition building opportunities the campaign presented. She institutionalized her support for Chisholm after a group of Queens College students asked her how they could campaign, eschewing complicated organizational charters and bylaws writing. Kennedy simply set up a group, the Feminist Party, for the purpose of recruiting a cross-racial cadre of college students to support Chisholm's bid. Her strategy was to set up feminist party chapters on college campuses, which eventually numbered over 20 nationally. To recruit, Chisholm pledged delegates to run in the New York Democratic primary. She also sought greater media attention for the Chisholm campaign, and Chisholm herself argued Kennedy campaigned not only of an expectation that Chisholm would win, but in an effort to steer press coverage and political negotiation towards recognizing black feminist priorities. On March 2nd, led by Kennedy, the Boston chapter of the Feminist Party announced its formation and support for Chisholm's candidacy, urging Massachusetts voters to vote for her in the April 25th primary. They believed that Chisholm would bring feminist values into the major areas of American life. Those values would transform the country from one at war to one at peace. They reminded voters that the gender hierarchies in society became racial, ethnic, and religious hierarchies, and they wanted to bring a strategy of consciousness raising into politics. They typed up information sheets telling people what the ballot would look like and how to vote for Chisholm. The Boston chapter made awards to local journalists, local artists, and the Chisholm campaign organizer Sandra Graham and other National Feminist Party held demonstrations in support for Chisholm at the Miami Convention. Kennedy and filmmaker Sandra Hochman led a group of Feminist Party members at the Democratic National Convention into demonstration to protest the lack of Chisholm coverage. Not all black women embraced Chisholm. She perceived that some were deterred by the pushback they got from black men's arguments, that black women should stay in the kitchen or support men's political ambitions and not run for office themselves. After Chisholm's angry speech at the Operation Breadbasket in Chicago, other black women privately said that they sympathized her but were afraid to defend her for being attacked as man-hating. Chisholm believed such fear of being labeled as race traitors was the reason the National Council of Negro Women and black sororities did not support her. Young voters were the core of Chisholm's coalition. The 26th Amendment, allowing 18-year-olds to vote, meant that a new crop of young supporters could add their sweat equity as well as their votes to her campaign. And all she recalled, 1/5 of her votes came from college youth. They were attracted to her, she thought, because she seemed authentic. They felt a certain type of sincerity in me. They said I sounded real. She estimated that she went to about 75 college campuses, and spoke to packed auditoriums during the campaign. She thought that they liked the fact that she would sit on the floor to them to talk and joke, and she was touched by their concern for her safety. Many of them were afraid she would be assassinated. The faith of the students bolstered Chisholm. There's nothing like knowing that people believe in you, she said. However, the groundswell of the newly enfranchised voters would not materialize at the polls. Chisholm also had a constituency of the LGBTQ voters. Chisholm thought that one of the reasons that they supported her was that they also too saw her as sincere, and she explicitly condemned discrimination against gay people as part of her platform. No other candidates did. Ron Dellums argued that Chisholm Chisholm's putting a face on racism, sexism, and homophobia and environmental destruction made it impossible for other candidates to ignore those issues. Shirley's contribution was to be an articulate person on these issues, he recalled, sometimes standing out there on some issues, perhaps even more clearly and more focused because you have nothing to lose. You can risk it all. I believe that once, as a politician, you free yourself from any consideration of winning and losing, then the focus becomes something much larger, something much more significant, and that is the integrity of the debate. But other would be allies accused Chisholm of divisiveness. Her potential as a divisive figure in the 1972 presidential race was criticized by Democrats and, at least in one instance, was seen as an asset to the Nixon Committee for the Reelection of the President, which is called CREEP. G. Gordon Liddy's original plan to defeat the Democratic Party in 1972, Operation Gemstone, included Operation Coal, a plan to send financial support to Chisholm. He thought that supporting her would force the Democratic Party to fight off a black woman was bound to produce ill feeling among the black community and we hope would cause them difficulty with women. Attorney John Mitchell immediately dismissed the plan, implying that Nelson Rockefeller was already carrying it out. Liddy dropped Operation Coal from the plan, although dirty tricks were in the works. Such machinations were a further threat to an already fragile coalition behind Chisholm's candidacy. Chisholm set up a Washington, D.C. office at 20 East Street Northwest, the old Dodge House, in January. She hired Kentuckian Lori Collier and Princeton Jr. Elizabeth Cohen to run the office and start producing position papers, likely penned by Thaddeus Garrett. There would be some 8 papers in all under the banner Shirley Chisholm Speaks Out on international aid, the Middle East crisis, African foreign relations, the economy, the American justice system, environment, consumers' rights, and housing equality. As a group, they sounded central themes: the Nixon administration's indifference or hostility to everyday citizens, the same administration's friendliness to corporations and industry to the detriment of most Americans, Chisholm's priority of butter over guns, domestic policy over military spending, and the outlining of policies that would benefit poor, black, and brown people. The first 3 position papers were on foreign relations and advocated for the United States to prioritize its support for democracy and peace overseas rather than tolerating repression and militarization. On international aid, Chisholm denounced the previous program as maintainers of the status quo and declared the United States as the chief arms supplier of mankind. She posited the program of building infrastructure and education instead, in order to aid poor and dispossessed people. Striking a similar tone in the Middle East, she pledged to remember the human element in both sides of the Israel-Palestine conflict and to recognize all countries diplomatically. On Africa, Chisholm pledged an attitude of sympathetic solidarity with the African countries in order to bolster America's standing in the world. She promised to expand economic aid and trade with Africa while condemning any governments of European colonial powers that stifle democracy. The next 4 position papers concerned domestic policy. On economic issues, her central assertion was that Nixon was influenced more by big business than the needs of everyday Americans. He followed the time-honored Republican tradition of what is good for General Motors is good for the country by allowing prices to rise and subsidizing corporations. Chisholm disagreed with such a strategy. She pointed out that under such a doctrine, unemployment and the cost of living were rising simultaneously while the economy's rate of growth was decreasing. Economic inequality, she said, should be laid at the feet of the government's overly friendly policies towards industry. To remedy the situation, she outlined an 8-point plan to end poverty, to get out of Vietnam, add guaranteed annual income to $6,400, increase taxes of wealthy corporations and individuals, reduce the spending on space, defense, highways, and farming subsidies, create 500,000 public service jobs, ensure equal opportunities for women, add a national daycare system, and support non-white businesses. Chisholm had similarly critical words for Nixon's law and order doctrine. With such rhetoric, Chisholm baldly stated he had declared war on black and non-white and the young, adding insult to injury. Law and order policies were unconstitutional and failed to stem the rising crime rate. Nixon committed sins of omission by not restricting gun sales, not providing drug or other rehabilitation, nor reforming courts, allowing continued police misconduct, and ignoring common sense calls to decriminalize some behaviors. Meanwhile, his sins of commission included politicizing the Department of Justice and encouraging counter-violence, as well as appointing the Supreme Court justices who sought to roll back civil rights gains and looking for every other way when civil rights were violated. If elected, Chisholm said she would prohibit handguns, add black, brown, and female judges and law enforcement officers, replace J. Edgar Hoover at the FBI, reform prisons to add a prisoner's bill of rights, add the treatment for substance abuse and separate treatment from punishment, create civilian review boards and increase funding for police, create better information sharing between agencies, support the Federal Civil Rights Commission, uniformly apply criminal laws, abolish indeterminate sentencing, and enforce federal antitrust laws. Chisholm's next two position papers turned to tempering the influence of corporations in order to protect the environment and consumers. Despite Nixon's address to Congress on the environment and his signing of the Clean Air Act of 1970, Chisholm thought that Nixon's captivity to big business hindered his response to the environmental crisis. The result was continuing air pollution, water pollution, power brownouts, and sprawl. Her emphasis on what is now called environmental racism and direct opposition to the GOP orthodoxy that environmental regulation costs jobs. She argued that environmental cleanup could generate jobs and growth. She applauded the revival of the consumer movement, which had been founded on the turn of the century, and called for the federal government to institute food and drug standards. Its resurgence in the 60s demanded consumer protection from corporate avarice. Chisholm saw the movement as a necessary attack on injustice, the irrationality and unfairness in our society, holding business accountable regarding the quality and safety of the products it offered would reduce the business's outsized influence and restore power to the people. She promised her administration would immediately create a federal consumer protection agency, create standards and requirements for product safety, and allow consumers greater opportunities in the courts. Chisholm reserved the issue of residential segregation, which she placed under the heading of housing, for her last and longest position paper. She acknowledged that Americans of all races were among those in inadequate housing and attributed the problem to a lack of support for urban Americans in general. The heart of the problem, though, was the existence of two housing markets, one black and one white. Black citizens were paying more for comparable housing and were still restricted to ghetto neighborhoods. There they encountered poor public facilities and services, including schools, sanitation, transportation, and food shopping options. Such inadequate resources led to a lack of economic mobility, to wasted lives and manpower, and occasionally to rage and riots. The solution was fourfold: change in zoning laws that would allow affordable housing units in more places, including wealthy suburban neighborhoods, the enforcement of non-discrimination laws, reduced property taxes and subsidies were needed. An 11-point list encompassed these and related to promises to improve life in the cities. Chisholm did not create specific position papers that addressed women's rights and the Black freedom struggle, choosing instead to weave the concerns of these movements within each topic. She did discuss abortion and gay rights on the campaign trail, topics her competitors avoided. Usually she named the issues that already concerned liberal Democrats and incorporated solutions designed to increase racial and gender equality. For example, instead of writing solely anti-war position papers in response to the anti-war movement, she wrote 3 such papers outlining progressive foreign policy. Such an approach stepped away from the politics of politicized identities towards an intersectional analysis. Her headline issues were familiar ones to the Democrats and did not necessarily depart from their positions in substantial ways. In early 1972, Liberal Americans for Democratic Action, chaired by Howard Lowenstein, rated Chisolm at 97%, the highest score except for that of Edward Kennedy at 100%. Conversely, the conservative group of Americans for Constitutional Action rated her the lowest of all presidential candidates at 18%. Her platform took shape, and she was also shaping to claim to a black feminist political power through both her own person as a potential holder of presidential power and in the empowering of those who had been denied political power in the past. She understood that many black, brown, female, young, and poor voters lived at the intersections of more than one of those categories, and the more humane the world that she outlined in the position papers would help all people regardless of identity. She kept her agenda focused on her constituents, seeking to build coalitions of voters who could mobilize together for political reform. Her kind of reform is successful, would ultimately transform politics in the United States, but it was also a radical approach in that she wanted to use politics to create solutions for problems electoral politics itself had created. Her platform in place, Chisolm set off on the campaign trail. What's my time, y'all? Okay, it's 4. I can stop here. I don't have that much more to do. I'm at 4:30. Uh, I just have really one chapter left. I can wait to do this, y'all. We're going to do this later. I'm going to stop here unless there are questions. All I need to do is chapter 15. So I'm going to come back later today and do Chisler. I'm going to do Chisler. I'm going to do 15. And then I'm going to start doing, I'm going to pick another book. I'll let you know what it is. It's going to be hot, and I'll continue. So I hope y'all don't mind. I might do sections from 3 or 4 books, depending on what my mood is. I hope you've enjoyed this. I hope you've enjoyed it, and we're going to be all right. This is going to be okay. I'm very happy for everybody. So, on behalf of Angry Black Men's Book Club, please, 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 please share this, support this, subscribe to this, and be ready. I'm coming back today, and I'm going to try to do these as frequently as I can. They won't always be so long. I got one more chapter. I hope y'all learned about Shirley Chisolm. All right. God bless and good night. M F M M F. I'm sorry. Well, you know what I mean. MFM, y'all. We need our money. Good night, Coon Busters. From your field commander in the struggle for MFM as we bring knowledge and information. I will be bringing more. Keep your heads up. Keep reading and thinking. Don't quit. I'm going to stop now. Much love to you. You know how to support this channel. Tell everybody about this. Be prepared. I'm going to do this book, We Will Shoot Back, with Brother Juan. So you're going to start seeing us, maybe have 3 or 4 of us to launch this off. We've got to get the united new black media. We East Coast. We got to do it. Good night. God bless. I hope you learned something. Brother Bruce, you're so right. If you have a question, you know how to email me. I'm at wrandyshort@gmail.com. I'm hitting the end stream. Good night.